keep that for a little bit later. So yeah, it would appear that there has been, yeah, quite a bad day, quite a bad day for the Russians yesterday. In fact, completely awful, crappy day. Um, and Ukraine didn't even have to lift a finger to take down this particular S-34. S-34 just crashed. So that's not amusing in the slightest. I can only say they should stop using them for war. Just, if they want to keep them, they should have thought about that, shouldn't they? Oh, thank you. You've used my meme and everything. Oh, lovely. So missile danger was declared last night in occupied Crimea. But I only know that the Chonghar Bridge got hit. I don't know about anything else. Because just woke up. Still on my first coffee, so just to note that. So shall I tell you something good about the European elections? Some really, really good news about the European elections, Prince. She's busy, isn't she? Anyway.
Yeah, I am. I was busy. I was, but I saved it and now I'm talking to you. Hi. How's coloring on things today?
Oh, shush, you. They're driving me mad again. I've got a real particular issue with this numbers situation, and
you
somebody
tease
keeps
me for
using the
being
wrong colour font.
OCD.
I
And
know.
you tease me for being OCD.
It's really upset me. It has. It's really bothering me. Honestly, I've got a
I
serious
know.
eye twitch going out over it and everything. But yeah, I'm trying not to let it bother me. But it's driving me nuts. Anyway, shush. Good news about the European election. That those two Irish idiots who are quite obvious Russian shills, Mick Wallace and Claire Daly, they're now homeless. They lost their races for the European Parliament, which is absolutely wonderful news. So in the finding out phase, I think. And I've got to say, their sense of style will be missed, won't it? I mean, they're very natty dresses, the pair of them. So, sorry, just amusing myself with that there. Now then, Chonghar, if confirmed as Chonghar Bridge, then Ukraine may have struck the bridge to the mainland Ukraine. Now, there is actually a new bridge because the old bridge was hit by Ukraine and became disused. Now, previously, the new bridge was actually hit though, and they had to then put in some pontoony bridgey things at the side of it to actually continue traffic. And then they repaired it. So the new bridge and the oldest used one are still both present on satellite images, but previously you could indeed see damage to both of them. But anyway, the top one in the picture, in any pictures, usually is the main one that they're using. And just looking at this picture, I'm thinking that's an older image of when the bridge was definitely hit, because I don't think we'd get this satellite image quite so quickly somehow. But remember how yesterday the guys were being told, to move their families out of Crimea? Well, it's almost as though they're starting to get the message that Crimea isn't tenable for them anymore, that at some point they're going to lose it. And well, the very fact that they're moving their families out of there says it all, doesn't it? We expect that we're going to have a very bad time in Crimea. And they are. They are going to have a very bad time in Crimea unless they leave. And cutting off that part of the bridge there, that new train line that they've been building all the way to Crimea? Well, one of the things that train line does is cross through this sort of area. and because it's got to, because there's only a couple of ways into Crimea over land, and yeah, I'm just wondering if that would be awfully awkward for that train line if it was hit around that location. So few ways in and out by land, and the Russian Navy have lost a massive part of the Black Sea Fleet, so they can't really protect Crimea in the way that they used to. And Ukraine's already like just picking their targets now in Crimea. Have you noticed? Air defense systems are getting an awful lot of attention. That's the one. And they're getting fewer and fewer. And the very fact that they were moving more air defense into Belgorod tells me what they really care about. They really care about themselves. That's right. They don't really care about Crimea. They like it. It's pretty and all. But they have been prepared to give it up, haven't they? Remember that lady crying as she crossed over the bridge in Crimea saying, "Oh, we're having to leave." Well, yes, and you all will, sooner or later. And that is a very good reason to keep the bridge in place right now, that, they're starting to get the idea. So use that bridge and leave. And I think it's a good idea to actually leave it up, make the place particularly unfriendly for them, and have as many of them leave of their own accord as possible. Then you don't have to chuck most of them out. I mean, it's a lot less trouble if they just go. And so at least they've got the opportunity, hey? It's like leaving them an escape route. Please use it. Oh gosh, you'll be glad to know that Russia has formally declared the USA as an enemy. Is this news? Has this ever been news? Hello, we know you, Russia. You're everybody's enemy. But anyway, I don't know if you've noticed, but Russia's been an enemy of the US for some time. More recently, cyber attacks, meddling in elections, sponsoring terrorism, also Russian propaganda television channels constantly calling for strikes on the US. But they were friends before, but now we've actually declared you as an enemy, just so you know. It's a bit like saying, you can't come over to my house for dinner anymore. I don't like you. Well, that's okay, because I get dinner at home, so whatever. Just pathetic. It's kind of like kids, not your friend anymore. Anyway, this is the first time the government has publicly labelled the US as an enemy state. Specifically, during a press briefing on Tuesday, Putin's spokesman Peskov, him who looks like a toilet brush, says we are now an enemy country for them, just as they are for us. You started it, mate. So tough. Anyway, the Kremlin has previously referred to the US and the Western nations supporting Ukraine as unfriendly states or opponents due to high tensions over Ukraine's use of American supplied weapons. However, the Russian government is simply declaring the obvious. Russia is the enemy of the whole free world, and in particular, the US. They've singled you out today. So there you go. Feel at least proud that you've been singled out, and you're definitely not their friend anymore. Not your friend anymore. Definitely not. So yeah, I've got to say, I'm sure the Americans are really hurt by that whole thing. Yeah, gutted. And I know I would be. Yeah. So there. Sorry. Some of you guys are really funny. Now then, I don't know what's happened here. I don't know when this aircraft or where this aircraft has come from exactly. I don't know if it's the one that's been shot down near Poltava or whether it's something else entirely that I'm just not understanding. But there is an aircraft on today's numbers. So, excellent news. Yes? But that's a little teaser because, folks, you're going to have to do some retweeting and stuff because you know how I feel about giving out the numbers. Don't like to repeat myself too much. So let's have a few more folks in here. Give us a retweet. Give me some love because you know I deserve it. And and I'm modest too, you know. And then we'll carry on with the numbers. But first, I am seeing the most incredible, the most lovely news, and a massive win against Russian propaganda. The US have lifted the ban on Azov receiving donated weapons. Now, what absolutely fabulous news this is. Because, well, they had this, this propaganda that continued. And look, propaganda is usually based on a tiny bit of truth. And what happened was when Azov first got together, they were not a army group at all. They were an informal group of basically football fans. So a bit of football hooliganism. But they stood up for their country and immediately realised that, they could provide some muscle to protect their towns and villages and cities. And they did. And one or two of them were a little bit Nazi. Oh, yeah. They had some strong and quite egregious views. And upon joining the army as an armed group, they were given some choices, these people. One of them was just told to go away because he was not a nice person. And the others were given a choice of give up this nonsense and become a part of the army, or go about your business and good luck to you. And quite a lot of them actually said, you know what, we were only in this group because we had nothing better to do. But now we've got, we've got a focus. We've got a country to protect. And a lot of them joined up, gave up their wicked ways, and carried on as regular soldiers. But of course, the Russian propaganda has always focused on this one guy who was, quite, he had some bad views, put it that way. And he was one of the main people who started the Azov people. He was sort of the leader of the group of football guys, I suppose. Don't know his name, don't care right now. But anyway, he was the one who was just told to go away. But of course, Russia are like, oh no, this guy is Azov, and everybody thinks just like him, and blah blah blah. And they piled on this absolute nonsense for ages with all these badly photoshopped pictures of people holding up flags and stuff like that. It's just utter nonsense. And well, the Americans were asked, do you want to look into this? Come have a look at these guys. Come do a study. Check their history, check their current situation, talk to them. And so the US did. And they were specifically looking for these, strong, concerning, anti-Semitic or Nazi views, or, anything really in the Azov now that would suggest anything like that. And you know what they found? They found absolutely nothing. They found that these claims were completely unfounded and related to something that basically happened before Azov became Azov. And so, you know, just because they carry the name of Azov doesn't mean that that is associated with what maybe one or two people were originally associated with in the end. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, how a couple of bad apples can tar a whole group. And well, that's what Russia was doing. You know, a couple of bad apples, and they tarred everybody with that brush. And of course, we're a bit silly, and we were all convinced that Azov were a right bunch of Nazis. Well, some people were. I personally wasn't, mainly because I've seen the guys. I've looked at what they've been doing, and I'm not being funny. They have no agenda other than to protect themselves or their country. So yeah, I've never seen them putting out any other agenda. Put it that way. They enjoy smacking the crap out of Russians and wish they would go home, just like any other Ukrainian. So there you are. And now the Americans have looked into it all, and they've actually said, "Oh, that was nonsense. Utter nonsense." And they've agreed that Azov has been unfairly kept away from American weapons, Western weapons, whatever, and they've been unleashed. Now, this is something that is actually really, really going to terrify the Russians, because the whole reason that Azov has been hamstrung in such a way in the first place is because they're a really effective fighting group. When they were taken prisoner, some of them in Azovstal, a lot of the soldiers were offered to change over to the side of Russia, because they said, "You guys are incredible, fearless fighters, and we kind of want you on our team." You can imagine the answer, can't you? I think it ended with off. But certainly, they offered quite a number of them to change sides, like they would in the first place. But even so, naively they did, because they were impressed by them, and that tells me that they're scared of coming up against them. I mean, when Ukraine says Azov are going to this particular area, the Russians there have a little bit of a fit. So, you know, their reputation precedes them. And this is one of the reasons why Russia kept them hamstrung, which is ridiculous. And we've seen through that nonsense now. And you know what? I think stuff like this is helping to teach America that Russia are a bunch of liars. You know what? I think they're actually starting to get it. They have to do their own investigations into everything, obviously, because, you know, can't take anybody's word for a darn thing. But at least they got to the end of this process. Now, I've been saying for a while, Azov have been kicking ass. They have been extremely effective, and they haven't been using any Western weapons. So imagine what they're going to do now. Oh boy, oh boy! I plan to see them make the best of that situation, shall we say? I think they're going to make the best of it. Excellent news. Anyway, I'm super pleased, because it was all an absolute nonsense in the first place. So the lift of this sort of ban is incredibly good news. Incredibly good news. So I'd like you all just to, you know, remember that Russian propaganda, we have to keep fighting it and defeating it. And this is one of the reasons why. Because idiocy like this has been allowed to continue, because, well, we didn't think that the Russians were liars. You know, we really need to get that into our head. They lie, by the way, just in case you didn't notice. Now, I'm still not pleased with the situation of the listeners, so I'm going to go into a little bit of something else before I do the numbers. Now, obviously, it's lovely that Russian military jets are flying into mountains by themselves. But it would be much better if Ukraine was shooting them down, because there are there's quite a few of them. They really need to be taken out. But of course, right now, probably the biggest thing they have that flies that can go any sort of distance is a drone, which is not ideal against air assets, really. So, capabilities required. However, Ukraine are using drones to do the most incredible things, even hitting their prized possession, Su-57, on the tarmac, because, just park that thing outside. Not like we care about it or anything. I love the way they go on about, oh, they're just parked out on the tarmac. Well, if you cared about them in the first place, you'd have built some hangars just because you cared about them, not because you thought they were going to get hit by anything, just in order to make maintenance easier, keep them indoors. They didn't even think about that, did they? So, idiots. So yeah, drones are very effective. Now, I have found this is the sort of thing that's been happening over and over again, but this is just one lady's story. The mother of a fallen Ukrainian soldier from Donetsk received a state compensation, and she immediately took the entire amount and went and donated it to drones for the army. She purchased 60 new FPV type drones for the Ukrainian military of various types. She donated 2.5 million hryvnia, that's $61,000, and expressed the desire to continue her son's mission of liberating Donetsk. Now, how do you defeat those people? You don't. This is a woman who was, received compensation to rebuild her life, pay for a funeral, whatever. And she went, no, none of that. Here, immediately, back to the army, go chuck some more drones at the Russians. And you know what? That's actually an impressive way to grieve, I'll be honest. It's actually much more effective than just, sobbing in a corner. And it just goes to show the absolute determination. Right. You might say that woman's probably still got her home and, her life and stuff, but she's lost her son. And that's like probably everything. Everything else doesn't matter. Her son is the one thing that she created and brought into this world. So she's lost her everything there. And yet she wanted no part of the money. She was just like, put it to good use. Let him carry on his work through this. And I just think that's pretty beautiful, actually. Sad, upsetting, beautiful. And it just goes to show you cannot defeat these people. They're just not going to lay down and be defeated, are they? So there you go. That's what a mother does in Ukraine, because, it's that or face the possibility of the Russians coming back. And, well, she knows what her son was fighting for. And she knows that he would have probably done that too. So there. Now then, would you like something to laugh at instead? Because I actually made myself proper tear up then and everything. I know, lump in my throat, the
We
lot.
always want a way to laugh, right?
Always. Well, here, this is fun. A kind Russian man has put out a video, because Russians love to do this, do a little video blog of whatever's annoying them today. And I appreciate it, actually, because I do like a good laugh. So he wished all the Europeans, American Jews specifically, and Ukrainians die. Why is he so upset? Well, Russian money transfers have stopped working in Belgium and he can't send any money back to Russia. And he also called Europe gay. Well, we are cheerful, I suppose. He called Europe gay and said he had earned money in gay Europe and he couldn't send it back to Russia. So I don't know about you, but my little violin, it's in for repairs. So I don't have one for him, I'm afraid. But yeah, I just thought that was a little bit of fun news. What an awful shame. What an awful, awful shame for him. So yeah, that amused me greatly. Now you'd be glad to know as well, Prince, I can tell you this number. Three more fabs. Three more fab bombs have
That's
been dropped.
funny.
Yes, have been dropped in Belgorod by Russians on themselves. So it was 84 2 days ago and 87 today of fab bombs that have been dropped by Russia on Belgorod. So well done, Russia, for bombing yourselves. Keep it up. What can I say other than keep it up? It does seem as though they've got a, an early release problem. Sorry, I very nearly said that, much ruder. Yeah, it seems as though they've got a bit of a problem. They keep, jumping the gun, as it were. I hear you can get tablets for it.
A premature
Ejection of ammunition. Yes.
Yes. Yes, a premature ejection of ammunition. That would be the most appropriate way that we can say it. Make up your own jokes.
And there are a few, believe me. I've done them all. So, what's this? Oh, Ramzan Kadyrov.
But wait a minute.
Go on.
Also, beware and be careful of the tablets.
Oh, yes, indeed. Be careful of those things. Look, all I'll say, folks, is if you don't have a prescription, don't take anything that's not prescribed for you because it might have serious side effects. I know this from experience. Well, actually, I don't know this. Somebody I know knows this from experience. Don't do that to yourself. It's horrifying.
Take as indicated and follow the instructions by your doctor. If your butt lasts for more than 4 hours, please seek medical attention.
And if it changes shape significantly, seek immediate medical attention.
If it hurts, if it hurts, if it changes color, please seek immediate attention.
Yeah, that's what you call a medical emergency, folks. So anyway, there's a story behind that. It's kind of hilarious, and I can't tell you all, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Just don't take medication that's not meant for you. So, Kadyrov. Sorry, I'm moving swiftly on. Kadyrov, a Russian Telegram channel, is blaming him for the deaths of over 20 Russian soldiers because they have, well, remember that post yesterday where he said that his Chechen boys had taken a Ukrainian village, which they didn't, and it was confirmed that they hadn't. They had run in and planted a flag at the edge of the village and then run off again overnight. And there are some incursions of small sabotage type groups over the border there, but there have been for a long time. And this is nothing massively new. So it was also noted that after Kadyrov's post, Ukrainian defenders may have found, singled out, and smashed the heck out of that particular group of guys. So the Telegram post reads, Ramzan Kadyrov was blamed for the death of more than 20 Russian soldiers in the Kursk region, having announced the liberation of, I'm going to have to say it, aren't I? Rajivka village near the Kursk region. I'm going with that. He put our military in danger and now there are losses. Oh dear. Did Kadyrov forget about the OPSEC otter? He did, didn't he? He forgot. OPSEC otter, I'm sure, is very upset with Kadyrov. So, sources in the general staff told us it's not the first time we've entered Rajivka. Our scouts go in and out all the time, but this idiot decided to boast about hell knows what. As a result, the enemy hit the group of soldiers near the border in the Kursk region. Now there are 21 dead. Oh dear. So, according to another, the military are going to appeal personally to Putin with a call to punish Kadyrov for the deaths of their comrades and the lawlessness of the Chechens who turn up and basically cause trouble and don't bring any other benefit to the front. So, Ramzan Akhmatovich's entourage responded to these claims with the words, "They cannot fight themselves, so they are jealous." So basically, he's saying the Russian soldiers can't fight, so they're jealous of us. And I'm just going to say, is Kadyrov working for Ukraine now? Did he just give up that geolocation for funsies? That's quite funny. And as if Putin would punish Kadyrov at the moment in his current weakened state. That would be amusing. Well, I'd like to see that happen, actually. I'd like to see that in place. So we'll see. A bit more good news. You'll be glad to know. Gazprom, the Russian state entity there, they've announced the collapse of gas production. In fact, it's the worst in history of the company. Remember them sanctions that don't work? Well, the loss of revenue from one of Russia's largest state-owned companies is resulting in much less money for the state. And Gazprom have had to cut gas production. And you know what? I love this cope, yeah. They're having to cut gas production because they blew their own Nord Stream pipeline, so they can't transport it anymore. I think there's a few other reasons, but yeah, go off with your coping. I thought that was funny. Although I'd like to point out, he just admitted there they did blow up their own pipeline. So yeah, just pointing that out. But feel free, Vatnik, to confirm what we already knew. Sorry, it amuses me on a daily. So I've got a little mystery for us. Little mystery. Do you want one? Defense Minister Andrei Belousov, the economist, had a closed meeting with war correspondents. Now, do you remember Putin having a closed meeting with war correspondents? They were all pulled into a meeting and they all left the meeting singing perfect harmonies about the Russian army and its situation. It was amazing. Well, Belousov has now pulled these guys in. A closed meeting. Dun, dun, dun. Reportedly, 20 correspondents attended. And it's worth just noting that pulling in these Telegram influencers, I suppose. Now, at the time, there was Sladkov. These are the people that Putin pulled in. Sladkov, Kots, Podubny, Pegov, Filatov, Kulko, Rudenko, Steshin, Gadziev, Zemenkin, Agranovich, Kusenkova, Ushenin, all these people that are bloggers and reporters. So this time, who was there? Well, a couple of the guys who were there at the last meeting aren't alive anymore. So it's got a bit smaller. But reportedly, attendees include, again, Sladkov, Stettin, Podubny, Kulko, Ushenkin, Podolyaka, and Pegov. Still alive then. That's a shame. So apparently, Belousov plans to make these meetings with war correspondents a regular occurrence so we can keep them up to date with the actual situation. You mean so we can make sure that they don't put out any information that's not been approved? Anyway, and following the meeting, they will formulate instructions for the bloggers. So yeah, we'll tell you what to say because you can't be trusted to make your own statements. Anyway, that doesn't seem like control or anything like that, does it? So yeah, he's going to be holding the same sort of meetings with military officers on a regular basis as well, with frank and constructive conversation. Frank and constructive conversation. I don't know, but that sounds like a threat almost right there. Will, go ahead.
Hey, you know what else is a little bit notable about that meeting that Belousov's holding? That the group of people that the military bloggers that they met with last time. So notice how many people. I got to pull up the old list because I think about a third of all the mill bloggers and whatever whom Putin met with last time are now dead. So Belousov's meeting with this new crop to make sure they're on song, but even the ones that were on song last time didn't make them any more long lived.
No, that is true. That is very true. I was a bit upset to see Pegov there because I would like to think that he made an untimely end, but never mind. Now, by the way, Sololiov live show. What's that going to be like tonight? Because the rescinding of the ban on they are the Ukrainian National Guard's 12th Special Purpose Azov Brigade. So the rescinding of the ban of them receiving Western weapons, which was silly in the first place and entirely based on Russian propaganda, and a tiny kernel of truth from the very beginning of Azov. God, they're going to be going awesomely mad tonight. So you might actually have to, somebody might have to actually watch that. Julia Davis will watch it, won't she?
I was going to say, I have faith in Julia Davis.
Yeah, Julia Davis will sort that out for us. But he's going to be raging tonight. It's going to be Nazi this, Nazi that, Nazi the other. I did not see that coming. Oh, sorry. Now then, when we go through the numbers of how many Russian soldiers have died, I mean, it's astronomical. It's catastrophic. But I don't know. We see it, but we don't seem to react in the same way that we used to. And is it possible that the effect of the pandemic have had sort of a change on people's perception of losses? Because there was quite a large quantity of deaths experienced during the pandemic. And so perhaps what's happening now is considered almost acceptable by comparison in Russia because they had a terrible time through the pandemic as well. And I just wonder, maybe this is why they've run out of body bags, because there was, they had quite a bad time there as well. So, the BBC and MediaZona obtained verified personnel data of 19,547 Wagner mercenaries who died in Bakhmut alone. And so they were able to trace almost the entire history of the battle and the transformation from recruited prisoner to valuable personnel to disposable. So what they looked at was the project to recruit mercenaries from prison, formerly named Project K. The designations of the tokens of all the prisoners fighting for the Wagner Group began with the letter K. It's assumed to be a reference to the Russian word kolonia, prison colony. Recruitment began in 2 high-security prison colonies in Leningrad region, and then the geography expanded rapidly. Wagner took the most from the notorious IK6 prison colony in Krasnoyarsk in Siberia. The prison has a capacity for 1,410 prisoners, and more than 500 signed up to join the Wagner Group. It is known of 136 of them being killed in Ukraine. Now then, I'd just like to say that's an awful lot of maximum security prisoners that are now wandering about, by the way, if only 136 of them have been confirmed to be killed. Wow, that's frightening. Yes. And I'll be honest, if I were in a maximum security prison in Krasnoyarsk in Siberia, I might sign up for anything to get out of there, you know. Anyway, by studying the ID tag numbers of the dead prisoners, it was found that the Wagner Group had recruited at least 48,336 people from Russian prisons. Of these, 17,175 were killed, i.e. 35% of all prisoners who went to the front. But there's a disparity. The prisoners recruited in the summer and autumn of 22 had a 75% chance of survival. But those who went to war later in December and January, it had dropped to a 50% survival rate. And the graphs from this showed the number of dead prisoners rose sharply from September the 12th, 2022. From mid-November until May of the following year, the Wagner Group lost an average of 400 fighters every week. Of these, 90% were, of course, prisoners. On January the 12th, 2023, 213 Wagner fighters were killed. Almost all of them, 202 of those men, were prisoners. By contrast, the survival rate for the ordinary Wagner fighters who had not been recruited from prisons was much, much higher. Until April 2023, they had lost only 40 to 50 persons not recruited from prisons per week. So they've basically gone into how many people they recruited for Wagner, how many people they lost. And to put it in perspective, Wagner lost more people in Bakhmut than the Soviet Union did in a decade in Afghanistan. In Bakhmut alone. And that wasn't the army. That was just Wagner. That was just a part of the army. So, good God. And yet, it hasn't even made a ripple in Russian society. Many view prisoners as soldiers of fortune and say it was their choice to go to war, and they died heroically. Wow. So there you go. That's what happening with massive loss numbers. And you know what? I'm not going to put it off any longer. Let's go through the massive numbers because there's a record today, folks. Oh yes, I buried the lead, didn't I? There's a record on the numbers today. Yee. Well, let's see if you can spot it. I know I have for various reasons. Anyway, here's one. Scores on the doors, folks. We have 1,100 liquidated personnel. Still kind of up there, isn't it? And, like I say, highest averages of the war so far. Oh, what's this? Now, yesterday we might have thought that 10 tanks didn't seem like much. So Ukraine decided to do a bit more today. And they presented 23 on these numbers here, which again is an incredibly large number of tanks to be losing in a 24-hour period. Bit careless. 32 armoured personnel vehicles. Again, nice numbers there. 46 artillery systems. every day when I see the artillery systems number and it's up high like this, I'm like, such good news, because those systems are just being used to destroy stuff, lives and homes and all the rest. And yeah, less destruction once those things have been taken out. By God, Russia had a lot of them, didn't they? Let me see. 13,690 artillery systems so far. Good God. You'll be glad to know as well that the Russians announced yesterday that they had destroyed 14,888 Ukrainian tanks. I'd like you all just to take a moment to decide just how silly that is. Because they've been begging for tanks and we're giving them in like tens. So yeah, apparently they had 14,000 that were just hidden away, that just poof, disappeared. I know, silly. Right, let me get back to this. We have one MLRS, and even one very, very good. And I kind of predicted this yesterday, that there would be a couple of additional anti-aircraft systems on here today, and there is 5, in fact. Such good news. I love that. 1 aircraft. Little tiny bit of a mystery as to where this one's from, but I'm just going with it. 13 UAVs. It seems that Russia didn't send billions of UAVs yesterday, for once. 58 vehicles and fuel tanks. So again, smashing the pants off the logistics. And the font colour has been iffed up again. But this is a record, folks. 21 special equipment. And, well, you know me, special equipment. It's like something that I kind of love a little bit. Mainly because it's special, And 21. So that's a record today. Lovely, lovely. Very happy with that. And also very happy that Russia appeared to be 2 aircraft less as of this morning. Fun times. Ooh, now then. I have a bit more information about the headquarters of the Russian Sixth Army that was located in the forest in the Belgorod region. And, well, I've got to say, the drone images of this place prior to the war, it's a nice looking place. It's got tennis courts. It's got, it was a lovely building. Did have a big swimming pool out front as well, as far as I could tell, by the looks of things. So, yeah, pleasant place. It doesn't look like that anymore. It's a little bit broken now. But a large number of Russian personnel were reportedly at this base at the time of their attack. And there were also allegedly senior officers who were killed at this location. Oh dear. So apparently that looks to me like a really interesting and juicy target. Awesome work. So just pointing that out, that target was very good indeed. Oh, so apparently the Russian Su-34 that crashed into the mountains in North Ossetia was relocating to another airport. So it relocated itself to the great airport in the sky. Are you going to be popping anything in the nest, my dear? Or are you just eating your dinner at this point?
I forgot. I thought
That's
about
okay.
it and then I forgot.
I figured as much. I was going to get on it, but you know how I am. I like to leave it to other people.
You know
Just
what? I'm
lazy.
surprised. I'm surprised Will hasn't put 20 things up there yet. And now he's going to say challenge accepted.
Very likely. So Where am I? I've got other stuff. Sorry. Yes. Would you like some excellent news? Because
Actually,
I think. Go on.
no. Who's coming up tonight or tomorrow in a few hours, in an hour, in 40 minutes?
Ming.
And is somebody coming up with me?
No. You know me. 5 hours a day at least.
Isn't Marika coming up?
Oh, that's a very good point. Yes. Right. Gotcha. Yes, we have a guest in 40 minutes time, I believe. The delightful Marika from Georgia. She's been a bit busy doing some stuff. And she's going to come and tell us what she's been up to. I believe she visited Armenia. And she's also been doing some incredible fighting against Russian trolls and vatniks. I tell you what, that girl can hold her own in a fight, a verbal one. And I spotted something yesterday where some guy had tried to attack her, and she just wiped the floor with him. And every time he came up with something else to attack her with, she was like, "Is that all you've got?" And I sort of predicted perhaps a bit of a fella pylon in that guy's future, but yeah, I did find it funny that I was going to go and give him a bit of a bonking to help her out, and then I saw that she didn't need any help at all, and I was like, oh, in that case, I'm just going to leave him a meme laughing at him. So yeah, she just, I love her. She needs to be I don't know, part of the Georgian government. I think she's got just such a strong head on her shoulders. You know what I mean? So yes, we'll be talking to her in less than an hour. Now then, I have excellent news for you that Ukrabonon Prom, and I really pulled out this news just because I like saying that word, and Rheinmetall opened their first joint workshop for the repair and production of armoured vehicles in Ukraine, which I think is incredible news. And I would just say, if you see this picture, all you need to do is zoom in a tiny bit and you can see exactly who the Germans and the Ukrainians are. just by their complexions, if you know what I mean. It's just really obvious. Oh dear. So now, on one hand, it does look a bit like a big shed, but that's all you need, I suppose. And they've put out some pictures of Marders along with this announcement. So I'm assuming that's the sort of thing that they might be repairing there. Excellent. So yeah, what they lack in one thing, they make up for another, don't they? They make up in another, and just always working towards a goal, and that goal is to make Russia go home. And yeah, excellent work. War Doggo, good morning, my friend.
Morning, dears. Hope everybody's doing good and everything's fine. On Georgia, we wish the best for good people who are young generations first. Second, they still remember Georgia. I mean, I didn't even imagine I would say so. They still imagine Georgia doing the reforms, but not becoming a pro-Russian country. For me, is like it was yesterday, being in 2000s, in 2010s, I would put it that way, in Georgia, and people saying, "Hey, we remember Georgia being, it just was yesterday, being on the way of reforms, doing tremendous job to become modern, democratic country." And now with the change of power in Georgia, we don't know what's gonna happen. Now we already see on our screens. Someone who is taking part in in daily life there in Georgia, they see where it led, and that's why they feel a need of protesting. Georgia is a beautiful country with amazing people, very friendly, uh, and that's definitely place to be at least once. And if you get there once, you get you definitely get friends for your life, because Georgians are very open and they are very friendly people, and their food is amazing, their culture is amazing, their lifestyle is amazing. And back in back in the years, Ukraine helping Georgia in their first war against Russia. I would say Russia war against Georgia, Ukraine helping Georgia, when many people were suffering, moving, who were forcibly replaced from their homes, and dying high in the mountains, and Ukrainian helicopters back in 2090s, helicopter pilots, they were doing a pretty complicated uh, project task to rescue people from high in the mountains. And uh, there were there are a lot of people in Georgia who still warmly remembers all of this, all that help that Ukrainian pilots did. Then back in 2008, Georgia was attacked again by Russia, and Ukraine didn't stood aside. And many people understood that if that happened in Georgia, that is probably going to happen somewhere else, and probably in Ukraine. Copy paste from what's happening in Ukraine, right? If they attack Ukraine, if Russia attack Ukraine, that may happen somewhere else, right? So that's nothing new under the sun, I would say. Everything is just happening, as one could say, just looking at this. And this and thinking about it, uh, on Ukraine's Rheinmetall and the others opening their repair offices or representations in Ukraine. That's kind of, how to call it. That's kind of obvious, because the producers, who care about their products, they constantly are open for the feedback on certain enhancements that might be done in their products, just simply because the intensivity of the current war that is happening in Ukraine, that's something that has been never seen since the Second World War. And that is, a lot of equipment was simply not designed for that kind of intensivity. And this kind of experience, this kind of feedback is something, if the producer wants to make their product better, they carefully listen to the user. Let's put it this way. And there is a lot of very good example there are a lot of very good example when the producers are actually listening to the customers, and they're doing everything what's possible in order to make their product work best. And yeah, that's the customer service, I would call it, if we can call it that way in that area. But that's the way to hear the voice of the customer, let's call it this way, and to make their products better. And many producers are interested in that, and Rheinmetall is one of those who actually actively making certain, who has a very good connection with Ukraine military authorities, and many engineers on our side, on their side. They productively make the thing work better, because, as you imagine, there are a lot of experts in Ukraine. Let's take armored vehicles. Ukraine been producing tanks uh, prior the full-scale invasion. Ukraine has some repair capabilities. That was I said some, but in fact that was one of the biggest factories in former Soviet Union, and that means that there is the expertise still, and there is a lot of power to do so. Mm, and yeah, and all the rest, just making Russia leave, it became not only the idea for many, but it became the, how to call it, mm, probably the lifestyle, because from far from Ukraine, Japan, to far from Ukraine, United States, and other countries, people are shocked by this kind of barbaric of Russian uh, war that they have started, because the world was living plus minus peaceful 80 years, or at least 50 years, with the break for the Cold War, where tension was there, but like it was never such an intensity of the war happening in Europe in particular, with since the Second World War has finished, with Germany and the Allies defeat, with Germany and their allies defeating, actually, and many people are shocked by such kind of violence that Russia is using, and many people understand how unfair it is, and many people support what Ukraine is fighting for, and our community is not an exclusion, is not an exception, since many, probably since 2 years, MriyaReport and the listeners of MriyaReport keep supporting those who have their boots on the ground in Ukraine, and who are bringing Ukrainian victory closer. And that lines up into so many good things that we already have done together, starting from supporting different units with different types of the equipment, from, I don't know, from jammers to hearing protection, from from demining equipment to even parts of the gear and the uniform. Those are also important, and many others that are successfully making its job in Ukraine, fighting for victory. And the current fundraiser that is in the nest, you can see that if you just get in the nest, is the equipment fundraiser for the AOD, for the sappers, those who demine Ukrainian lands. We probably will have soon guys from Ukrainian Rapid Response Services, so-called SESU, or SESU, or DSNS, as we call them in Ukraine, Державна служба надзвичайних ситуацій. The service that is doing the civil demining, and Ukraine, it would not be a surprise if I tell you that Ukraine is the most mine polluted, mine contaminated country in the world now. You pick any those that was recently considered to be a very dangerous country from the mines that are left after the war. Ukraine is above that, unfortunately, and making this fundraiser for the right tools for the sappers, the multi tools, and for the hearing protection for the sappers is something that really will help 100 good guys to do their work more effectively, and being more protected, being less chance that they will have mm, any any hearing damage, and more chance in this dangerous job still to remain healthy and having good hearing, despite all of the things, dangerous things that they're doing, working for Ukraine's demining and working on the ground in Ukraine. That is the fundraiser where we try to raise 23k dollars for the 100 sets of multi tools and hearing protection. Uh, you may think that this is drop in the ocean, but from those drops in the ocean, actually a lot of very good things line up that we already did, things that we already did, and something that already works. And drop by drop, that's becoming a big thing. And I really thank for every listener in MriyaReport who've been doing a very good job in the past, supporting those who need different types of the equipment, different things. And I truly hope that those people who can participate and then for that fundraiser will also help to make this fundraiser completed sooner than later. Even in case you don't have possibility to participate in that fundraiser, just simply help please retweeting this information about this fundraiser. Maybe someone who has possibility to help and support would see and would make his part of contribution. That's it from my side. Thank you so much. As always, hugs and love from Ukraine.
Much love and hugs, War Doggo. Always lovely to hear from you, and yes, thank you for plugging the fundraiser there. It's important that we get these done so we can get on to the next one, basically, because it never stops, does it? We have to keep up the fight, just like Ukraine are doing, and that's why we're here every day, of course, because Ukraine doesn't give up, and neither do we. So, excuse me. I'm just checking something here. The EU has agreed to extend gas transit through Ukraine. There's a war on, but money always talks, doesn't it? You know what? At the end of the year, they're not going to be able to do that, so that'll be funny for them. And it shows me that well, we still haven't really got it, have we? Anyway, I must say that I really think that we are to blame for dragging this out, and we really must give ourselves a kick up the backside. So, where are we now? All the music has stopped and everybody's sat down in the European Union. What do we see? The most important thing is the pro-European and pro-Ukrainian party, the European People's Party, received the largest number of seats, 185, which is generally a positive signal. Now, Germany, the winner is the Conservative opposition, the Christian Democratic Union, who is led by Ursula von der Leyen. So Germany will have the largest number of 720 seats in the parliament, of 96, and therefore will still have the most influence. Marine Le Pen's National Union Party won in the French part. France will have 81 seats in the European Parliament. In connection with the loss of the party, however, Macron dissolved the parliament and announced early elections. I have a feeling that he's being quite wily here because there's a scandal coming. Mark my words. So the Brothers of Italy party of the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni won in Italy and will have 76 seats. In Spain, the opposition People's Party won and they will have 61 seats in the EU Parliament. Donald Tusk's Civil Coalition won in Poland, and together with Duda's previously ruling Law and Justice Party, both won 20 seats in the Parliament out of 53 common seats for Poland. The political alliance New Unity won in Latvia, and they will have 9 seats. And the Christian Democrats, led by the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Gabrielis Landis-Burgis, win in Lithuania, and they take 11 seats. Christian Democrats in Estonia, they have 7. Finland, the ruling party, the National Coalition, led by Prime Minister Petteri Orpo, take 15. Czech Republic, the winning party is the Populist Movement. They take 21 seats. Prime Minister Mette Fredriksen's Social Democratic Party wins in Denmark, 15 seats. Austria, the pro-Russian Austrian Freedom Party is in the lead with 20 seats. In Belgium, the Flemish Nationalist Party, and the country's Prime Minister announced his resignation immediately after. Belgium takes 22 seats. Bulgaria, sorry, there's a few of these. Bulgaria, the populist coalition, Citizens for European Development in Bulgaria, a bit of a mouthful, took the lead with 17 seats. In Croatia, the Croatian Democratic Party took 12 seats. Democratic Union won in Cyprus with 6. Orban's Fidesz is leading in Hungary, and they take 21 seats in the parliament. Luxembourg, Christian Social People's Party took 6 seats. Malta takes 6 seats with Prime Minister Robert Abel's Labour Party. And, I'm going to have fun saying this one for the Netherlands, the GroenLinks PvdA coalition of the former Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, won in the Netherlands. They take 31 seats. You can see there's a smattering of Vatniks in here, but quite a lot of decent countries with strong values, shall we say. Anyway, Portugal, the socialists took their European Parliament and 21 seats. In Romania, the Social Democratic Party of the Prime Minister, Marcel Colaca, I've just said that fast because I'm not sure how to say it, will have 33 seats. It's strong Romania there, by the way. Slovakia, the opposition party Progressive Slovakia, took 15 seats for their country. In Slovenia, the Democratic Party won 9 seats. Greece, the New Democracy movement of the Prime Minister, I'm just going to say the Prime Minister, retained the lead with 21 seats. Sweden, Social Democratic Opposition Party won, taking 21 seats. And the European Parliament is one of the main decision-making and budget allocation bodies of the EU. Sorry, I'm just answering somebody's question. Somebody's just said, any news on the gruesome twosome from Ireland, Daly and Wallace? Yes, they got kicked out. They're homeless. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. So I'm just going to say it couldn't happen to a nicer pair. Amos, welcome up.
Thank you, Markers. I had a question asking if you know anything about, you mentioned a brewing scandal in France, and I'm interested. I haven't been able to really keep up a lot with France. We were discussing France earlier, and I'm guessing it probably has something to do with Russian infiltration into maybe right-wing politicians. I know Marine Le Pen and her crew had some past indications that there was Russian money being funneled in. Just wondering if you or anybody else maybe had some information on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not the end of that story, put it that way. I'm pretty sure that at some point her and some of her folks are going to be highly outed as not working for the French benefits. Working for another country's purposes, because, it's all obvious to me. I just feel as though there's something going to come out because he's really very confident. And I understand that the French sometimes are a teensy bit on, dare I say, arrogant. But he doesn't seem arrogant. He seems confident, and I have a feeling that he's got something up his sleeve. So yeah, I'm not too worried about Macron, to be honest. He's just he's got that air of confidence that says he knows something that other people don't, but they probably will soon. I'm a woman. I have this intuition. That's what that's about. Now then, I don't know if you've noticed, but, and I think this is a lovely thing. Remember when we said that Ukraine are making Russia make choices, usually quite difficult decisions. What do we do? Do we protect this thing over here, or do we protect that thing over there? Because, well, we've only got so many air defense systems. You see, that's one of the things that Russia don't have endless supplies of. And in fact, they don't even have endless supplies of tanks and vehicles. They just, convinced us all they did. Not quite sure how. But anyway, just because they have fields and fields and fields of tank hulls doesn't necessarily mean that all of those things are going to drive and shoot. That's all I'll say on that, especially not when they've got grass growing out of them and stuff. We did note that there was quite a lot of tanks that were in that sort of condition at the beginning of this war. So, they've put on a good show, but it's all a Potemkin village, and well, it's starting to show now, isn't it? It's starting to be proven to us. And my main point was that air defense systems, as we've noticed, we're trying to get hold of air defense systems for Ukraine. You don't just find them on every street corner. Now, I know Russia's completely paranoid and they probably built a lot more than they needed in the first place, but it seems to me they're getting a little bit low on them. And they've had to make a decision. What to do? Do we protect Crimea, which is stolen, or do we protect Belgorod, which is Mother Russia? And well, it seems that they've made their decision that Mother Russia apparently is much more important. I know, amazing, isn't it? How you can make them change their minds about Crimea just by giving them a very hard time. And so there has been apparently the transfer or the process of transfer of some air defense systems to Belgorod, which is leaving the remaining ones in Crimea a little bit out on their own there, a little bit vulnerable. And, the loss of those two A-50s, which I've got to say, guys, we aren't making a big enough deal of that. If Russia had shot down an American AWACS, can you imagine? Can you imagine the disaster, the uproar, everything, right? So it's amazing how, we're just not making a big enough deal of the achievements that Ukraine are making. But I'll sing their praises because, I'm like that. So they've made this massive hole in the air picture for air defense picture for Russia in Crimea. And now they're just picking away at it and making that hole bigger and bigger and bigger. A bit like when you get a hole in a jumper and you just can't leave it alone. And well, now Russia is well aware that Ukraine have, given permission. F me if I don't find that really, really condescending. Being given permission to shoot over the border into the country that's been attacking them for 10 years. Anyway, now that started, they suddenly realised, oh dear, we're not safe over there anymore. Oh, we're not safe. We're going to have to protect Mother Russia more than we protect Crimea because, everybody knows that Crimea is just a sandwich to be given away. Yeah? Sorry. Sarcasm on me today. Yeah, apparently they've no longer the same taste for Crimea as they used to have, and perhaps Belgorod actually requires a bit more air defense now, for real, instead of just having things there shooting into Kharkiv. And I found that hilarious that these guys are being advised to get their families out of Crimea and relocate to the southern military district area because it will be safer for them. Good. Go, all of you. Iwana, welcome.
Thank you, Marcus. And hello, Prince. Yeah, so it's really funny how they make the difference between Russian territory and Russian not so Russian territory, like in illegally annexed territory. And it's not like the Ukrainians are not striking Crimea, and they say, yeah, they are not striking here in Crimea, so let's move those where they are useful. Actually, the Ukrainians are striking in Crimea every day. I believe something happened last night in Jongar, isn't it? So they are striking Crimea every day, but Belgorod is Russia, and Crimea is not so Russia. So let's move to Russia, isn't it?
Well, exactly. They actually, you know how they go on about they don't have borders? Our borders end wherever we think they end, sort of thing. Well, it's amazing how they've gone and hidden back behind their own border, isn't it? As though they think that's going to save them, by the way. But yeah, it's funny how they found their border. Now they're getting their backside kicked. Just a bit of an observation that they seem to understand where that border is when it protects them. But our borders have no limits, except please don't shoot us over here. There's a border. It's all very, what's it called? Hypocritical. That's it. Hypocritical. Iwana?
Yeah, so it's like they needed a looking glass to find the border, and they found it. Following the ATACMS strikes. So, Marcus, I had another subject, and I have to do this because I'm thoroughly ashamed. So I'll better get on with it. I'm sorry to interrupt this very important military update about Ukraine, but there is an update for the elections in Romania. Yesterday, I was very happy that the shocking woman named Shoshaka will not go to the European Parliament. Well, it seems after counting the official votes, and there are a few to count again, a few more to count, but very few. It seems that she will be going to the European Parliament, and the shocking lady is absolutely shocking. So prepare yourself for a circus of the lowest taste possible in European Parliament. Like, she's impressive. She has an impressive appearance, like really impressive appearance. She likes to dress in very impressive ways, and she speaks like gypsy lady on the market, something like this. I don't know how to. I have nothing against the gypsies, but and so yes, I'm very very ashamed
Iona,
because of this. Yeah,
may
go
I ask
ahead.
a question really quick? Can I ask you a
Yes,
question,
yes,
Iona?
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, could she be compared? Could she be called perhaps the Romanian Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, actually, I don't know which one is worse. Uh, I really don't know which one is worse. I think Shoshaka is beating Marjorie Taylor Greene by far. Really, not that she's smart or something like this. By appearance, she's probably quadruple the size of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and also by the volume of shit that she's talking about. So yeah, I have to say this mea culpa. I don't know how she got the 5% votes, but I'm absolutely afraid of seeing her in the European Parliament. That will be something we don't want to watch.
Oh, good
Sometimes,
gracious. Mockers.
though, go on.
I'm just worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm so sorry, Ione. So sorry. It's like oh man. I've seen this woman. I've seen speeches by her, and I know she is very outrageous, but yeah, I'm sorry. Mocker, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, these people, it's sometimes good to have them go and, reveal exactly who they are, because then, people know not to take them seriously. So, in a way, it might actually be funny, because I can imagine she's probably going to cause a few rows. So, at least it won't be dull. Dear, never mind.
Yeah,
So
I was
yeah, it
so
won't be
happy
dull.
yesterday. Sorry, I was so happy yesterday, and I thought that Romanians teach them a lesson. All these, extremists or populist, like just the mouth of them. It's just the mouth, nothing else, nothing solid behind them. No education, no real points, nothing at all. Just the noise. Just big mouth, big noise, big, big. And I was so happy that Romanians teach them a lesson, and they will not go to the European Parliament because they have nothing to do there. But apparently, the polls, the exit polls, quoted them under the threshold of 5%, and I truly believe that people were ashamed to say that they voted for Shosha. I truly believe that for the exit polls, they were ashamed to say, "Yeah, I voted for Shosha." And then after counting the real votes, apparently they are just a little bit over 5%. But again, we are still waiting for the votes from diaspora. And I don't know. I don't know what to say. Maybe something will change. But as it stays now, she will be going to the European Parliament. Yeah, shameful.
Well, we all have our crosses to bear. I mean, look, we had flipping Nigel Farage, and the Irish have had this flipping Claire Daly and Mick Wallace for ages, haven't they? I mean, you've seen that guy Mick Wallace and what he looks like. We've been there, Iwana. It's just your turn. That's all. The Irish took it upon themselves last year. Now it's your turn, I'm afraid. Yeah, there's always one, isn't there? There's always some idiot. But well, anyway. So sorry, I've done something and refreshed my screen. No. Here we go. This'll do. Sorry, I refreshed my screen. I had some. I was just right on there, and then it bogged off on me. So where are we? 839 days, folks, since the beginning of this full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And remember that Ukraine won't give in. But if they did, there would be no Ukraine. But if Russia gives in, there'll be no war. So it's an easy, simple choice, really, isn't it? So anyway, Tim White has been putting out his daily thread again, and it seems he's deboosted. And if you don't follow him, TWMC Ltd is Tim White, and he's a journalist. He's visited Ukraine many times, and he's unwavering in his thread writing. And for that, I thank him because, content. So Monday turned out to be pretty busy, didn't it? There were stories of Russia losing boats, planes, air defense systems. Ridiculous. But of course, all of this sort of overshadows the fact that Ukraine still gets attacked. Maybe not quite as often as now the ammunition and Western missiles are starting to play their part, and Russians are beginning to feel it. Good. So, unfortunately, though, around 2 a.m., an aerial bomb hit Konstantinivka residential area. 5 people were injured, and mostly elderly. So, a man aged 65 and a woman aged 88, were most badly wounded and were taken to hospital. Now, we are still awaiting, obviously, the late arrival of the F-16s. And yet, even though Ukraine doesn't have these aircraft, Russia's Air Force is still having a terrible time. So, news of an SU being shot down near Pokrovsk, that's at SU-25, I think. And, of course, we have evidence of an Su-34 that crashed in North Ossetia, killing the crew. Eternal flight, brothers. So, this shooting down of the Su-25 was done prior to midnight by the looks of things, or at least prior to the numbers being submitted this morning, perhaps, because it is registering in the total losses update. So that's where that aircraft come from, because I was a little bit confuzzled at first, but we are confirming that it is that one that's been declared shot down this morning. So, of course, they're losing over 1,000 men a day as well. So remember that. That's not something that most armies would be able to put up with. Oh, Iwana, go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned that strike in which elderly persons were wounded, and I remember that yesterday, 102 years old lady was hit in Kherson, I believe, and actually there was a double tap attack in Kherson. So imagine being born just after the World War I, living through Stalin, living through the Komsomolizations, living through World War II, and then Holodomor before, and then World War II, living through the famine after World War II, and reaching 102 years old and being hit in your home by the Russians at 102. So imagine that.
Blimey. At that point, you've got to feel as though they're aiming specifically for you. Crumbs. Yeah. To have every part of their life marred by Russian interference, one way or another. Yeah. And you just think, you're retired, you're elderly, done with all of that now. And yeah, along comes Russia again. No wonder these people really don't like having Russia as a neighbour. I've noticed that. An awful lot of the countries surrounding Russia really don't appreciate them as a neighbour. It's a them problem, and they think it's a everybody else's problem. It really is them, isn't it? Oh well. So, for the majority of Ukraine last night, it was kind of quiet. So, the loss of air defence and missile systems has had an effect on Russia. But of course, now they're bringing out cruise missile carrying ships again in the Black Sea. And, well, that might be a really bad idea, because I'm pretty sure Ukraine still have sea drones. Pretty sure they didn't take any of those out. But there we go. Now, I believe our guest may be arriving as I speak. So we're going to have a little update with regards to Georgia, and hopefully Marika can tell us what she's been up to for the past week. Because, she snubbed us and everything last Wednesday. No, joke. She was very busy girl all week. So as a result of being extremely busy, she wasn't able to make it. And it's lovely to see that you've been able to carve out a little bit of time for us. Welcome up, Marika.
Thank you, Mockers. Hello, everyone. Nice to be back here. Really appreciate it. And have a good morning. Yeah, Slava Ukraini. So about Georgia, yeah, there are several different things. The Georgian charter by the president, the draft by the president for the opposition parties was signed by most pro-Western parties. Then also the Georgian Dream got visa restrictions imposed by the United States. Of course, not everyone, but they don't know the who the individuals are. So unless they apply for a visa or like attempt to enter the United States, they will not know who they are, the sanctioned persons. So it's actually really fun and nice because everyone behaves like sanctioned now, or doesn't know what to say because whether they are already included or not, whether they can avoid it still or not. Yeah, so I think those are the two main issues. And then there are also some other minor issues, like the EU ambassador said that the visa-free regime to the European Union might be suspended, that it's also an option. Also, at the UN resolution of about the right of return of Georgians to the occupied territories, China abstained and Iran abstained, and Armenia for the first time voted in favor. But Armenia didn't get any gratitude from Georgian officials. It was China. Georgian prime minister said that he was grateful to China for maintaining previous position, abstention, and then the speaker of the parliament said that in this case, for us, abstention means support. And one comedian had a really funny episode about this, like redefinition of abstention and support. So, boys, if only you abstained, that would have been a support also to the Russian law. So that's what you should have done. Yeah, and well, there's also some preparations for elections. Georgian opposition parties addressed the Congressman Joe Wilson with the request to expand like um, adequate human and material resources in long-term observations for elections in Georgia. Then the president said that many voters abroad have been arbitrarily removed from the consular registry. And they need to check whether they're still there, whether they're still able to vote. Also, more and more people are discovering that some random individuals are registered at their place, at their homes for elections. Yesterday, someone posted that at his home, up to 100 souls were registered. So, which means that they are just coming up with non-existent people, or doing a gerrymandering, which means like, if anyone doesn't know the term, which means that somebody from some Western provinces might be added to Tbilisi precinct, so that the votes in Tbilisi are casted in the favor of the Georgian dream, like geographic playing with the votes where needed. So they also proceeded with some anti-NATO rhetoric that that the Article 5 does not really guarantee automatic protection, and that the Georgian translation of this text is bad. Oh, by the way, my neighbors have some construction, so I apologize for some noise that you might be hearing. Anyway, yeah, that's it. And then there was also a physical attack on a student activist. Yeah, right at the university. Well, the Georgian Charter, just to go back to this, it's the president's proposed charter about it's like a roadmap and a way out on what to do, and it gives parties a common platform to agree on some basic things like reforms, judiciary, police security reforms, anti-corruption reforms, also abolishing all the package of laws that's been adopted by the Georgian Dream that harms Georgia, like Russian-style legislation. And also it implies snap elections very soon after the reforms are launched. Yeah, and most opposition parties joined the charter, there are two notable exceptions, but I think like it's possible to. I mean, the charter still is very, very much viable, and in Georgia, many people, especially those people who are confused in elections and aren't necessarily supporters of any neither strong opposition nor strong GD, they took this charter as some sign of hope and something to be almost like cherished. So that's good. That means it has high trust. Yeah, and some people say that not signing it by some of the parties, like two parties, was some sort of a tactical issue because they didn't agree with the snap elections. But I don't know. For me, it's nothing about tactics here. It's very much strategic, and it means a lot when you sign it or not sign it, for that matter. Other laws that will be cancelled by the next government, well, essentially, is that right now the Georgian Dream is having a whole package of Russian inspired legislation, basically. It's well, the Russian law, the foreign agents law, the famous one. Also, it's the offshores law. So all assets that are brought to Georgia from offshores, they will be freed from taxes and duties, which in the hands of some patriotic libertarian government could be amazing. But in the hands of Georgian Dream, it just means that they will be giving a safe haven for their fellow oligarch friends and Russian oligarchs and beyond. And yeah, Georgia is currently used as a loophole by Russia to just like have its money here, and for sanctions evasion. Then also they initiated anti-LGBT legislation, which is very extensive. It prohibits basically assembly and manifestation for LGBT people, and also anything related with so-called LGBT propaganda, even in the movies, um, like gay kissing or anything related will be also cut out from the cinemas as well. Yeah, in initially, actually, the LGBT anti-LGBT legislation was announced by the Georgian Dream even before the Russian law was back in early April, and back then, I think somehow automatically, without much discussion, civil society and the opposition did a wise thing by just of course, no one would let GD like actually abuse LGBT people without protection and without protest, but the topic wasn't really picked up by the CSOs as much as the Georgian Dream hoped, because, well, Russian law is not a divisive issue. It's consolidates the society, as we see. While LGBT, even though I'm pretty sure that Georgia is today much more liberal than it was like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it's still a divisive issue. So they were hoping that they could label CSOs as all LGBT. But yeah, CSOs didn't really join them in this narrative. And I remember GD was really pissed off for several days and a week. They were like, so why isn't anyone commenting on our anti-LGBT initiative? Speak up. So they were public about their discontent. Then they tried to couple the LGBT with the Russian law. I hear there have been many priests at the various churches, especially in villages, who advocated for the adoption of the Russian law because that would protect Georgia from LGBT. So yeah, they really try to couple the two topics, but for now, at least, they have not been successful in that. Yeah, and sanctions, they have become quite hysterical after the sanctions. Their propaganda is publicly lashing out at the United States. one of the propagandists now said that, okay, the United States sucks anyway, guys, China is the new tomorrow for us, and let's everyone keep focus on China because it's the cool thing now. So yeah, and some attacks continue. Also, some there are ongoing court cases against activists, and oh yeah, we had this big rally for paying fines for those fined. I think up to 1 million lari, like 300,000 US dollars was in some needed to pay the fines, if I'm not mistaken. And there was this big concert. I also shared the link of donation, and probably many of you saw it. And yeah, I think they're still gathering money, and it's going quite okay. So it's a good solidarity gesture. People, again, everyone is very determined. So just because there are no ongoing protests outside, it does not mean that we have anyhow lost the spirit. Quite the opposite. Like, everyone is just outraged. Like, why are we sitting home? We should be like removing the government immediately. But yeah, that's what it is today. Because of course, protests also need some aim, and now we're trying to focus our energy on elections. Again, no one really has an illusion that elections will be free and fair. However, we keep hoping that with the internal and external pressure, they will be cracking before October, so that they cannot rig as much as they're planning. And sanctions and travel bans, especially on families, is very important in cracking them. I hope the European Union follows the United States. And even if it's necessary to sideline Hungary, I believe that it should. Like, some people say that the EU doesn't want to sideline Hungary unless it's an absolute necessity. I think this is an absolute necessity because, well, as I've said many times before, the illiberal laws will just appear in Europe, in the EU states already, and definitely the Western Balkans if Georgians don't win now, and autocrats know that. The what's the name? Dodik of the Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He withdrew the same foreign agents law for some time. He said that it will be reintroduced some other date, and I'm pretty sure he'll be watching what happens to the Georgian dream, and whether they hold on to power, whether they survive politically, to then introduce or not introduce the law again. So I think a lot is at stake for Europe. So they should be sidelining Hungary, in my opinion, in imposing sanctions individually on Georgians, like enablers of the Russian regime. And by the way, there was news that one judge who was he had U.S. travel bans imposed last year. He was the first one to get sanctions last year. He wasn't admitted into Germany, so we don't have a rock solid proof, but there are many witnesses who state that he was not admitted to Germany, and then journalistic reports, also confirmed that. So it's great if US sanctions de facto also mean European Union sanctions. That would be really cool if, because right now the Georgian dream, they're trying to downplay the importance of the United States. They're saying that, no, we are afraid of flying anyway, or whatever. Like, I've already been to America anyway, so as long as we have Europe, that's their logic. And another logic is that Trump will come to power and remove all sanctions from us, which isn't really how the United States operates. And also, Senator Jean Shaheen said that in her bill, the Georgian People's Act, that is in the Senate, she will make sure to make the sanctions permanent. Yeah, and and yes, like, would be real nice if they don't have Europe remaining either. I think that's it, and I talked too much anyway. If you have any questions and follow-ups or comments, criticisms, please let me know.
Well, lovely to have you come and give us an update. Thank you so much, Marika. I just wanted to comment on some guy was giving you a hard time yesterday, and I was going to jump in and give him a hard time back for you. And then I noticed that you'd already slapped him around extremely well already. So I just left him a meme laughing at him because there was nothing else I could say. You'd already eviscerated the guy. There was no need for me to jump in. So I just wanted to say congratulations.
Was this the guy who was asking if Drua Party was funded by foreign agents or something?
Thanks a lot, guys. Well, yeah, apparently a couple of years ago, I made a really, really bad comment about Karabakh. And I definitely did not mean it as it looked, but I do realize how bad it looked. And yeah, I apologize unconditionally to Armenians. It was about that. So essentially, that some Azerbaijani guy pissed me off and he was being aggressive. And I said, like, and he also asked, like, do you support Azerbaijan's territorial integrity? And I said, yes, well, as a Georgian, of course, yeah, I do. So, like, that's why if you really want to shell someone, like, please be contained in your borders and and not Armenia proper. So it sounded like I endorsed attacks against Armenians in Karabakh, which later really, in retrospect, turned out even worse because, like, they were ethnically cleansed in 2023. But yeah, definitely I didn't mean that, but it doesn't really matter how I meant it because it sounded really bad. Anyway, I only can do that. I can apologize and hope that it's accepted. Yeah, so of course, some people capitalized on that. One of those was that guy. I actually don't really get which guy you mean. Was it the Alex Ruberstein? Because, like, there were quite many at some point. Yeah, so my problem with that, not to get too personal into this, but yeah, I understand, like, of course, I needed to address that issue at some point, but like the manner through which somebody throw it up, like put it on the surface, I really did not like that. So instead of, so they claim to be NAFO, I guess, NAFO, like one of us, and like instead of, I don't know, treating me as a co-warrior and figuring out what I meant or something, they just immediately began replying that comment to every Armenian in my comment sections, wishing me good luck in Yerevan. And also, it wasn't just about Armenians. They also replied other comments to other peoples, like North Caucasians. But that one wasn't that much to argue about. Anyway, if anyone is more curious about the incident and then how, in my eyes, that person, like, behaved, then you are very much welcome to DM me and I can tell you the story. But yeah, I won't take much more of this. It's definitely unfortunate, but what can we do? That's it. Yeah.
James, go ahead.
Hey, Ming. Hi, Marika. Nice to see you, and thank you for coming here this first time I've been able to listen to you. And it sounds like to me that Georgia is where I think America will be in the next election cycle if things go wrong. And so I wondered if you had any tips about how you kind of could foresee this. Perhaps you did, perhaps you've explained it, but I didn't see it. So, anyways, and the other thought I had about this was that the tool that was being protested here, the law against the foreign agents, in many respects, there's a bit of validity in it about like if this is turned back on Russia as a tool to punish Russia for what they do, then this kind of law makes sense when it's just a general application across the board. Uh, the undue influence is one thing, and that's what Russia does. And influencing another country, I think there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with kind of being out there projecting into other people's space. And I think there's a lot of that that goes on in the world. And most of it is relatively harmless. So, anyways, those were my comments. I didn't really have a specific question except, well, no, I don't have a question really.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I don't know what tips I can give to the United States. It's a very different system, and well, checks and balances naturally have to be working better there than in Georgia. It's still like been more than 200 years, more than 250 now that the United States has been operating. So really hard to recommend anything other than, well, yeah, we have to stay very alert to influences from the like tyrannical regimes and their agents. Yes, so it's boils down to education and intuition, I guess, and which is very hard to provide to people. So yeah, I think just raising awareness and activism is very important in every country. As for whether the law can be used some other time against Russia, well, well, I don't really see necessity in this law at all because the transparency is there guaranteed anyway. And by the way, Georgia's ombudsman, who was appointed by the Georgian Dream, he also said and issued a statement that it's not necessary for transparency. And well, like in theory, there could be a law against Russian influences, like boiled down to specifically Russian influences and I don't know, maybe Chinese influences. But in practice, however, I'm not even sure whether that kind of law is very necessary at all because like Russians, they don't really operate transparent, like how to say, they don't really fund organizations anyway. They just like, I don't know, bring cash to them and do other sorts of unlawful and illegal activities to sustain their influence and to keep their people satisfied here. So it's not that much um, about legal activities that could or could not be transparent. Plus, there won't even be. I'm sure that they whenever the Georgian Dream is gone, the Russian influences in Georgia are largely going to disappear, like Arya Stark killed the Night King in the Game of Thrones, and everything disappeared. Um, because for now the Russian influence in Georgia is very much top down, like narrated from the government down. And the government is also the umbrella and the protection of the Church of Georgia, which unfortunately its leadership is pro-Russian. Yes. So once the government, pro-Russian government, is gone, then there's like Russia doesn't have resources in the society for any further influences, and the church will also have to address their own self-reformation issues in that regard because it won't have any external protection anymore. So I don't really see why the law would be necessary. after the GD leaves. Especially that now it has become so sensitive, such a sensitive issue that I suppose that subsequent governments would really avoid any sort of law about transparency of influence. Well, however, on the other hand, I don't know, maybe suddenly someone decides to introduce a bill against Russian influences. But it definitely will have to be a different bill. This one is not tailored to suit the actual needs against Russian influences, because this one is really extensive. So it will have to be changed. And even so, this text, even if it implied just pro-Russian organizations, it still has big human rights concerns. So even in that regard, I don't think this text is okay, because like it gives the government loophole to make you declare even other people's sex lives information and fine you with really huge fines if you don't. So yeah, it's a bad law in any case. Um, that's it, I guess. Thanks for the comment and question. If there are any other questions.
Yes, so Marika, I wanted to ask you, so last week you were in Yerevan in Armenia, and so Armenia and Georgia are both extremely interesting countries in the sense that they're ethnically very easily identifiable with their own culture, etc. But similar shared histories, obviously, being in that part of the woods in the Caucasus. And Armenia, it always strikes me. I've actually driven from Tbilisi to Yerevan, probably the same trip you did last week. But I was curious. So Armenia has had so many tragedies, obviously, with the genocide under the Ottomans, the Ottoman Turks. Then I think the terrible earthquake they had in '88. So when I was there 10 years later, people were still living in shipping containers. And apparently that earthquake was, they're still suffering from the effects of that today. And then, of course, Nagorno-Karabakh. I don't want to go into Nagorno-Karabakh in detail or anything, but are there similar groundswells in Armenia to the ones we've been seeing in Georgia? A young, positive movement driven to affect change in a positive way. Because one of the tragedies of Armenia seems to me that their demonstrations are often a manifestation of a slightly ugly nationalism.
Yes, thank you. It's actually a really good observation and question. So, as people who are with me noted, it's the first time in centuries, if not a millennium, that the statehood interests of Armenia and Georgia coincided. So maybe it's an exaggeration, but in our living memory, for sure, like Armenia used to be a Russian satellite. Well, on paper it still is, but essentially no. And it's just like so we were there on a business trip, and it was a disaster for me to realize that, no offense to Armenia, but a country that is officially a CSTO member and the Eurasian Economic Union member and has a legal Russian base, I felt they're much more free from Russia than in Georgia. So it was an absolute absurd and very tragic. And Armenians, they also underlined there that they would never have imagined to be aiding Georgians in this situation with some trainings and stuff, because for the longest time they would look up to us in terms of reform and so on. Yeah, it's really yeah, and I totally, in some way, I totally felt like an asylum seeker there. It wasn't nothing legally, but like just the feeling that I've left the country, and now I'm in this country which is much more free, and I'm getting some tips and trainings from them. It was just insane, because Georgians are not used to that. Like, we are used to feel that we are regional leaders, and suddenly, like, no, nothing remotely similar to that. I have a newfound respect for every refugee and asylum seeker, really. So even though I had been in contact with a Belarusian community in Georgia and some others who identify as refugees, like, apparently you don't really get what they are feeling unless you get really close to that. I'm not claiming that I fully feel what Belarusians feel, but I got a taste of it to some degree, and it's really terrible, the feeling of losing the country, yeah, and being somewhere else. So as for Armenia proper, right now the government, they are quite, how to say, like, I don't know what terminology is more politically correct in Armenia's case, but in our language, they are quite anti-Russian and pro-Western. So they have, so Russians, they don't have a government here. That is why opposition is largely what Russia relies on. So I've been explained too that not everyone who is against the government is supporting Russia, for sure. Anti-Russian sentiment in Armenia is record high right now. I think it's around 66% or maybe even more, if I'm not mistaken. So there's various discontents with the existing government for domestic issues, for handling of Karabakh and so on. But the issue is that Russia manages to hijack most opposition movements, if not all, even when it's not meant as a pro-Russian or anything. So that is why the protests that we see in Armenia are different from protests that we see in Georgia, because the social fabric, or like organizers, are different. Like, to say very simplistically, in Armenia, who was it? Alexander Dugin, the Russian propagandist, said that in Georgia it's foreign agents who are protesting, and in Armenia it's patriots. So we can make conclusions from this. Again, though, it doesn't really mean that all Armenian protesters individually are like pro-Russian or anything, but Russia does still manage to hijack all protest movements altogether. So in that sense, yes, again, and civil society in Armenia, and I don't know, maybe some youth activists, they are more on the government side than on the opposition side. So there's nothing to protest in that regard. And I've heard that the government, they cooperate with civil society and listen to them and take their advices to some degree, at least. Well, again, there are also, of course, some discontent with the government, but overall, the picture is that Armenians, they do not want the old guard back, and they do not want anyone who's associated with the old elite, like pre-revolution corruption, pro-Russian nepotistic elite, and somehow more or less, all opposition fits under that eventually. And so even if they are unhappy with Pashinyan, they keep him there, and what they are waiting for, from what I understand, is that there will be someone else from the democratic camp, not from this Russia associates, who will be a viable alternative to Pashinyan. So they have elections in 2026, I think, and let's see what happens before then. But the overarching sentiment in Armenia is that if Georgia is doomed now, then nothing good is waiting for Armenia, either because, like, finally they are getting out of the Russian grip, but Georgia is on their only land connection with Europe, so they depend on it like fully. So if Georgia is like on the Russian orbit, then Armenia will have a really tough time. So they were so upset that in December 2023, when Georgia got the EU candidate status, they thought that, oh, Georgia will be joining soon and Armenia will be following step in step. But now they were the ones aiding and helping us, and all of us who were like, it was so alien. Like, I can't really express with words how alien that was, but I'm also very, very grateful. And yes, this is the first time, as I said, that in a long time that Georgia's and Armenia's state interests align, and we have a chance to fight for our common democratic, free future, European future together. So we have a newfound bond in each other, and it's great actually. Like it's a great process to observe, and apparently it also annoys a lot of people, as I experienced it on my own skin. So yeah, if you have any questions.
So,
Thank you.
in fact, you might be an Armenian foreign agent, Marika.
Yeah, I think now I am. Yes.
Well, wear it with pride, eh? Wear it with pride. Yeah, thanks very much. If you're labeling me a foreign agent, it's because you obviously, yeah, you know, they're trying to use their Russian words against you, and that shows you're doing the right thing. So, yeah, when you see that nonsense, remember that, you know, well, you're very capable at slapping them around yourself, but remember there's a whole host of NAFO doggies out there who will also come give you a hand. And I've just missed the bin men, in case you can hear all that noise going on in the background. Flipping heck, done it again. Never mind.
Thank you so much. Thanks. It means a lot, really.
Will, my lovely, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. Hi, Marika. Boy, it's interesting to see how long all of the protests and the nation building and all the input, the effort that people in Georgia are putting out on this, and I hope you guys are all able to sustain yourself. But what's your concrete plan to deal with things like the gerrymandering? They're pulling out all the stops here, it looks like. Have you guys got a good, solid plan for how you're going to counter the disinformation from Russia and Georgian Dream, and address the tactics they're doing, like gerrymandering, to make sure that the opposition parties can do really well in the next election?
Well, other than sanctions and travel bans, which is hopefully there to correct them, we really need observation missions, so external and internal. The point is that maybe many observing NGOs will be closed down by the elections with this law, because many NGOs pledged that they would not be registering as foreign agents, because that's just like insults and existential insult. So if they're not registering, I don't know what the procedural side of it is in terms of dates, but it's quite possible that many NGOs will have to close down, and that has been suggested as one of the reasons why it was introduced in the first place, so that there are no observers at the elections, essentially. Well, in that case, like, I probably would it's not something that I've heard from the opposition, but I would just like set up some NGO and crowd fund it with the Georgian money to actually do the observation. And external observations are also extremely important. Participation is very important. So we need more people to participate than before. The youth has been quite passive in previous elections, and now hopefully they are not passive anymore, because like they do feel the existential threat. For the longest time, about the protests in Georgia, because we have always had some protests, some of them quite big. The question was that where's the youth? Where's the youth? Because the demographic of the protest was quite middle-aged. So the answer turned out to be that the youth didn't care until it felt political and about parties, but they do care very much when it's beyond parties and existential. So youth participation will be very important, observation missions, internal and external, and participation of Georgians abroad. So if there's a really big wave of voters in general, it will definitely be harder to rig it, or for gerrymandering or anything to affect it. The Georgian voters abroad, they have really big impediments. They usually have to cover hundreds of kilometers, and we only have one-day elections on Saturday, I guess, and Saturday is a working day for many Georgians in services abroad. And many of them are there illegally, and the government propaganda tries to convince them that if they vote, then the local immigration services will deport them. So I'm just not even listing everything because it's a huge issue. So it's a big issue of Georgian voters being included abroad, and so the population of Georgia is 3.7 million, and there are like 100,000 people out of Georgia who are eligible to vote, as far as I remember. So it's a really huge share of electorate who is not adequately equipped with voting, and um, people already have some initiatives. So it's good that it's not so top down, and just as the protests, these initiatives are also very grassroots. There are people and students who are like getting into groups to be volunteers about election monitoring. There are also Georgian voters abroad who who are now beginning the initiative that they will be offering each other overnight stays at homes, because like as I said, the voting stations are quite far away for many. So some might be like laying over to other Georgians places. And the idea comes from at the protests. There's a Facebook group about people, Tbilisi population letting others stay in their places, so those who arrived to Tbilisi for protests. And well, I would like to underline external observations. It's really important, I would say crucial. And if and when the elections are rigged, then definitely OSCE and other Western observers, they must not legitimize the elections for the Georgian dream, even if they think that it's serving the good for the people of Georgia. That, for example, a country whose elections have been recognized illegitimate cannot proceed to accession talks for some time, even if they think that still, if the elections are rigged, they should not legitimize it, because like many people in Georgia, many useful idiots, or just like undercovers, they will be using it as like as an argument to blame people and opposition for like wanting blood, wanting revolution. They couldn't win elections, so now they want blood and revolution. So it would be nice if the GD is isolated externally, as well as if those people don't have any arguments inside the country. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't think of any other thing, any other issue for elections right now. But yeah, that's it. And James has a question.
Yes, Marika, thank you for that. Well, first, I really sympathize with your plight, and I'm wondering what you're hoping the rest of the world will do to help out. I think there's some things, you know, us doing what we do is sort of helpful, and we get to focus on you because it's right, you know, basically next door to Ukraine, and it's part of that mission. Same fight going on, same enemy. So it's important to do for that. But beyond that, I wonder what else you can think of that you'd like the larger world to do for you, for Georgia.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Well, I would say that right now there are several important things. Ensuring election monitoring. So, if you have any access to those responsible for it, maybe a conversation with them, ensure that Georgia stays in the foreign media, and it's not a big jump from May to October then. Although I realize it's hard to maintain momentum for Georgia right now because it's confusing what's happening, and things are a little bit in the air now. Um, and well, advocating for sanctions and travel bans also on family members of the Georgian dream, and particularly advocating with the Europeans to sideline Hungary if necessary. I think that's very important. And the election observation. Well, it should be explained to Europeans that it's not just Georgia, and that yes, similar laws are coming to the Western Balkans and the EU states, um, if Georgians don't win. And for Russia, Georgia is now the uh, testing ground, and for like Ukraine protects the world militarily right now, but the civil liberties of many states might be decided in Georgia now. Actually, it is decided in Georgia now. Um, so it should be viewed in that prism. It should be viewed as something bigger than it seems, because it is bigger than it seems. So I think if all of that is communicated, yeah, then that would be great. Thanks. And many of you have been really helpful with the donations also to the people fined by the regime. And I remember many of you donated when I shared the link in the beginning of June. So thank you very much.
If I may, I would just ask additionally. Well, first of all, thank you for that reply. That's a lot. It's not too much, though. It's the right thing. My comment uh, would be that one of the reasons this is bigger than it looks is because of the enemy that you're fighting, and I make that argument about Ukraine too. The enemy that you guys are battling is very poisonous to mankind, to humankind, and so I think it's important for that reason. And you like Ukraine are very close to the mouth of the dragon, if you like. And or no, I don't know what I mean. The root of the water, or whatever it is, that source of evil that kind of courses across the world. So you're in a position to that where you, one way or the other, have to resist it more directly than most countries like Syria, like Sudan, and others that are affected by Russia. So I think that's why your story with Ukraine, it's your proximity to the enemy that makes it a very pertinent global issue.
Yeah, definitely. The last 30 years, Ukraine and us have had a lot in common. The trajectory of development, more or less, the enemy, even like back in the 1992 when we were like newly regained independence, and there was war in Abkhazia, which Russia supported heavily, also with equipment. There were many Ukrainians fighting there because even back then they realized that if Georgia lost, Ukraine would be the next one someday. So yeah, nothing really fosters bonding as much as a shared fate. And that's why Georgians have been fighting in Ukraine since 2014. Um, and what the Georgian Dream did, and one of the most malicious things they did, was that they decoupled Georgia from Ukraine, first in rhetorics and now in practice as well, because Ukraine is one step ahead in terms of the accession negotiations. Oh, by the way, congratulations with accession negotiations opening for Ukraine and Moldova. That's great. I hope Georgia will be able to catch up soon. For Georgia, given that Armenia and Azerbaijan were on a different path of development and alignments, it was being in the same basket with Ukraine and Moldova that was basically a guarantee for Georgia's relevance geopolitically. And irrelevant Georgia is really bad. It's just a prey to Russia. So for the longest time, the trio was one of the main issues for Georgia, and Georgia got Western support also through the package of the trio. But the Georgian Dream, they decoupled Georgia from Ukraine ever since 2014. Back then, the Prime Minister Garibashvili, he was on the BBC, and in an interview he said, "Oh no, the Crimea and Donbass, it's not really the same with what's happening in Georgia, and we have a plan how to deal with Russia. We know how to deal with Russia." And the BBC host was quite like, he couldn't believe his ears. And then with how things turned out, we are one step behind Ukraine in EU accession. So actually, when the war broke out, the full-scale war, of course, in 2022, one of the main fears of us, the like democratic liberal Georgians, was that that's it. Georgia was cut off from Ukraine because of the rhetorics of our government, the anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian rhetorics, and so on. So one of our main fears was that yes, the world and Europe was realigned, and we were staying behind the Iron Curtain, also because of irrelevance. Well, right now, I think one of the best things the protests did is that it put Georgia back in the same context with Ukraine. And I remembered now that initially when I began posting and when the protests began, and when I was first um, given this platform, MriyaReport, for which I'm very grateful. One of my first requests was that to communicate to people that Georgia and Ukraine are in the same context and should be put together. So even like a couple of months ago, it wasn't guaranteed. But now I think it is, like, people see Georgia and Ukraine together again, and so many have on Twitter also flags of Georgia and Ukraine, and um, uh, Ukrainians and Georgians, they are together in rallies, in diaspora communities, protesting. So that's really amazing. Yeah, so it's just a big comment about Georgia and Ukraine, but I felt it was necessary to say. And I don't know if all of you are aware, but in 2008, when there was the full-scale invasion of Georgia, and the Russian army was aiming to march on Tbilisi, the capital, Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko, Lech Kaczynski of Poland, and the Baltic presidents, Thomas Hendrik Ilves, also the Estonian president, who's very active on Twitter, they arrived to Georgia and stood in front of the Georgian crowds at Rustaveli Avenue, the same avenue we're protesting now, because they understood that Ukraine was next, and that's exactly what they spoke, how they addressed the public. Yeah, and yeah, it's and then the tragedy that I don't think is a tragedy at all in terms of deliberation. It's probably very much deliberate action that happened mm, to the Polish president Kaczynski followed. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Well, I hope you catch up with Ukraine. I hope you get to the EU, and with the war and the peace plan that Ukraine is working on, hopefully there's some part of that platform that will help you guys as well. I think it will in the long run. So I'm looking forward to better times for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Ming, my lovely, do you have anything you would like to grill Marika on at this moment in time?
No, so I was going to ask GeoLens, our request to speak. He seems very focused on the area. Are you on a desktop? Because normally if you put your hand up, more than welcome to ask a question.
Well, thank you very much. I'm first time joining this kind of conversation. Thanks a lot. Hi, Marika. I have a quick question. Yes, I'm also focusing on Georgia, more looking at geopolitics and security, wider regional issues. But in this case, Marika, what are the processes among the political parties at the moment to translate these grassroots, very honest protests into political action? What are the dynamics? Because you and I, we know there are many parties who won't be able to cross the threshold of 5%. And what are the tactical or strategic discussions at the moment in Georgia on the political arena? Thanks. And thanks a lot for everything you're doing, especially cross-regional initiatives to connect like-minded people. Thanks a lot for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind comments. Oh, that question is so necessary, but I dread answering it because I don't really have a like consolidated good answer on that. So in the opposition, there is now the process of who aligns with whom. Yes, the threshold of 5% is extremely high for Georgia, and not so many parties will cross it if they go individually. So all parties understand that they will have to align with someone. By the way, alliances are also not allowed. So legally, parties who join together, they will have to legally become same parties, one party. Yeah, so there's I think the main question now is whether it will be a one big unity with all pro-Western parties together, or whether there will be several alliances, like in Poland, 2, 3, or 4 poles within the opposition. Probably 3 is, in that case, probably 3 is more viable. So there's disagreement on that. One big unity or several poles, but definitely, well, I hope everyone realizes, and they seem to realize that they can't run alone. The problem with the big unity is that some opposition parties, especially Ahali and Lelo for Georgia, they insist that people will not be voting for any configuration where there is the United National Movement, the Saakashvili's party, former president's party. I understand that concern, of course, and I think that we have to do really rigorous sociology with very tailored questions, because UNM now says that they don't have a problem about anything. They will be giving up anything to be in the big unity. So they don't have ambitions about positions and the amount of people they put in the list and so on. So they're basically, yeah, like giving up on, like, fully open to any condition that others put on them. So we should tailor the questions to the people like that. So would you agree about the big unity if the UNM does this and that, if they pledge to not do this and that? Because usually when they say big unity, people think that it's the rest of the opposition joining the UNM, but in reality, what is being discussed is quite the opposite. The UNM essentially being neutralized by the rest of the opposition. So that should be communicated well, and that should be tailored well in the questions in the sociology. Also, I'm not fully sure that some people, some individuals who say that people will not be voting for the UNM coalition uh, are actually fearing that that's the case. I am afraid that some people they just like use UNM as an excuse, and they have some personal grievances with the UNM, and they're not over the personal grievances, and then they just like project it on politics, because like UNM is a good boogeyman in Georgia, you know. So it is a factor to consider whether people will vote for the big coalition with UNM, but it seems to me that some people do it in a very bad prism, in a personal grievances prism within the in relations to UNM, and not the actual fear that maybe people will not be voting. Also, I have personally a problem with the fact that I also addressed this to one of the parties. So okay, like you are saying that your people, like your voters, do not want UNM, but have you tried to communicate that it's Russia or Europe? And what did they answer you then? That if the choice is Russia and Europe, they will stay at home, or what will they do? So it just seems to me that some parties are inherently closed to the idea of big unity, although there are several polls suggesting that that is a bigger guarantee of victory than fragmented, like even 2-3 polls. But in any case, like okay, if the big unity cannot be done, then at least 2 or 3 polls should be done. But then there's also the question of, oh my god, so the former Prime Minister Gaharia's party for Georgia, they did not sign the Georgian charter by the president. So is this an impediment for Gacharia to join forces with any other party, because other parties did sign the charter? So like is it okay that um, two parties join and essentially become one party, and one of them has signed the charter, another hasn't? Because it's a problem if Gacharia is running alone. um, I don't think any party should run alone at the risk of not crossing it, and I don't think any party other than UNM has a um, guaranteed threshold crossing. So, uh, oh my God, it's really complicated, and it's the Achilles heel, as we say in Georgia, of Georgia's liberation struggle. It's unfortunately the opposition which is the weakest at this point. The public seems quite good and in spirit. The president is doing her best, certainly stepped up more than I could ever imagine. And I had the chance to thank her personally after the signing of the charter. I had the pleasure to be invited at the reception, and I was really glad to have the opportunity to thank her. And suddenly, yeah, the opposition is the weak weak point in all of this. Uh, so people really want to know when the opposition will have the final configuration, um, and all of the legitimate questions that unfortunately I can't really answer, because um, so many variables, a lot of changed minds. And yeah, I wish I could be more specific and more, yeah, enthusiastic in this, but that's what it is, unfortunately. Hopefully it gets sorted out before October 26th. Yeah, thank you.
So, Marika, to summarize, internally, George is very focused on putting a unity platform together amongst the opposition parties. But from our perspective, stay laser focused on sanctions, individual sanctions on the Georgian Dream members, etc., and election transparency. That's the core focus, isn't it, going forward for the rest of the year?
Yes, definitely. So internally, it's internal observation of elections and the opposition getting their stuff together. And sounds funny from an opposition party representative, but my party is not an impediment to anything. We are open to everything. So yeah, and externally, sanctions, travel bans, and election monitoring. Yes. Also, if we could maintain press presence, that would be great. But I understand that the press, they have their own agenda and they won't be producing news just because someone pressed them or asked them. And there's not much news to produce at this point. However, still, if you have any contacts with press, it would be nice to just yeah, like if they can do a like in between update from May to October in Georgia, that would be nice. And about sanctions, I'll just underline once again that that if need be, Hungary should be sidelined. So when a friend told me from European institutions that they really do not want to sideline Hungary in many issues, but this is one of the issues. Yeah, I think it should be because, as I said, it's a regional issue. So yeah.
So from a press perspective, Marika, I was thinking it's difficult for them. They always need an angle, but an interim story, a good interim story, might be if you went after these election registrations that are fake, the gerrymandering that you mentioned. If you collected a number of those sorts of stories, that might be an interesting thing for a journalist to run with in the run-in to the elections.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I could put together some of the how elections are already being manipulated pieces. Yeah, thank you. I'll try to get that published somewhere. Yeah.
So, Marika, once again, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. It's been absolutely fascinating, a real pleasure as ever. And hopefully next week you'll be able to join us again.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure, really. And everyone have a great day. So hopefully see you next week. That would be great. Thanks again and good luck.
Always lovely to hear from you, Marika. And you carry on smacking those vatniks around. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you so much. Your support and understanding means a lot. And also the Armenian friends and followers that I've had for quite a while, they also all seem understanding. And that's the most valuable for me. Like those people who have engaged with me for a couple of times, they all seem understanding. And even some who don't know me, I actually got a lot of Armenian followers this morning. So yeah, not all hope is lost in that regard, and happy to see that. Thank you so much for everything and see you.
See you again, hopefully soon. And yeah, keep up the good fight, my love. Keep it up.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. So that indeed was a little update from Georgia, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Now I have a few bits and bobs, like I do. One of the reasons why I was a little quiet there was because I was storing up a bit of information. So here's what I have. In St. Petersburg, in Russia, there has been an electrical bavovna. So the SKA arena has been damaged by fire on the night of June the 9th. There was a fire in the bowl of the sports complex, about 225 square meters, due to a wiring fault. An Italian-made advertising media service caught fire. It wasn't Russian. Definitely wasn't anything to do with them. Must have been the Italian media thing. For all we know, it was sabotaged or just old. Anyway, part of the stands and the hockey board were damaged, and traditionally no casualties reported, of course. But that's not the only fire that's been going on. In fact, one of them was very tenacious indeed. A fire in the Voronezh region. Now, this fire didn't just restart once, it restarted twice. And I had a little word with Genesis Man about this because I was like, did somebody really, really, really want this place to burn down? Or are they just that bad at firefighting? And the answer was they're just that bad at firefighting because basically it's called what is known in the trade for firefighting as a recall. If you are recalled to a fire, you didn't extinguish it properly the first time. And it's something that happens, if you don't dig out the embers and damp everything down and you walk away before all that's done, basically it will reignite if there's any fuel or enough oxygen to get it going again, because the embers are still very hot. And leaving something smouldering, really kind of a bad idea. And that's another training issue for the firefighters there, those shiny new firefighters, learning on the job, it seems. So what happens if you just extinguish the flames and then walk away is you leave a load of hot spots and they reignite, as has been noted. Now, to have it happen once, especially somewhere like the UK, would be considered a massive F-up. And you would get hauled over the coals for not doing your job properly the first time. To have it happen twice is ridiculous. So there you go. That just goes to show the level of training and experience these new guys have in their shiny new uniforms. A little bit rubbish. So, thank you very much, Beefeater. He sent me some information about some Georgian press and the context of propaganda, and I will have a little read through it and just see if I need to say every word or whether I can paraphrase, because there's a bit of info here. So I may or may not have a long thread. So thanks for that, Beefeater. I might need to take a little nap in the middle. Now then, there's okay. Sorry, there's some other stuff that I have, and you know what I'm starting to see? I'm starting to see Russia having a real problem with their air defense systems. They've started to play the game of shuffling them around from one location to another, because they don't have enough of them. And, I said this before, they can produce, vehicles, probably, out their ears. At some point, they might be able to get up to some sort of level of production for vehicles. They can certainly crank out those loaf vans without any major problems. But their air defense units, well, they're a little bit more of a finite resource, because you don't just knock a couple of them up every day, do you? Well, Fighter Bomber, he was talking about this yesterday because of what's happening at their air bases. The strike on the Su-57 was apparently a little bit too close to his heart, and it's upset him. And it upset him so much, he revealed a few things. So he's complaining that they're losing aircraft because the airfields in Russia don't have any air defense systems left at them because they've been poached for the war. Because, you know, no one's ever going to hit them back there. So they removed all their air defense systems from the airfields inside Russia and left a level of protection which is basically just guys with rifles. And so no wonder these things keep happening because, you know, Ukraine spotted that's a problem for them and they're making the most of it. So he moaned that a second Su-57 was also damaged. He said it received minor damage which will be repaired on site. So that was why everyone was quite excited about a second one, that he mentioned it, but he did say minor damage that can be repaired. So it's probably a little bit of shrapnel damage. He says the first one, he doesn't think it's advisable to restore it because the board is really a prototype and of little use for combat. He's kind of downplaying the importance of it there, and he's like, you know, it doesn't really matter. We weren't using them in combat a lot anyway. You know, it's not part of our strategic air force at all. Anyway, of the 3 UAVs that attacked the airfield, the important thing is all 3 of them made it. For what reasons the air defense did not work, I will not write. Let the majors figure out the reasons and how it happened. The only rebuff the UAV tried to give was a detachment that shot 2 magazines at them and then spent the whole morning collecting cartridges around the airfield to, I don't know, hide the evidence? I'm not sure. But so he starts off by saying no drone made it, then no drone made it, but debris fell onto the site. Then every drone made it, but there wasn't much damage. Then all drones made it, but the damaged jet was useless anyway. And this is where we are at the end of this level. The next stage is, you know, everything's terrible and we're all going to hell. So it's kind of funny, actually, that he's let go this little piece of information that they have no air defense at their rear areas because they've stolen it for the war. And you know, Ukraine said, "Oh, you brought that into range. Thanks. We'll take care of that for you." In fact, they took out quite a number of air defense overnight, if you remember. Where was that? What's my numbers? Was it 5? 5? Yes, 5 air defense systems were recorded as being broken beyond repair yesterday by Ukraine. And I've got to say, that's good stuff, great stuff. Almost as though they're maybe clearing the path, clearing an air path, perhaps, for something coming. I don't know. We'll have to see. Sorry, cat just dreaming behind me just made a really strange noise in my ear, and I thought I was going mad. Now then, did you follow the events, Ming, of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum and the results of it?
I have to say, Mockers, anything with the term economic forum in it, my eyes kind of glaze over. But yeah, I was vaguely aware it was happening.
Yes, well, it was generally used as a platform to spout some additional nonsense and talk about, you know, working together and all this, that, and the other, and to try and drum up some contracts. What do you imagine the result of that was? Do you think they made lots of money at this economic forum?
Yeah, I mean, maybe some contracts were signed.
Well, I think the only people who made any money at the international forum were the prostitutes, because they appear to have made really good money those weeks, according to reports. However, not a single major contract was concluded with foreigners. This was reported by the Moscow Times. And, well, it's not necessarily sanctions, is it? It's that people looked at their stuff and they went, we don't really want or need any of that. Sorry. And also, there's a lot of risk of doing trade with Russia these days, and the risk just, might outweigh the rewards. So basically, they turned up, they drank their vodka, they ate their sandwiches, and they went home. Yes. So, and they took advantage of the ladies of the night while they were there as well. So no doubt there will have been some collected compromise which will work out for Russia in the long run. But yeah, it seems that only the those who were employed in the oldest tradition, only those ladies seem to make any money during the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. That's very exciting, doesn't it? A big, long, important name for something which was basically just a schmooze. They just schmoozed people and nobody nibbled. And that was that. Oh, and they threatened to nuke us all as well. Yeah. So, I'm sure that didn't go any way to putting people off doing any business with them in the future.
Oh. Yeah, so speaking of nukes, the Russian papers are full of stories about the second stage of the military exercises with tactical nuclear weapons jointly with Belarus. So yeah, another day, more nuclear noise coming out of Russia.
That's not a surprise, is it? I mean, my goodness me, it's got so old at this point. I mean, I could write his speeches because I know exactly what he's going to say, pretty much, apart from, the stuff that's all sort of convoluted and twisted. But I could pretty much give you the bullet points. We're going to nuke everyone. We're going to change our policy and nuke everyone. Did you know we've got some nukes? By the way, we might just nuke Berlin. Yeah, I know. And then the list of everywhere else, and I did enjoy France's response when they were saying, well, we might nuke Paris or we might choose to nuke another place in France. And France went, don't worry, we've got enough nukes. We can hit Moscow and St. Petersburg at the same time. So we don't have to choose. And I just was like, oh, beautiful answer. Beautiful. So, yeah, I really think that is exactly how you talk to Russia. Just their threats have got a bit silly now, haven't they? And I know nukes are real and they exist and stuff, but they're no use once you've used them. Their only real use is as a deterrent. You open that Pandora's box and you deserve everything that's coming to you. And Russia knows that. They know that they'd be blast. Oh, well, probably not blast, actually. Probably just ruined completely. All their major centres would just be, having a very bad day. All their military facilities would just spontaneously combust. And I'm pretty sure, we know how that would end. Badly for Russia. So they've got that in their heads too, that, if they take any sort of step like that, if they ever did, which I don't think they will, to be honest, because they're not suicidal, that would basically just be the end of them. And they do talk that rhetoric, well, it doesn't matter if they take us out, it doesn't matter, we'll destroy the world because the world is no use without Russia. Well, be honest, guys, might actually be a lot better off without you. So, if you want to just like go home and build a big wall around yourselves and become a new North Korea, that's great. You do that. We won't argue. But they still got this thing about have to keep trying to invade their neighbours for some reason. Now then, I'm going to suggest this again is probably an accident, but again, this is just what's happening because of lack of training, lack of experience, lack of equipment, lack of the health and safety protocols, which, I actually think the health and safety guys in Russia were so sort of like in a useless role, that they got conscripted first, and now everybody realizes what they did, because another construction site is on fire. Now, it would seem, though, that this one might be on fire because they were actually working on it. I know, they've had an accident, another one. So, the construction site of the Ural University near the Expo caught fire this morning. The media reported that bitumen had ignited. Now, remember yesterday me saying there was a roof on fire somewhere, and it was claimed to be because they were trying to seal the waterproofing on the roof, and they've managed to set it on fire, and then the gas canister that they were using blew up, and it was all very emotional. This is exactly the same thing. And this is part and parcel of why roofs keep setting on fire, and probably explains why there's gas canisters on roofs that are exploding, because, well, whoever's doing this, there's a fine line between melting it to waterproof it and setting it on fire. And it would appear none of them know what that line is. So, but just carry on. The fire engulfed apparently just 50 square meters. Still kind of big, though. And the location of the future university, in very close proximity to the Ekaterinburg Expo Exhibition Centre, looks as though it's going to take a bit longer to build as a result, because the roof is on fire. As always, it's always up there in the roof, isn't it? Up on the roof. Sorry, apologies. Oh dear. You know they were moving air defense to Belgorod. They were moving air defense to Belgorod to, protect Belgorod a little bit more, but bit late, I think. There's something on fire. A column of dark smoke rises in the Oktyabrski district. Whatever the Oktyabrski district is, large column of smoke rising. Now, it's kind of black going into sort of grey. But yeah, the smoke coming off the actual whatever on the ground is very dark indeed. And you might actually be able to see the source of the smoke in the first video there. Oh my goodness me. Yes, I think you can. Amazing. Somebody took a video that actually included the item on fire. I know. Incredible. Well, they're going to continue to have some more emotional times, of course. But you know me, I will always keep you up to date on the situation, because I love a bit of fire. Now, remember there was reports yesterday of the Russian anti-submarine ship, the Admiral Levchenko, on fire in the Barents Sea? And it was stated that there were several hundred crew on board this particular ship, and it turned out that one of the engines, being under a state of disrepair, overheated and caught fire. So it does look as though it was just a malfunction. Well, there is a substantial heat bloom still showing at the anchorage in the far east of the Barents Sea. Now, it's been checked out by Gunny. There are no oil or gas platforms, but there are 4 tugboats located there. So interesting to see what comes out of that. But it does appear that there's a substantial fire in that location, more substantial than just a machinery space fire, unless it got out of control. So he says you'd expect primary heating venting to be via the funnel and associated uptakes and downtakes. Now, if you backtrack on firms, however, you will see blooms from the past few days as well. So who knows? Maybe there is a rig there and I just can't see it. Apparently there is a heat signature that has appeared at this location before, but it could be something operating there, you know, giving off a heat signature. Maybe their engines have been overheating for some time and they've just been riding around giving off a large heat signature until eventually they set themselves on fire. Either way, does look as though that fire got a little bigger if we go from the firm's data. So just a bit interesting. Now then, I've got a few bits and bobs, but you know what I'm going to have to do, Ming? I'm going to have to hand over to you for a couple of minutes because I desperately need a drink.
Yeah, no problem. I'm reading in the Telegraph. So apparently, Angela Merkel, back when she was Chancellor of Germany, she's the one who signed off. Well, signed off on Nord Stream 2, and she denied that there was any possibility that Russia might blackmail Germany or any other country by supplying the gas through the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. But it appears that she actually knew that she was consciously aware of the risks to Germany and in particular to Ukraine because of the loss of transit fees of gas going through Ukraine. Russia had very much huge amounts of leverage over Germany and Ukraine as a result of this. Despite telling Handelsblatt back in 2021 in her final months as Chancellor, there was no reason to believe Russia was limiting gas supplies. But according to confidential documents seen by Handelsblatt, the economy ministry warned that Russia was filling gas storage facilities very slowly and that relying on the Kremlin for gas would have dramatic consequences. Now, of course, back then, the one chap who was making lots of noise about this was Mr. Trump. And actually, on this one, he turned out to be right. You know, he's not often right, but on this one, he was, I have to say.
Well, yeah, it does seem a bit silly, doesn't it, to tie yourself to one single provider who does pretty much everything. It should be a case of a more diverse market, just so there's competition for a start. I mean, you know, the whole point of competition is to keep prices lower, you know, provide choice for your customer. And going away from that to sort of like virtually a single source, well, you're taking away your own rights as a customer, aren't you? So yeah, almost as though she was doing things that were completely against Germany's best interests. And you know, can you imagine why somebody would do such a thing? Well,
so the interesting thing here is the justification from the German side, from Merkel's side, is that this had nothing to do with the Russian government. This was purely a private sector project. You know, despite the fact that Gazprom is majority state-owned, etc. You know, and so the entire reliance on the trust from the German side was that, yeah, no, they put their economic and commercial interests first. And would totally ignore any other aspects to this. But as we know, that proved to be completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, right, the naivety to class Gazprom as a private business when we all quite clearly know that Gazprom is just a piece of the Russian government, completely state-controlled and owned. Yeah, just, do we lie to ourselves because we want to believe that people are nice after all? Or do we make these mistakes not just out of stupidity, but out of, you know, some kind of I'm all right, Jack? You know, I've got lots of money here for, you know, holding this position, and I'm going to have a nice retirement and a future. So I'm all right, Jack. Stuff a lot of you. And yeah, the very self-centered sort of thing.
Yeah, and Gazprom isn't just, an arm of the Russian government. So in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, Gazprom was basically the biggest remnant of the Soviet Union itself, and it was a company that was operating in every single republic of the 15 republics of the former Soviet Union. It owned everything, like literally everything. Obviously gas was their core thing, but they had holiday camps, airlines, insurance companies. The sort of GDP of Gazprom, if you want, was higher than the GDP of Russia itself.
Well, that's not a massive shock. Oh, by the way, I believe a Starbucks franchise now is a third of Russian GDP, just so you know. So 3 Starbucks franchises could buy out Russia. Just point that out.
But the Vatniks tell us that they can buy more Starbucks in Russia than anybody else can because of purchasing power parity. They're number 4 in the world.
Good for them. I hope they enjoy their coffee with their death and terror. And oh dear, is that everything you own falling apart?
Yeah, I think Starbucks have pulled out of Russia.
Yeah, they made a strange new logo based on the original logo. They just Russianed her up a bit and called it something else, like Star Coffee or something like that. So not stealing their brand or their image at all. No, totally different. Like everything else. Excuse me, Kat. Thank you. Sorry, I just nearly got tripped up. Yeah, they're not quite the same anymore. Now, apparently, you know that tasty period. That thing that used to be McDonald's. I think it was McDonald's. Or was it Burger King? One of them. They made it into they carried it on, but they called it tasty period. Well, they were apparently going to move into I think it was Azerbaijan or Astrakhan or something like that. It begins with an A. Might even be one of Astan. Anyway, they were going to move into a new area, and then they decided that it wasn't viable anymore. In other words, they didn't have any money to spend on it, and nobody wanted them there. They couldn't find anybody to help invest in their new franchise, so they couldn't open it. And again, that's not sanctions. That's just people not wanting to do business with you, Russia, because you're crap.
So, Mockers, some Irish news. Today is the day that the legal case starts here in the commercial court in Ireland, where a bunch of the aircraft leasing companies have got together to sue their insurers for claims that they failed to pay out on the aircraft that are stranded in Russia of $2.5 billion. The amusing thing about this case is that there's so many lawyers involved, there isn't a court in the country big enough to get them all into. So they've taken over a school gym or something, some other suitable area which is big enough to accommodate the 200 lawyers who are going to be arguing this case one way or another. I haven't got any interesting detail on the case yet, but as it progresses over the coming week, I'll be doing daily updates on how the case is going and what the arguments are. But basically, my understanding is that this is the leasing companies, or a whole bunch of the second tier ones, not the biggest one, because they have a separate argument going on in London. But they are arguing that the aircraft were confiscated by the Russian government, and that therefore this is rightfully a hull war claim under the war policy that covers the aircraft. And the insurance companies are saying, no, they weren't confiscated by the Russian government. They were in fact stolen. So it's not us, it's the Hull all risk insurers who need to pay. And quite why they're doing this in Ireland, I don't know. So I'm going to try and find out, because typically an insurance case would be in London. Insurance policies are covered by English law, but for some reason they've decided to move the venue here. And I guess that was part of all the preliminary argumentation around this. Again, I don't know exactly why Ireland is the chosen location, but we'll find out as this develops.
Well, thank you. It might be quite interesting, actually. I've been sort of watching a couple of court cases recently, and it's really interesting to see how they build a case, and how they introduce evidence and things like that. Yeah, I just found the whole process quite interesting, actually, because it's telling a story and making it all, unfold, and showing all the legal rights and reasons as to why, something has been done wrong or what have you. And this argument, like you say, about it being under a war type thing, and then them trying to argue, well, no, actually, it's a stolen property type thing. These are all the sorts of stuff that has to be ironed out before you can even take it to a court case, because, well, there's no point wasting everybody's time if you don't think you've got a chance of winning, basically. So, yeah, they'll have had to be ironing out all these details, which is why it's taking so long, and probably why there's 200 lawyers involved. Crikey.
Well, I think the reason why there's so many lawyers is probably because, well, first off, there's, I think, 5 or 6 aircraft leasing companies involved in this, all arguing the same thing. So their case has all been consolidated into one, and those leasing companies all have their own lawyers. But then on top of that, when you buy a hull war insurance policy from, let's say a Lloyd's broker, your lead underwriter might have 10 or 20% of the policy, but there'll be a whole bunch of different insurers who have like 0.5%, 0.25%, etc., etc. So you have an insurance policy with like maybe 50 different insurers on it. And each one of those insurers, rather than leave it to the lead underwriter to conduct the whole case on their behalf, has obviously decided to get their own lawyers involved.
Oh yeah, everyone will want their own representative in the room, making sure that their own personal needs are met from the case, won't they? So yeah, absolutely. Everybody's going to have probably a team, not just a person. So yeah, this just goes to show how many people that it's affecting, though. If it's affecting a big group of companies. It's not insignificant, is it?
But, and of course, the commentary in the Irish press is mainly on how much the lawyers are making and how they're, this is their, how they're making hay out of this. And of course, they are. With some of these, so they've got fees in excess of €1 million per lawyer. So yeah, 200 lawyers, 200 million in fees for a $3 billion claim.
Well, they've got to make money, haven't they? They've got to feed their families the same as everybody else. And after you've done all that schooling, you should be raking in the books. So yeah, good for them. Good for the lawyers. Let's just say that they're probably happy that Russia's given them plenty of work to do. At least they're making hay out of it, eh? So I've got no panic at all amongst the Russian bloggers, Ming. Would you like a minor tale of woe?
Oh, yes, please, Marcus.
Yeah. So, let me just say, I'm not sure who said this. So, he is a blogger, though, and it comes from War Translated. So, I'm going to say we're happy. So, this is how it starts. These are the thoughts they sent to me in a personal message, and I will leave them out for your judgment. I'll just tell you that the US strategic plan for 6 months, the period is determined by both natural and climatic conditions. 1. Provocation through enemy strikes on our strategic and tactically important links. Right, I know this is a Russian saying this, but where he says the US plan, what he actually means is Ukraine's plan to kick our arse. But of course, he can't blame it on Ukraine because Ukraine is small and they're neighbours and they're our little brothers, so it has to be the US. Sorry, just had to add that bit in there because, you know, they can't possibly admit that Ukraine is kicking their arse. Oh yeah, carry on. So, number 2. Increase the potential of NATO, missile defences and air defence systems along our borders. They have been conducting reconnaissance throughout the entire length of our country since the 60s. Look at the US radio engineering ground reconnaissance. Look at the US engineering intelligence officers on the map, by the way, in these locations. And then there's a bit of swearing. Ground reconnaissance is carried out from all NATO countries. Well, obviously, we have to keep an eye on you, you weirdos. And as well as from the territories of Sweden, NATO country, by the way, Azerbaijan, Taiwan, Japan, Kazakhstan, and Georgia. I'm not even talking about reconnaissance from space. Oh dear, they're paranoid that everyone's looking at them. Never mind. Over the next 6 months, work will be carried out on our remaining air defence systems and complexes, and they will be put out of action. I'm glad you see it that way, mate, because that is indeed exactly what Ukraine plans to do. Probing of these possibilities has been carried out since the beginning of 2023. Oh, you've just noticed. Well done. In 6 months, when the roads become muddy and the effectiveness of ground forces decreases, the build-up of strike aviation potential, because then their F-16s will have been delivered, will begin at the airfields of Poland, Germany, Finland, and Sweden. In 6 months, it will be very difficult for our boys. Unlike Uncle Vanya, their Ukrainian aviation will start operating, and it doesn't matter who the pilots are. Oh, so that he's also saying it doesn't matter even if they're American pilots. Doesn't matter. They're going to come and kill us anyway. And we have 6 months to make the most important decisions. And despite all this, not a single one of our airfields is yet properly protected. It's a little bit of woe there, Ming. And yeah, I think he's right. You know, not a single one of their airfields are properly protected. Can't imagine why that is. Sorry, I'm trying to slurp a coffee in the background here. I'll just do it in your ear. It's fine. Now, yesterday there was a nice video in the area of Shebkino. And what happened was a propagandist was filming some guys doing something with mines. And one of them was faffing around with a mine. And the next thing, there's an explosion. And I see that there was a mine spotted by a sapper that goes off by movement, basically. So they were walking around talking about minefields, and the sapper goes, "Look, there's a mine," just as it blows up. Sorry, they must have got a tiny bit too close to it. Either that or it was on a very high hair trigger indeed. So the propagandist himself got hit in his neck, stomach, arm, and leg with shrapnel. Well, there's a nice film of him, having to be medically treated. Here's another one, guys. Oh no, boom. And then everybody's like running away. And across the grass, by the way. Some guys ran away, the cameraman ran away across the grass. You know, the grass where they just found another mine. So yeah, obviously, his survival instincts are incredible.
And all I see, it's all on Channel 1 too, Mockers, all recorded on Russia's main propagandist TV channel, which is like perfect.
Oh, that's beautiful because, yeah, basically, we made a major F up. Watch us do it. In real time. I just love that. Hey, look, there's a mine. Bang. And I will just repost that with subtitles so that you could enjoy that idiocy too. Dear, oh dear. Now then, there is another little video here, which is also a bit of a tale of woe. I saw this yesterday, and it's a Russian soldier filming, well, what can only be described as smoking destruction all around him. And a number of vehicles appear to have been destroyed here. And he says, they bombed our guys and everything burned. Everything. Food, everything. Technology too. Oh, you did say everything, so you don't have to list them separately. Anyway, there are casualties. How to save them? Well, you know, you could have a proper battlefield medics. No, they wouldn't do that stuff, would they? How to save them? Well, you know what, mate? Learn to look after yourself very quickly because the cavalry is not coming for you. So there you go. Just so you know that that's the case. That they are blowing themselves up now, just through idiocy. I think that was quite funny. Now then. Oh, remember how Zelensky is in Germany this morning, having a chat with Olaf?
Oh, I didn't know that. No, that's good though.
Yeah, so he's in Germany this morning, and well, as of 8 minutes ago, he's released a statement. Thank you, Olaf, for air defence. I thank Germany for Iris-T, for Patriot. We need at least 7 more Patriot systems. Now, it says here, over the next weeks and months, Germany will supply the 3rd Patriot system, Iris-T, Gepard installations, missiles and ammunition. That was stated by the Olaf himself. So that's been the result of their private meeting. They're also meeting to do some, what's it called? There is some meetings, as it were, some arranged meetings. There it is. Opening the Ukraine Recovery Conference together with Scholz. And Zelensky will also be addressing the German Parliament. Now, it says here, he stated yesterday they were preparing new agreements with European partners, and in particular with Germany, on additional support measures. So this is obviously the beginning of that process, or part of that process. Now, despite, besides Scholz, meeting Scholz, he will also likely meet Friedrich Merz, the opposition leader of the Christian Democratic Union, who made a very strong pro-Ukraine statement yesterday after the elections. So it's probably a good idea to go and have a chat with him as well. And the G7 summit is starting in Italy on Thursday. So makes you wonder if he's, going to be meeting with maybe 1 or 2 of these countries before the G7 summit, just to, if he doesn't already have time carved out to speak to them at the summit, maybe he wants to see them beforehand. Bayek is a busy old chap, isn't he? He's been doing an awful lot, and I actually said, this guy is a warrior. And the reason I say that is because he just never gives up, does he? So in his own way, he is fighting a war, not physically, but diplomatically, and fighting for his nation, the survival of his nation. And I've got to say, he doesn't seem to do an awful lot of resting. He certainly
It's a good
always
idea,
good.
Mockers, that he meets with Merz, the opposition leader, the CDU CSU opposition leader, because if you look at the European election results in Germany, the SPD, Schotz's party, have done absolutely terribly. I mean, they've been, so in terms of the preliminary allocation of European Parliament seats, the CDU, CSU guys, so that's Merz's party, they've got 29 seats at 30% of the votes. Second place, the AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, on 15 seats. And in third place, SPD, which is absolutely humiliating. They've only got 14 seats. They've been overtaken by the Alternative für Deutschland, which is a bit worrying, I have to say.
Well, yeah. So some of these, some of these parties are going to get what they deserve, and some of them, unfortunately, are going to get a few seats. I'm pretty pleased that the Irish contingent of tankies is now out. But as some walk out the door, some walk back in. So we can safely say that some people have quite rightly been expelled from the European Parliament and won't be back there, and good. But there are still a number of idiots who are going to be there, just to continue to tie up the process and generally bring their horrendous takes.
Have you seen anything, Mockers? Have you seen anything on the Irish tankies? Because it looks like Claire Daly might be out, but it's really hard to tell until they wrap everything up because of the second preference voting system. So if your candidate gets eliminated, your second preference vote gets counted instead. So it's really, really hard to tell. You might have a sort of leftish candidate who you voted for in first place, but your second choice is Claire Daly or Mick Wallace. But it does look like Claire's out. I haven't seen anything definitive on Mick Wallace there. Have you seen anything, Mockers?
I'm hearing people saying he's very likely also out too. I mean, let's face it, Ming. If you voted with your first vote for somebody who was, shall we say, a reasonable person or a generally reasonable person, and they didn't get in for whatever reason, do you really think that their second vote would be for Mick Wallace? I'm just putting it out there that
well, so the one guy who's definitely been elected is a bit in the Mick Wallace mode. So that's Ming Flanagan, and he's a bit of a tanky, not too much, but he's very folksy, country Irish, and talks about farmers an awful lot. So that's why he's so popular.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. But have you ever noticed how it is always certain groups that are always identified as sort of a weakness for the West? Farmers and truckers, because they grow everything and they move everything around. So, of course, they should have a voice. But a lot of the time, these groups are co-opted by bad actors. And I have noticed that in a number of countries. It's always farmers and truckers who appear to be the most aggrieved over things. And I know these jobs have not been, especially through COVID, the easiest. I know there's a lot of subsidization in farming, but it's because these industries have those sorts of problems that they are able to be co-opted by bad actors who will basically make a mountain out of any of their issues and use that then to cause more division. Yeah. And because they are indeed an intrinsic part of, the food chain, they can, when they're riled up enough, shut down countries. We've seen what happened at the border with Poland, Polish farmers. We've seen what happened in Canada, in Toronto, and a number of other cities, where they were just totally taken over by truckers. And it turned out that most of the people that turned up for that, they weren't necessarily Canadian or truckers. They just, were there following a cause. And guess what that cause was? That's right, that cause was a Russian narrative. Incredible. So yeah, I do find that unfortunately these groups, maybe we should look after them a lot better, because then it wouldn't be so easy to make them mad and get them all riled up about things, which, they rightly have some things to be beefy about. But blocking the border into a country that's at war, that to me was very, very down on the low. And we knew there was Russian influence there because, just something as simple as spilling the grain on the road, they knew just how hurtful that would be to Ukrainians. They didn't have to do that, but they did it because they knew it would twist the knife. And that's how I know that was all encouraged by Russia. Like I say, some of the people there, legitimate beefs, and we should look after these groups better, I feel, so that they cannot be co-opted and used in this way.
No, I think you're absolutely right on that one, Mockers. So, the thing of, Ming Flanagan, although he's got tanky tendencies, does spend a lot of time dealing with farmers' issues and talking about farmers' issues. But Megan Wallace and Claire Daly spend all their time talking about Palestine and Ukraine, right? Which is, absolutely nothing, generally speaking, in any direct sense, to do with Ireland.
Well, that's it. What are they doing for Ireland there? Taking up space, as far as I can tell. Look, if they were massive fashion icons, I could understand why they were given some time on the telly. But they're a right scruffy bunch, and they don't do anything for the people that actually elected them.
Yeah, Ming Flanagan's scruffy too, but he does do his folksy Irish farmer thing. So in fairness to the guy, he's a bit more serious than the other two.
Yeah, I mean, see, at least he's actually got something to shout about that's legitimate, instead of just being an a-hole, because that's kind of how it goes. Now then, Ming, I don't know if you heard this, but yesterday, the Chinese got a bit upset with Russia. Do you know what it was about?
Oh no, what are they upset about?
Well, propagandist Mardan decided that he would talk about China. And he was going on about, Russia is a military empire. It expends and subjugates her neighbors. And he added that they should be careful of China because, China is also not necessarily their best friend. And if we are weak in China's eyes, then they will take advantage of our weakness. Oh, mate, they already are. Did you not notice? And when propagandists say stuff on the telly, it's usually been cleared with the regime, hasn't it? Not a lot of time they're going to go off script at the moment because, it's dangerous to do that sort of thing, isn't it? How dare you, come out with your own narrative or speak your mind? Goodness. So, yeah, I just feel as though this is something that had probably been allowed for him to go on and say that, if China views us as weak, we will be in trouble. So we must be extra strong because those damn Chinese might be trying to kick our back doors in. Make up your own jokes. Anyway, they're already doing it. All right, there's the joke. So he also suggested that China should be afraid of them and subjugated like other neighbours. Now then, he didn't think that they were listening. You know how Russians had a go at Julia Davis saying, please stop translating what we say because it makes us look bad. And Julia Davis thought that was quite funny because literally they're going around pretending like people don't understand them. And then when they find out people do, they're upset. Well, it's the same sort of hubris here. That for some reason, I think he felt like, this was for the internal audience only. The Chinese won't even understand this nonsense anyway. Well, the Chinese actually did understand, and they were very unhappy. And on their own news channels, they started saying, well, Russia, you've always been an imperialistic nation, and don't even think about starting that nonsense with us. And so, yeah, they were quite upset, actually. Bit of a scandal. And I thought that was quite funny. I thought maybe they should have more of a falling out, perhaps, Ming.
Yeah, so one of our listeners, Connor, has been sending me detailed results on the Irish elections, and he comments that Claire Daly might still get in, depending on how the second preference votes get allocated. So it's like a really hard thing. I have to say, I find this Irish second preference voting system a bit incomprehensible, because she's only on like 7%. Right, and yet she manages to get elected.
I think the problem is, Ming, that, in order to be a politician of this type, well, you've got to kind of want to, haven't you? You've got to put yourself forward for it, and you've got to, do your research and advertise yourself to the right people and blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of work. And they're not incredibly well paid, most of them. You don't start off on like, $1 billion salary. So, it's a labour of love, shall we say, to begin this journey. You do it because you really want to. And there are plenty of people who do it for the right reasons, but there are also plenty of people who do it for the wrong reasons because they have horrific views or somebody pays them to have horrific views or push certain narratives and so on. And so that is how you end up with these idiots, because you know what? It is such a tough job to navigate all this nonsense that a lot of people don't necessarily put themselves forward for the job as, maybe they could, because they think, it's so much trouble. Yeah, you've got to really have your heart in it. You have. And so I think we need to encourage more civic mindedness. We need to encourage more, especially young people, to be interested and involved in what shapes their future, because that way we will end up with better people giving better arguments with better ideas in these sorts of institutions. The institution is great, but it is only great as the sum of its parts. And if we disengage from politics, which, is very easy to do, especially when it's all horrendous, which I did for a very, very long time, disengaged from politics, couldn't have told you who was who, didn't care. And that was kind of the point, that I was so disengaged that they could have gotten away with anything if they wanted to, and I wouldn't really have noticed. That is the point, that young people are very confused by all the crap that's going on. And so when I see them interested, civic minded, going to protests to, support Ukraine and speaking up about their views about what's going on in the EU and, what's going on in the future and how we're going to shape the future together, hopefully with a very diminished Russia. But, also about stuff at home, domestic policies and stuff. I think young people have started to become a little bit more engaged about what certain policies mean for their futures. You know, how something that's seemingly innocuous can actually end up opening the door to other things. And well, the US is finding this out, aren't they? That you overturn one legal ruling and it can have a massive effect on all the other legal rulings that were based upon that. And that's why it's a very slippery slope to start trying to dismantle your, well, your very foundations in this way. And this is what Russia does. In 2014, Putin made a speech saying that he would bring the West down to his level. And these are the ways in which they try to do that. Don't you think, Ming? He's sort of keeping up his promises on trying to do that.
So bring the West down to his level, right? Okay. Thank you.
Even with
Well,
those words, though, he admitted that they were lower. And that's what they don't like. That's where it all comes from. It's all based on jealousy of a little man with a superiority complex. But of course, he is a product of his nation and his upbringing. So, of course, if it wasn't him, it would have just been some other guy with a similar name, probably. Now then, oh dear, there's been an explosion in the occupied Donetsk area. And, oh, well, there are a couple of slightly graphic videos coming out of this area. Although that guy is alive, so he's alive at least, bleeding quite though. And this would be another, what appears to be either a gas station or what was a gas station. I don't see any actual gas pumps there. So perhaps it was a gas station at some point. But what's happened here is they were using this as an unloading point for logistics, using just private cars, by the way, no military vehicles here, but it was definitely a logistics loading point, and there were definitely military people using these vehicles. And the next thing you know, an FPV drone paid them a visit. And apparently now they're going to have to find somewhere else to use as a loading point. It is nice to know, though, that this guy, well, he has a tourniquet on his arm. It's rubbish, but he does have one. So at least somebody's been, you know, training in putting on tourniquets. So at least that happened. So somebody's there to look after him. See, it's not all bad. But yeah, it does look as though that location's probably been spotted. So just had to point that out. Now then, do you recall that there are some Russian ships floating about trying to cause a bit of consternation? Apparently, they were heading for Cuba, and they are now off Miami. So it is a 4-ship flotilla heading for Cuba, currently head off the coast of Miami, heading south at 10 knots, shadowed by at least 4 US warships, US/Canadian warships, and at least a number of aircraft as well. Aircraft are seeing sort of like, you know, doing circuits over the area. Basically, if we believe all the AS tracking data, which, you know, we probably can in this case, because I don't think the US would decide to turn off their tracking data. I think they want everybody to see exactly how they are watching these 4 Russian ships. Oh, I can probably change the title now as well. So, sorry, I'm kicking butt. There we go. That'll do. That's me and my creative mind there. So, yeah, I think the US very much want everybody to see exactly how they're dealing with this, and the fact that they want everybody to know they have an awful lot of beady eyes on these cheeky beggars. And I can only say if these ships make any sort of false moves, and they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt. Now, people have been worried about this, Ming, but I've got a little bit of perspective to put on this. You see, the Russians had the strongest of the Black Sea fleet, and Ukraine got rid of that, didn't they? Without a real navy. You can see how effective it was as well. That they didn't even have to build any new ships, Ukraine, in order to take out Russian stuff. No, some drones, some ingenuity, and hey presto, Russian ships just aren't that impressive anymore. And they're now avoiding being in the Black Sea unless they absolutely have to be. So let's just think about it. If these 4 Russian ships tried anything at all, well, I just have to point out that the US have a navy, an extensive navy, a very well supplied navy, much better than the UK's navy, by the way, in the way of supply. And you know what? Even though sometimes, we save money on stuff and what have you, I can guarantee that probably, those 4 ships of the US/Canadian naval forces there probably can handle anything that's presented to them. And the fact that they've also got air cover floating about, which would also be there to back them up if necessary, and call in support if needed. Something tells me that if any of those 4 Russian ships tried to as much as twitch in the wrong direction, they'd find themselves in a whole world of hurt. So even though...
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as far as the ships go, Mockers, I think we need to clarify. So it's not really a flotilla, right? Because there's one frigate, which is presumably fairly useful. There's a submarine, but I think that one's it's not in the flotilla, so to speak, because it's not on the surface, right? It's
The
being
submarine.
observed off Florida somewhere.
Yeah.
And then there's a tugboat and an oiler, right? So not exactly super duper useful stuff. They're just there to support the other 2 vessels.
Yes, exactly. But that submarine, I've got to say, no matter how stealthy submarines might be, one of the US aircraft was basically just flying circles over the area exactly where the submarine was, just doing figure of 8 and circles directly over it, basically just harassing it to death and putting up a big neon sign going, submarine just here. And apparently, when you are on a ship or a boat, that in particular is quite nerve-wracking. It does kind of make you feel as though you're being, made a target of. And let's face it, Russian subs, if they were to be, if anything was to happen to them and they were to sink to the bottom of the ocean, the Russians wouldn't give a damn, would they? So I'm sure those guys on that Russian sub feel perfectly fine. But yeah, you're absolutely right. One false move and those guys are in a world of trouble. And 2 of those ships aren't really anything in the way of useful either, to cause problems. But there's support vehicles, I suppose. Do you think the oiler, as you said, is that like a fuel tank? Do you think they're having to carry their own fuel with them these days because no one will refill them?
Yeah, or they probably use special fuel that they can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, I think actually they just have to bring a fuel truck with them. You know what I mean when I say fuel truck. They have to bring it with them because
it also carries spare parts and maintenance, folks.
There you go. See, so useful to have around.
Yeah, they brought an auto shop with them.
Well, you see, their stuff breaks down so often, they probably have to, Will. That's very true, is it not? Yeah, take a team with you wherever you go because you're guaranteed they're going to have lots to do. So, awesome. Now then, however, there is more effing around going on. And, well, the find out phase. Some of the find out phase has already started, but the find out phase in relation to this, I'll be very interested to see what's happening here because GPS jamming has now prevented another Finnair flight, this time from landing in Finland. This is Joensuu Airport. Joensuu. Joensuu. You tell me how that's pronounced. I'll give it 3 different goes, but Joensuu, I'm going to say. The aircraft again had to return to Helsinki Airport. Now, in this particular aircraft, it is said that a parliament member was on board. So, as a result, perhaps this issue will now be dealt with a bit more strongly because it's actually inconvenienced a member of parliament. What do you reckon, Ming? Well, I'm glad. So, anyway, it's something that's going to end up being quite dangerous if it doesn't get sorted out. That's really what I have to say about that. Now, I just want to go back to Azov, famous, infamous Azov, you know, those horrendous Nazi group, except they're not, are they? Now, I know it's taken 8 long, ridiculous years, but the ban on supplying weapons of a Western nature to Azov has been lifted. Restrictions were imposed because some of Azov's original founders allegedly had some ultra-nationalist views. But the US State Department have done a thorough investigation and found no real evidence of this. They did find one guy who was named, who was a little bit of a Nazi, and he was told very clearly by the Russian MOD, by the Ukrainian MOD, when Azov was being integrated into the armed forces, to go away. That's what they did with him. They said, okay, dude, we can't have you with us. Go away. And he did. So that was basically the source of Azov Nazi Battalion. One guy who was told, nah, sorry, mate, you need to not join us. Exactly. So, no evidence of such violations after a thorough and ridiculous investigation. But, you know what? This is actually a huge blow to the Russian narrative, because Russia have been Nazi about Ukraine for ages, when really it's very much them that has a Nazi problem. And by the way, I'll just point out to all the Europeans here that, you know, after the EU parliamentary results yesterday, kind of noticeable that quite a few of us have a bit of a far-right problem. So perhaps we shouldn't just be singling out a single battalion in Ukraine. Hey, exactly. This narrative has been almost at the center of, you know, the entire Ukrainian army are a bunch of Nazis. Because, you know, we've seen that right from the beginning, haven't we? With the way they look after kittens and rescue old ladies. And yeah, exactly. Total Nazi behavior. So anyway, this is actually a really big blow to them, because not only has their stupidity of this narrative been completely and utterly crushed, but also as well as, like, you know, dispelling this nonsense and pointing out that it was so much nonsense and how much we fell for it, means that maybe we won't fall for similar stuff again in the future. But also, on top of that, the Russians were already terrified of Azov, as though they were some sort of superhuman team of incredible biohumans. Shh, don't tell anyone about the biolabs. But anyway, yeah,
But Mockers, the big question is surely, Azov can now get weapons, US weapons and whatnot, but can they fire them over the border?
Oh, I tell you what, Ming, it's a slight amount of ridiculousness at this stage with all of these rules and regulations. Honestly, you know, if your neighbour leans over the fence and smacks you in the head, I ain't being funny. I'm going to go onto his territory to push him back. You know, and it doesn't matter if somebody comes into my territory to hurt me and then steps back over, you know, onto their land and says you can't come on my driveway. Just watch me, mofo. Just watch me, because yeah, I would defend myself even if it meant stepping onto his driveway, and that's the same sort of thing, isn't it? Let's not be silly. So I am quite certain this silliness will dispel, but they've had to do it in stages because everybody's a little concerned and uncomfortable, you know. They have to keep changing their pants every couple of days, so whatever. However, they've managed to manage this escalation, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard again. But it would appear that they're starting to realise a number of things now were purely based on Russian scaremongering and nonsense. And hopefully this is going to start to break that spell a bit. Richie Rich, welcome up, my friend.
Very good morning to you all. Thank you for giving us the news and booms and everything happening. And yeah, fabulous to see another SU ditched again, which is brilliant. I was just catching up on news and stuff myself, and I've just been reading. I don't know if you've already mentioned this. I only came in recently, but apparently the German far right party has been placed. I think is in second place, winning over the top of Scholz's party. I just wondered if anyone had any knowledge of what this might mean. Is it a problem for Ukraine if this party come through, or if they launch a possible another election? And also, too, it's rather interesting news that you were talking about at the moment with regards to Russian ships appearing on the coast of Havana, if I'm correct. What exactly is it? A show of power or display of power or some kind of weird thing like that? Anyway, that was my question. So thanks very much if anyone can answer any of that.
I don't know. I've got this this thought in my head that they're over there trying to beg bananas and flowers off them because they seem to be having trouble supplying themselves with these things. But yeah, they're probably up to some no good nonsense. But they can't really do very much there. I mean, they're being watched like hawks. They're over there just to probably do a little bit of business, but the fact that it causes a bit of trouble at the same time and people get all like het up and get their knickers in a wad, that other than delivering a few bits and bobs, maybe picking up some other stuff that they need. But in the meantime,
Yeah, I think
report in Joensuu, and you pronounce it perfectly, it had been threatened earlier in the end of April. There have been already flights returned to Helsinki, so it's just a common case. But now to the German election, well, it's seen always quite of wrong, because everybody says the Christian parties have won. No, nearly nothing changed. The people say that the Social Democrats lost. Not really, just a tiny bit. The real losses has been at the Green Party, and the fucking win is on the AfD, our Nazi party. And what does it mean? Actually, nothing, because all the other parties have an agreement not to work together with them. It's shaming, and it's a pity to see how Russia is winning the German elections, because the campaigns.
Oh, did we just lose her?
I think we lost her.
Oh
Oh, there you are. There you are. You're back. Carry on.
no! Okay, now I know it. When the screen gets dark, you lose me. Okay, I will scroll a little bit up and down the whole the time. Okay. Where does it stop? When I say it means nearly nothing, because the other parties have an agreement not to work with the Nazis, and
Yeah.
the other point is the losing of the Green is the winning of the Russians. There have been a lot of campaigns against the Green Party, and the campaigns against the SPD, the Social Democrats, has only been in our Ukraine supporting bubble. It hasn't been a big campaign against the SPD, the Social Democrats. So they haven't lost a lot of things. But the Greens have lost 1/3. And that's just the winning of Russia. And it's really, I don't know. I think it's kind of fearing for me to see what kind of influence it have. And especially under the, earlier we said, oh, these are the just the old ones who are voting. And it has been like this for some years. But with the analysis from this time, the Nazis got a lot of votes from the youngsters. And this is really fearing, and we have to change something in our educational system or something like this. This is really worrying. So, Richie, do you have more questions, or have I talked enough?
No, thank you for that. I appreciate your input there, and that's been quite clear. It's just a shame so many young German folk have decided to go in that direction. I'm sitting there wondering what's gone wrong in that situation. But yeah, thank you for that. Much obliged for your comments there.
You're welcome.
What you've got to remember, Richie Rich, is look at the students who have been co-opted by the Palestinian movement and are, shouting about equal rights for, all these LGBTQ plus and Palestine. And what they don't realise is that, that what they're shouting for there are two opposites, complete opposites that won't mix. And it's amazing how people end up doing something which is against their best interest just because they don't understand it properly, and propaganda has been used to push it to them. And I think that is part and parcel of the issue with young people, maybe voting against their own best interest just because they don't necessarily realize, the propaganda that's being fed to them. In these days of TikTok and instant gratification and, things that go viral because, somebody says some nonsense on the internet and somebody runs with it as though it's real and goes crazy. These things are all made to, trigger emotional responses and make you feel strongly about something. At one point, if you'd have talked to me 10 years ago, you'd have probably thought I was a right racist idiot, even though I've never tried, I've always tried not to be, but some of my views were really wrong, I'll be honest. I was looking at things from the wrong angle. And now I see that, I was indeed wrong. My focus was in the wrong place. And now when I look at the issues, I see them as a whole rather than just a piece of the issue. And I think that's what it is. Young people have been sort of, had just a piece of the issue thrust in their faces, and they don't realize the actual cause. And 99% of the time, for some reason, the cause is Russia. Who knew? Katinka.
Yeah, but also with the students, it has been like the farmers or the truckers. It hasn't been students. At least in Berlin, in the university, they have recognized that less than 20% have been students. So just smile or be sad what Russia is doing.
Yeah, I think certainly in a number of countries, Finland have definitely got it right, that they teach, young people growing up a lot of critical thinking. And so the Russians find it a lot more difficult to infiltrate narratives into Finland, for example, because they see it coming a mile off. They know exactly who their neighbor is. And we only fall for it because of proximity, because we've never been invaded by them, because we've never had to be so protected by critical thinking ourselves. In fact, we probably should have been, but we went through this long peace dividend that we thought was going to last forever, where Russia had just become a friend. But they never became our friend, did they? They always just planned to come back and hit it again, even if it took 30, 40, 50, 100 years. Doesn't matter. They never gave up. And I honestly think they're still sort of in their head, still fighting World War II. Because, that's the only glory they've ever had. And that seems to be all they seem to be bothered about. Every other part of history is malleable, but World War II was definitely won by the Russians, all by themselves. They're so very proud of it that they can't just drag themselves into a new century. Maybe because since then they've had nothing else to be proud of. And they also have a little bit of false pride with regards to World War II, because, of course, they didn't win it solely by themselves. I know it comes as a shock. If I were to say that in Russia, I'd have probably got arrested. Just pointing that out. Sorry, I'm just trying to assess a claim in the background as well while talking to you, because this is how it goes. Oh, sugar, not that one. That one. Changes. There we go. There we go. Right, so while that's doing its thing, we shall carry on. So, speech from Scholz himself at the opening of the Conference of the Restoration of Ukraine in Berlin. Now, a number of people have said, why are we talking about restoration? We've not finished the war yet, but we have to show Ukraine that we are determined, we are with them, we are not going away. Excuse me. And this is one of the very strong ways to do it. If we're making plans for the future, we have no plan on abandoning them. And I think it's important to put these links in place to make it absolutely certain that we cannot abandon them, no matter what happens, because we have contracts and agreements and things are already done. So no matter who takes over in the future, sorry, it's already done. A bit like, is it Serbia, who, although their government doesn't like, giving Ukraine any military aid, some private companies have got contracts, and they were like, well, tough contracts, Slovakia, I think it is. Anyway, so, they will still have to honour their contracts and stuff, even if everything went to hell. So it's actually a really good thing to have all these ties that bind us, as it were, for the future. Now, I like this, that Scholz came out and said there will be no military victory for Russia or any peace in the form of a dictatorship. Good words. Like that. He didn't actually say Ukraine's going to push you all out and kick your ass, though, did he? But we're getting there. That's diplomatic big steps for Scholz. I wonder what Macron said to him. Anyway, Ukraine will receive in the coming months and weeks Iris-T, Patriot, Gepard, missiles and ammunition with them. In the coming months and weeks. Can we have that like this week? Next week? This month? It's always months. And it, months turn into years and we've still got no F-16s. Sorry, I've run out of patience. However, he went on to say Germany will support Ukraine as long as it is needed. Well, I'll be honest, mate, the way you're going with your flipping energy situation, Ukraine will be helping you out in the future. But there we go. Relations between Ukraine and Germany have never been so close or so trusting. I wonder what's been found out recently that has made him suddenly lose his distrust for Ukraine. Could it be the fact that there was a bunch of the German government, including Merkel, who were hiding information from themselves about what a terrible thing it was to be doing so much business with Russia, because they were putting themselves in a really bad strategic position. And they ignored that stuff. And, now there's a bit of owning up to be done and a bit of maybe putting things right. Perhaps this is a start, eh? I just feel as though it's a poor do when we have to literally shame him to death to get him to do anything. But at least it appears that he's past that point now. So, the trade balance of Ukraine and Germany is cut. The outflow of German investments is not yet fixed. So, in other words, they will be making some more contracts, I suppose, making some new investments. And this is part and parcel of what they're discussing now. So yesterday, the Economic Council started working, which will help Ukraine and donors with their investments. It is also worth remembering that while it's always good to, poke at Olaf with a stick, Germany are doing an awful lot to support Ukraine, and we can't really, have a go at them very much. Yes, he's been a bit ridiculous over the Taurus, almost as though he produces it personally in his own back shed, and it's his baby. But also, he personally has been very reticent to move forward on things, and it's taken an awful lot of pressure from the public, his colleagues in his own government. And I think Boris Pistorius has played a strong role in helping to encourage Olaf to be a little bit more forthright, or just to make any steps forward. He's just such not a military mind. I think that's Olaf's big problem. And he's just terribly cautious about everything. And unfortunately, he needs to have somebody constantly shoving at him to get him to keep moving, because it's all very out of his comfort zone. That's kind of the feeling I get about Scholz. I don't think he's personally compromised. I think he's terrified. Anyway, it is worth also remembering that Germany sheltered 1 million refugees from Ukraine. So it's, it's important to sort of put the credit where it's due. Germany are doing a massive amount to help Ukraine, and we might have a dig at Scholz because he's, he is who he is. But when it comes down to it, a lot has got done. So let's not kick him too hard. Just a little bit in the shins. All right. Now, another thing here. Oh, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to. There's an interesting article in the Telegraph about the election results in France, and there's speculation in this article as to whether Macron was torpedoed by hysteria created in France by Russian intelligence, or at least the Kremlin, and their propagandists pushing a bed bug hysteria. So apparently, some woman was bitten by a bed bug in a cinema in some Paris suburb, and hysteria quickly spread from there about bed bugs anywhere, including apparently in London too. So apparently somebody spotted bed bugs on the tube or something, and suddenly people were putting cling film on their tube seats. But it seems to have been totally overblown. Apparently the bed bugs aren't that bad at all. They just look rather alarming when you show them on social media through a microscope. They're just harmless little tiny bugs. You might give you a little itch, but nowhere near as bad. And one thing now, although obviously I don't necessarily believe that the Kremlin was the source of this, they certainly amplified it with a lot of Kremlin supporting accounts really pushing this story as an example of what a useless manager Macron was. So, I don't know if you remember Mokka's the heat wave, the drought of 1976, but along with the drought, the UK had
before my timing. I was a
Oh,
little
I do
twinkle.
apologize. I do
I was just a
apologize.
twinkle at that time.
But along with the drought, we had an invasion of some 50 billion ladybirds, and they were just, they weren't annoying. They might give you a little bite or something, but they were just there. I didn't run around saying, the Harold Wilson or Edward Heath government, whoever was in power back then, is useless because of the bloody ladybird invasion.
Well, I kind of think a ladybird invasion would start off pleasant and end up a bit creepy, if you know what I mean. You'd be like, oh, look, all the ladybirds. Oh, my God, they're everywhere. Yeah. So a little bit like arachnophobia, but with ladybirds. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And how do you know you've been bitten by a bed bug? Well, they bite you in a line, usually. Usually it's something like 2 or 3 little bites in a line. And that's how you know it's bed bugs, just so as you know. And also, apparently it's Macron's fault that some hotels or some cinemas have managed to get these things inside themselves. It only takes a little bit of fumigation and they're all gone. Start again, fresh and clean and all that. So, yeah, apparently major issue. And you know what? I'm quite certain there are instances of hotels in London that also sport the odd bug. But you know what? Any hotel, anywhere, might also fall into this. In fact, Gran Canaria, I can safely say they definitely have bed bugs in some of their hotels because my friend was absolutely covered in bites from his hotel. Glad I wasn't staying there. So, yeah, I can't believe that this would be the reason why Macron is falling from grace and why the UK is, a terrible place as well. But okay, if that's what they want to go with, bed bugs, good for them. They are very laughable, aren't they? Oh, bed bugs bringing down the world. Okie dokie then. Now, Zelensky has been talking at the opening ceremony of this restoration, get together today. If it's not written down, my head just doesn't like to do words in certain orders. Don't know why. So anyway, he has outlined plans to restore all the energy facilities in Ukraine before winter, wherever possible. Yeah, I would say that is certainly restoration that needs to be done at a priority, because the Russian Federation have managed to destroy 9 gigawatts of Ukraine's energy producing capacity winter's peak consumption was 18 gigawatts of energy. So they've lost half, a good 50% of their generating capacity. He highlighted, of course, the need for the at least 7 Patriot air defense systems that they have already been asking for. And I'll be honest, Germany's been quite frustrated that other countries are not more forthcoming with Patriot systems. And you know how I said that Russia's running out of air defense systems? Well, you'd think that we were running out of Patriot systems, but no, there's lots of them, and they produce a new one every month, would you believe? I don't know if it's a battery or just a part of it, but I think they can actually produce a whole system within a month. So, you know, these things are rolling off the production line, and there's countries who are happy to put money towards it, but they don't want to give up their own Patriot systems. And I can totally understand why, because you know what? They are also very close to Russia. Now, there is a country that has over 1,000 Patriot systems, and probably for good reason in some places. But in other places, they're just sort of hanging around, looking nice, and I can guarantee you they will never be intercepting bombs, ever. So just to note that there probably are some spares hanging around that could be integrated into Ukraine systems if only somebody got off their backside and agreed to do it. So keep up the pressure, America. I don't want to slag everybody off in your government, but I'd like to give credit where it's due, and there's a lot of credit due, but there's also a lot of people who need a kick up the arse and or in the head, either way. And let's just say, keep up that pressure, because Patriot systems, I'm quite sure the US could spare a couple. In fact, they could probably spare 7 without even breaking a sweat. And yet, it's not coming, is it? So, okay, if you're not able to just pluck them out and donate them, what about these ones which are being built every month? Because everybody's loving the Patriot system these days. I heard that Ukraine do have some on order, but they're actually at the back of the queue behind some other people who've ordered them first. You know, other people who aren't currently going through a hot war. Now, if that's the case, I feel as though that's a bit silly as well. And when I say a bit silly, please replace these words with huge, ridiculously angry swears. Yes? So when I say, gosh, that's a bit silly, that is years of therapy. What I really mean to say is something that cannot be broadcasted. And it would probably hurt your delicate ears. So I'll say that in private to the cats later. But yeah, what? So somebody ordered an air defense system of a Patriot for Ukraine. And they went, oh, yeah, we'll get right onto that. But we've got a couple of other customers ahead of you. Pardon? I'm sorry. Are they at war? Do they need that right this second? Just stupidity. It's very silly, that. Very silly. You know what I mean. And yeah, here's Zelensky literally going, 7 systems and our country would be in a much better place and we'd stop losing so many civilians due to murder and, the regular murder theatre that goes on from Russia. And we all agree. But it's, pull the thumb out and get doing it. Yank that thumb out from your butt. And shall we do some actions instead? Because that, here I am. Words are amazing. Words are brilliant. Actions are the only things that make me happy. Oh yes, I'm that kind of girl. Yeah. We've got to really push for more action. Where am I? Oh, now then, I'm off very shortly. So I best tell you that we have a couple of lovely guests coming to join us today, and I'm going to start putting them in the what's it called? The nest. That's the one. Now, one of those people might actually be just about to come and talk to us. So while I'm whacking those in the nest, there we go, done that. We have today, June the 11th, a nice meeting with Sabre Advisory. That's right, Kevin Leach. He's coming in to chat to us about his project, the Come Home Alive, the key elements of training, and he's served and worked in Ukraine for some time, served in military before, Canadian Armed Forces veteran, and is now specialising in armoured reconnaissance training with the Ukrainian forces there. So feel free to come and harass him with your questions later, because he'll be coming in officially at, let me check, we have London time, 6 p.m, Kyiv time, 8 p.m. There we go. And so that will be Pacific time, 10 a.m. for you usually like a sleep in, and 1 p.m. for you Eastern time, folks. There we go. One more. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at these announcements, aren't I? I'm brill at these. What it is that I've never really got into a sort of a way of doing it, so it just it comes as it happens. So we also have other guests this evening, and they will be in just 1 hour later. We have a national security and foreign policy chat with Colonel John Sweet. He's a retired Army colonel and 30-year military intelligence officer. He led the European Command Intelligence Engagement Division from 2012 to 2014. So I'm going to imagine that he's got quite a bit of knowledge, and his opinions are probably quite good ones, just based on the fact that he has the knowledge to assess more than I do, for sure. And Mark Toth. Now, Mark writes comments on national security and foreign policy for The Hill, for the New York Post, for the Kyiv Post. He's also done work for TVP World. He also works on Fox News and more. Now, like I say, we have to engage with all parts of society. So the very fact that he's appeared on Fox News doesn't make him Satan, but it does mean that maybe he's taking his message of national security to some people who maybe need to hear it a little louder than the rest of us. So I would say don't judge Jeff based on that. But he will indeed be, he's come and talked with us before, and I believe it's been a very good conversation. So he will indeed be along with Colonel John Sweet, retired, later on today as well. So a fun-packed and info-packed evening for your ears, my folks. And on that note, I think we're just about coming up to changing overtime, aren't we? And you know what? I am really busy at work and I have done absolutely nothing, Ming. So I'm going to skip out on you. No.
Off you go, mockers. Speak to you again tomorrow, and have a good day. So apparently Peskov, at his daily presser, has been asked about, in the wake of various plane crashes killing off heads of state. So obviously the Iranian president Ebrahim Raisi died in a helicopter crash in May last month, and now this vice president of Malawi, Silas Klaus Chilima, has died in another plane crash. I think the Russians are reporting they haven't found it, but I've seen it confirmed that his plane has been found, and he is no longer with us. So the question has arisen: is Putin safe flying around in his aircraft? Well, according to Peskov, he is, because the president of Russia uses domestic aircraft, very reliable aircraft from a technological point of view, and they undergo special maintenance. Well, of course, we all know how Russian maintenance works out, but I'm sure they do actually pay special attention to the presidential flight in Russia. Last time I was in Budapest, back in 2013, Putin was visiting Orban, and he flew in with literally three Ilyushin 96s. Presumably the other two were decoys in case he wanted to fire a missile at it. But they've also got that weird bubble on the top, which is presumably stuffed full of EW countermeasures. And the other thing that Peskov pointed out is that in the crash that killed the president of Iran, he was flying on a Bell 212, a US helicopter, whereas the other two helicopters in the convoy flying alongside were reliable Russian ones, and that the president of Iran should have flown instead on a Russian helicopter. Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to add. So this thing that they pointed out that the two other helicopters were Russian, and also Peskov said yes, of course, Putin flies on domestic aircraft, very well maintained, special attention to this, but of course we pay the same attention to the other aircrafts that the Russians are flying. Practically, he caught himself saying that Putin. He deserves special attention, but not you, the others. But afterwards, he just corrected himself on this. So, yeah.
So, Joanna, I see you flagged up this other article in Kommersant about the Russian nuclear doctrine and how it might be changing. It's kind of interesting because it came out a couple of days ago. Putin seemed to add a new corollary to the current nuclear doctrine, which previously had been if the Russian Federation was under an existential threat. He added territorial integrity. And I see Kommersant have now done an interview with the Deputy Foreign Minister, Ryabkov, I think his name is, talking about we need to make changes to the nuclear doctrine based on our current needs. So I think it's pretty clear what those needs are. The conventional warfare obviously isn't really Russia's thing, right? They're not very good at it. And so their need is seriously urgent to quickly reevaluate the nuclear doctrine. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so they say that they have to make changes to the nuclear doctrine, but actually they don't know exactly what changes. But of course, they have to adapt in this very dangerous world when everybody is against them. And actually, during the SPIF, the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, Putin spoke about nuclear things about 3 times. First, he went up the roof saying that, yeah, we have the right to use nuclear weapons. And then he just toned it down a little bit, and then he made other precisions. Apparently, this is a new press conference or something like this. And actually, he said that according to the nuclear doctrine, Russia can use all means in the event of the threats to sovereignty and integrity of the country. But he said that Russia's use of nuclear weapons could increase the speed of problem solving during a military operation on the territory of Ukraine, but noted afterwards that the life and health of military personnel is more important than this. So problem solving, like really nuclear problem solving, what is this?
Yeah, so this was also very interesting, adding in this concept of problem solving, and presumably here he's talking about tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine. So this has been brought up in the past. The reports at the time suggested that the Chinese and the US warned Russia off against the use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And it's interesting that he seems to have brought it up again after being quiet on that topic for so long. And Jana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they must have realized that their bluffs don't stand, and the people don't believe them anymore. So they upped it a bit, at least on declarative statement level. But I don't know how you will protect the rights of the Russian citizens in the Donbass by using a tactical nuclear weapon. How comes? How is it problem solving? Like if they disappear all, their rights will be protected in like afterlife, or what is that?
Well, I think this goes back to their talk about their needs of the moment, and their needs of the moment is that they're not doing very well in Ukraine. So yeah, no, the Russian press is, in particular, Tsargrad TV, is particularly full of articles about, look, this bluff thing isn't working. We need to do something serious. We need a demonstration or whatever. So that noise, I guess, is going to be around for a bit. That's going to be part of the current narrative, that Russian weapons are real. Anyway, I must drop because Tim is here to replace me, and I will speak to you all again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ming. Okie dokie. So while we're doing a little switcheroo, I will go back to Joanna, please. Joanna.
Yeah, so I usually hate to talk about nuclear things, but I guess as the Russians keep this on the news all the time, we might address it. So what options do they have? I believe that strategic nuclear weapons are out of the question in any way. So that leaves three options: do a nuclear test on Russian territory somewhere in the Arctic, or somewhere far away, and just prove that you do have nuclear weapons. Because people are kind of wondering what is the state of nuclear weapons in Russia right now. So this is option one. Option two is use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. And I know that sounds horrible, and I don't think that they will, but we know exactly what happens if this happens, because I believe United States and NATO made it very clear that if Russia does such a horrible thing, there will be consequences, and the consequences will be thoroughly felt. And the third option is, outer space option. They launch a satellite that they claim that has military capability and is able to destroy something. They could, in theory, detonate a nuclear weapon in outer space that will probably produce an electromagnetic pulse that may disable a number of satellites. But also, this is a very far-fetched option because the consequences of this are very impossible to calculate, actually, and there may be dire consequences for Russia too. Not to mention what the other countries will do, because I think this is a violation that can be considered the violation of the Article 5. So basically, Russia doesn't have many options in this regard, isn't it?
Sure. I mean, my guiding principle when it comes to nuclear weapons is they're fundamentally psychological weapons, right? And they exist as a kind of threat in being, but they, the threat only works if they're never ever used. So essentially, they're kind of there to scare us, and they fit in this particular case, right? I mean, they're there to scare everybody, right? That's kind of how nuclear deterrence works, right? Is if you are dealing with a nuclear power and you are fighting that nuclear power directly, the aim of having nuclear weapons is to, number one, deter you from using your own, and number two, deter you from doing anything on the territory of that country, right? Now, there are various policies and postures that are, that are that manage this threat, right? So you can have, different countries do this in different ways. So, for example, the France has a very, very aggressive nuclear posture. So France's nuclear posture is basically if a single foreign soldier steps 1 inch into French territory, it's bye-bye time, right? That's kind of France's nuclear posture. They're like, you invade France, we'll launch. That's it. Bye-bye. The UK, for example, has a policy of nuclear ambiguity. So it doesn't comment on nuclear weapons issues at all. Does not publish any doctrine, does not have any official policy on, or at least any open official policy circumstances those weapons will be used in. So there are like maybe 4 or 5 people in the whole of the United Kingdom who know what the nuclear policy actually is. They will be the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defence, a couple of people in the Royal Navy, and probably the King. Beyond that, nobody knows. It's deliberately ambiguous. And that is to kind of keep the enemy guessing. So the enemy has absolutely no idea where the British line is. And that supposedly is meant to make them kind of cautious and kind of worried. What Russia does with this, well, officially they have this kind of policy of escalation, right? So they have this war, this total war doctrine. So in the event of a total war, they have this kind of escalation tree that ends in strategic nuclear war. So it starts on the battlefield, and it kind of goes up the ladder. Initially tactical nuclear weapons use, and then eventually strategic nuclear weapons use. Now, that is again a tool of psychological warfare, and it's one that the Russians wield very effectively, right? Now, personally, I think it's nonsense. I don't think the Russians have any escalatory policy when it comes to weapons of mass destruction, particularly as they are not in a general state of war with another nuclear armed power, right? So, but what I think they're trying to do here, and what they're actually doing successfully, is an exercise in reflexive control. So they are letting us imagine that we are on this ladder, that every time something new happens in Ukraine, every time we do something to further Ukrainian victory, then we inch slowly up the ladder. And at the top of the ladder is everybody gets nuked, right? And this seems to be the framework in which, for example, the White House is managing this war. So they seem to believe this escalatory thing from Russia. And I think that's reflexive control. I don't think it's real. I think that this is exactly what the Russians want the White House to believe about the way they behave. And frankly, I think they're just being played like a tuba by the Russians. And all of their nuclear rhetoric, all of their nuclear threats play into this. And it's kind of a confusing policy as well. Like, I don't know why this is, because there've been a number of very unusual things in the conflict with, from the West. Number one was the UK broke its policy of nuclear ambiguity. Right? So the UK basically put Ukraine under a nuclear umbrella quite early on in the conflict, and said, right, if there's any use of weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine by Russia, including tactical nuclear weapons, we will launch, which is an enormous break from policy for the UK. There was also Lloyd Austin's suggestion that the price of any use of nuclear weapons, even tactical nuclear weapons by the Russians, would mean the destruction of the Russian armed forces in Ukraine, just completely by the US Air Force, just gone, which is something that the United States could achieve. So the kind of escalation tree, like, that was neutralized really quite early on by the UK and the US. So I don't know why certain countries are still behaving like it still exists. So the US behaves like that, Germany behaves like that, Italy behaves like that, and I don't understand why, because I think it's all just a game. I think it's all just smoke and mirrors, and it's just a way for the Kremlin to scare the West into not backing Ukraine to the extent that they could. That's kind of my take on things nuclear. Why are we discussing nuclear things? Have they been threatening us on television again?
I think
No, actually, sorry, there is an article in Kommersant about, a deputy something from Russia, Rybakov, saying that they might revise the nuclear doctrine. And Putin said that this may be.
Sorry, Joanna, we missed nearly all of that. Your audio has gone horrible.
I'm sorry, do you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Could you say all of that again, please?
Yeah, so there is the main article in Commerçant today is about a deputy something, just let me see, saying that Russia may be forced by the circumstances right now to revise the nuclear doctrine. So that's why Ming brought it, and we were talking about it earlier. And also Putin said that, nuclear solution may be some kind of problem solving of the Ukrainian, problem, special military operation, something like this. So the name of the person is Ryabkov. He is the deputy foreign minister, and he commented on the possibility of changing the nuclear doctrine. I'll send you the article in the back channel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Joanna. I'll have a look at the article and take a view. Okie dokie. Welcome, Jenny. How are we doing?
We're doing good. I managed to get like all of my needs done before North Sea Empire, except for one thing. I have to do laundry this afternoon, but everything else I got out of the way, and I feel super efficient. So I'm totally ready.
Super efficient, fantastic. I'm just reading this little this article from Joanna. Thank you for that, Joanna. Possibility of changing nuclear doctrine. According to him, challenges from the United States and NATO actualize the need to edit basic documents in accordance with needs. So the challenges that are multiplying as a result of the unacceptable and escalatory actions of the United States. Yeah, stop interfering in our illegal invasion, you bastards. Undoubtedly raised before us the full question of how the basic documents in the field of nuclear deterrence can be brought more into line with current needs. Prior to making appropriate decisions in our practice, there is no preliminary coverage of what the changes might be. Um, they began on the 21st of May. Exercises began on the use of non-strategic nuclear weapons. The exercises began in response to provocative statements and threats from Western officials. God, if only. I wish we'd make a provocative statement or a threat. Like, that would be awesome, but apparently we don't. At the same time, the president emphasized that Russia does not rattle nuclear weapons. At a meeting with the representatives of foreign media, Putin said that according to nuclear doctrine, Russia can use all means in the event of a threat to sovereignty and integrity. The president also said that Russia's use of nuclear weapons could increase the speed of problem solving during a military operation on the territory of Ukraine, but noted that the life and health of military personnel is more important than this. So, yeah, that kind of means absolutely nothing, I'm afraid. The life and health of whose military personnel? I'm guessing his, because if he does anything with nuclear weapons in Ukraine, they're all getting liquidized by the US Air Force. So that's probably going to be quite bad for their health. What do you think, Jenny?
I agree. So they're not saber rattling. Does that mean that they're gonna, actually do what they're threatening to do, or what does that mean? I don't get it.
They're just lying, right?
Yeah.
They're just claiming that Russia doesn't make nuclear threats when Russia does on a weekly basis on the television.
Well, so there's a difference between
This
threatening and actually promising. It's like, because I told my kids that. I'm like, I do not make threats. These are promises. You do this, these are going to be your consequences. It's not a threat. It's the truth. This will happen. And they tried. And, I did good on my promises. And so my kids learn early on that mommy does not make idle threats. And so either Russia is making idle threats and they're saying that they're not. Does that mean that they're making promises? I don't think so. They don't have the balls to do it. They are making threats. They're just being silly.
It just means they're making stuff up. So it's like it's kind of self-refuting, right? Because they say, they don't make idle threats when the announcement is a threat, right? They didn't even say idle threats. They said we don't do nuclear saber rattling. Well, the announcement is itself nuclear saber rattling. So it's kind of self-defeating. This whole claim. It's just nonsense. Joanna?
Yeah, so Ming's conclusion and mine was that they kind of realized that their bluff is cold, and people are not believing these saber rattling threats and whatever. And I guess their conclusion was, yeah, they are not believing us because in our doctrine it says that we cannot use nuclear weapons like a preemptive strike or whatever. So let's go to the next level of the threat and say, yeah, but we might change the nuclear doctrine. So I believe this is the logic behind this. And also they say we must change it, but we don't know what changes we should do to it. So yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's a strange one, right? Because making these changes in a way that actually could have any political effect would mean that you would basically have to publish the changes, and that would mean you would have to draw a red line and watch as the Ukrainians and NATO cross the red line, and then nothing happens, because that's what happens with Russia's red lines. Yeah, it's all rather silly, really. It's just a cheap intimidation tactic. I think they know that the tanky spear and the MAGA lot and all of those fools are going to be well, we know that the Western press is going to report on this in like blood curdling terms. And we know that the usual silly people are going to think there's actually something meaningful to it when there isn't. And it'll be weaponized by the tanky sphere. It'll be weaponized by the America First types. It'll be weaponized by the European far right, and the Greens and all of those peacenik weirdos. So yeah, it's just information warfare. Um, business as usual for the Russians, I think. What do you reckon, Jenny?
I don't know actually, to be honest. I just I think they want to live rent free in our heads like we do in theirs. And maybe that's why they're threatening all the time. They want to be relevant, and like you said, they're stomping their little feet to be relevant. And they just, I honestly don't know. At this point, I'm just sick and tired of them. They make these stupid threats, and then they're like, "We're not threatening." Yes, you are. You're trying to intimidate all of your neighbors, and some who are not even direct neighbors. Um, they're just being assholes. And I think that you should throat punch assholes. I don't know. I choose violence. I have not had enough coffee. Can you tell?
I can almost tell. Yeah, you sound quite kind of dark there. Yeah, you sound like you've had a tough morning.
It really hasn't been that tough, but it's, some days you're just like, you know what? I can deal with this BS coming from the East today. And then there are other days when you're just like, I'm gonna nip this in the bud. I'm gonna like just throat punch you because I just don't have the patience. This scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where there was supposed to be actually a fight, and then in the end, Indiana Jones just pulls out the gun and shoots the guy. I am Indiana Jones today. It's like "Ugh, I don't have the energy to fight you. I'm just going, oh, problem solved. Move on to the next problem. Sorry, that was really dark. Sorry. Well, not that sorry actually.
It's a very funny scene, to be fair. I'd quite like to see you do that. Let's go to Joanna. Joanna, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I know that there are more interesting subjects. There is the conference in Germany right now. President Zelensky is there. But I know that you kind of like this kind of things, Tim, and I wanted to bring you the results from the SPIF, the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. There is a number of articles, a lot of pictures. Some of them are quite interesting with the stands, with the people, with the fashion, with so many things. It's a big subject in Russian press. But I want to just read a little bit about the results of the Economic Forum, and they kind of twisted it in reporting about it. I will tell you how. They present it like a big success. The 27th St. Petersburg Economic Forum was held from June 5 to June 8. More than 21,000 representatives from 139 countries, that's what they say. More than 980 agreements concluded for a total amount of 6.4 trillion rubles. By the way, this is not a very big amount. And pay attention here. The forum was attended by the president of Bolivia, Luis Arce, the president of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa, and the head of Republika Srpska. International guests, the most important, are the president of Bolivia, the president of Zimbabwe, and the head of Republika Srpska. That's all. And others. They say afterwards, and others. That's all. Main statements and transactions. So there is a number of them.
Hang on, Joanna. Let's break that down a little bit. So the Republika Srpska, that's not even a country, is it? Isn't that the
Exactly.
Serb bit of that's the Serb bit of Bosnia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not recognized by international, and how he's called Dodic. He's very friendly with Putin, but it's not a recognized country, the Republika Srpska.
So the president of Serbia didn't even go.
No, Orban, no. China, no.
That is amazing. He couldn't even get like the real dickheads to turn up. He had to get the fake ones. That's amazing.
Yeah, kind of like this. So these are the most important, international visitors. So they could have mentioned the minister from China or somebody from India or from Turkey or something like this. I think all of these would have been much more important than the head of Republika Srpska. But anyway, that's how they give it. So there are some graphs here, but I don't read Russian, so I don't know. The graphs are not translated by by Google. So I sent you the article. Maybe you will take more from it than me. And they present the transactions. GSE, Russian Railways signed an agreement to make a southwestern bypass. The Russian direct investment fund will invest 2 billion ruble to product Russian electric cars. Sberbank will create a mutual combined investment fund. Gazprom signed contracts with Kazakhstan for gas transit. This is the only international one. And then there are some other contracts. All of them are Russia. And they kind of spin it and turn it in a success, saying that sovereignty is in search of a contractor, and all this forum was focused on internal topics and meetings that in order to provide Russia with sovereignties from technological and financial and cultural domain and everything. So they kind of spin it that it was like Russia focused, but the actual reality is that besides that very sidelined contract with Kazakhstan for transit, it's not even investment production or something like this. There is kind of nothing, no international deal in this piece. At least that's how I read it.
How big did you say the electric car investment was? Did you say 6 billion rubles?
Just a moment. Let me take back. So 2 billion rubles. 2 billion rubles.
So that's like 20 million euros.
something like this. Yeah, it's not really.
How
I
much
sent you.
how much electric car research do you think you get for 20 million euros?
I
300
don't know,
bucks, right?
not very much. No. But they do not need research because they steal.
Well, they actually that it's even worse for them than that, because the Chinese steal, and then the Russians pay the Chinese for the stolen IP. So it's even like it's not even they steal it themselves. The Chinese get it for free, and then the Russians are stupid enough to pay for it. You wanna?
Yeah, exactly. And there is another article. So I sent you a cascade of 3 articles from Commerzbank that are kind of related one with the other. But this is really funny because they say the title of the article is like this: Russians remain techno-optimistic. The Russians are optimistic. And there was a discussion panel, simply fantasy, the image of the future as a key factor in the development of economy and society. And basically, what they say is that the high techno optimism of Russians is the legacy of a targeted policy of the USSR. It's beneficial to the authorities because it distracts people from dissatisfaction with their lifestyle. And according to the director of VT Sion or something like this, Valery Fedorov, Russians have images of the future, no problem with that. But the problem is that we have about 5 of them. And another problem is that all these images of the future, they are not about future, they are about the past. So I found this article about the Russian techno optimism like hilarious, hilarious. I send it to you. It's the third in the line.
That's really interesting, because what like without meaning to descend too far into stereotypes, what would you say like the average technological innovator looks like as a person? Like probably young, probably male, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, not necessarily male. Yeah, probably young, probably highly educated, either engineering or sciences, something like this.
What happened to all of those guys? They all left, didn't they? They like 4 million of them fled Russia. Basically, every ambitious young man with a decent education and some desire to start their own thing and make something of themselves has basically fled Russia and is now living in Helsinki or London or Paris or whatever. So I don't know, if I were Russian, I wouldn't be very techno optimistic, because there's nobody around to do the techno bit.
Yeah, exactly. And also they kind of trying to think about innovation. They kind of bring back the beautiful past of the Soviet Union when Soviet Union was at the top of the technical innovation, which in some ways it was, but not like it's very difficult to. They kind of pushed through some things, but it's not really compared with the West. And I'm biased because we were educated in a like socialist country, and they were telling us all the time how Russia is innovating, how great and wonderful is the Soviet Union, and so on. But actually, I think it's not very much meat in those stories. So yes, they had kind of a meritocracy-based system there because that helped them, but it's far from the free competition and the liberal education and the investments and the development of the West. So basically, when they are looking into the future, they kind of remember with nostalgia the Soviet past, and this is kind of ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, I mean, what we have to remember is that everything the Soviet Union achieved, it achieved despite Marxism, Leninism, not because of it, right? Because Marxism, Leninism is a hindrance to just about everything, right? So the idea fundamentally doesn't work. It doesn't work in terms of economics. It doesn't work in terms of like basic human behavior. It doesn't it has problems with like pricing things. I mean, the biggest the biggest issue at the heart of Marxian economics, right, is you can't sell something to yourself and price it accurately, right? It's called the economic calculation problem. I think it was a Ludwig von Mises thing, but it's never satisfactorily been answered, right? How do you discover the price of something if you're selling it to yourself? And okay, so this happens, right? Businesses do sell things to themselves, right? So say you have a company that it's based in Luxembourg and it owns another company in the UK that has a particular piece of intellectual property that the child company pays the parent company like licensing fees for, right? You have to find a way to price those. And what you do is you do arm's length pricing, right? So you look at the wider market and you say what is typically charged for this sort of thing. You get a bunch of numbers, you pick the one that's kind of in the middle, and there's your arm's length price, right? So you haven't just totally made it up. Therefore, it's not a completely artificial fee. It's based on something. But the problem with that is it requires an actual market, right? It means that other people have to be doing this in a free market way in order for you to get that price discovery. Because if there's no wider benchmark, you just can't do it. And the whole of Marxian economics is that, right? How can you calculate the value of something and price that thing if you're selling it to yourself, you're buying it from yourself, right? There's no subjectivity, right? There's not even any marginal utility. There's just no way you can do it. And so this mode of thinking, as I'm sure you know far better than I do, Joanna, is always harmful to basically any human activity, because the fundamental underlying ideology is just unworkable. It has no praxis. There's no way you can apply it in the real world. And so, yeah, the Soviet Union did stuff, but the whole exercise makes you wonder how much more the Soviet Union could have done if it hadn't been based on fundamentally stupid ideas. And I think I don't know. I'm just reading this thing about the techno optimism. I think this guy Valery Fedorov, I don't know who he is. I think he's being really critical here. Like he is. Who is he? I'm just googling him now. So he is.
Commerzant has
Yeah.
a tradition of publishing veiled criticism, so it doesn't look really like criticism, but actually it is.
All right. Okay. Because I think he's being really quite rude about the way Russia is here. What you said about it is beneficial to the authorities because it distracts people from their lifestyle. Like that's a bit of a meow, isn't it, Joanna? It's like, well, Russia's a bit shit, isn't it? But we can distract them with this future stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think he's on thin ice here. I think he's on thin ice. But then he's a political scientist, right? He's not a technologist. I'm just Googling him now. He has had the Medal of the Order of Merit for the Motherland second class. So that's something. And he is a member of the National Strategy Council. Wonder what that is. I'm going to Google that. Oh, it gives me a bunch of anime stuff. Okay, I'm not going to find out what that is. But anyway, yeah, I think he's being a bit of a bitch here. I think he's on thin ice. I think he's being a little bit too critical of how Russia is. But yeah, it's a very interesting conference, Joanna. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that it's very hot in Russia, and she should be careful in opening windows from now on.
Absolutely, and I don't know. Like, I don't envy the academic class of Russia, right? Because it must be rather like being a scientist or an academic in the Soviet Union, right? Everybody knows it's all bullshit, but somehow they have to find a way to play a game. You have to find a way to play the game, and you're not going to convince these people, right? They're not going to be like ideological, they're either ideological Putinites or they're not. You don't even have stupid ideas like Marxism to confuse them and allow them to waste their ideological energies on. Okay, so there's kind of a theoretical framework for Putinism. I mean, Putinism kind of laid it out in his extremely boring interview with Tucker Carlson. So you can kind of bury your intellect in those stupid ideas, I suppose. But you still know they're basically stupid ideas. I mean, at least Marxism, Leninism had some kind of veil of respectability and intellect to them, even if they were bollocks. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a member of that intelligentsia in Russia. I think I'd find it all very, very difficult to cope with. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe there's a certain kind of, they have this certain ability to just switch their brains off. I don't know. What do you reckon, Jenny?
Maybe the survival instincts kick in, and they're like, I'm just gonna keep my head down, shut up and pretend, give them just produce whatever to make other people shut up. You can disguise a lot in just fancy words that nobody really understands. Fake it. So probably what they do. But yeah, I don't envy them. I don't think that I could do it. At some point I would just be fed up with the whole thing and just tell somebody off. I know me. I don't have a lot of control over my mouth sometimes. I just appear to. And
It's what makes you such an effective co-host, you see.
I have also learned the art of muting myself and then just string of swear words and like deep breath, and then I'm like, hey, that wasn't very brilliant, was it? There's tricks to it. Also, knowing multiple languages, swearing in multiple languages helps too. That's you can get away with a lot if you just sound nice, but really you're telling people off in a foreign language, but have a sweet tone to it. Then everybody's like, "Aw, what does that mean?" I was like, "Oh, I forgot what I said," you know. But yeah, it can't be easy for them. The poor few bastards that are still there.
Very good. Thank you very much for that, Jenny. Okie dokie. So that was a humorous look at the what's it called? The SPAF conference. Probably not that. That sounds a bit rude.
SPIF, St.
SPIF.
Petersburg International Economic Forum.
SPIF, that's the one. Yeah, that was a humorous look at the SPIF conference, which was allegedly attended by representatives from 136 countries. Yet the highest profile guests, as Joanna said, that they could announce were the president of Zimbabwe. One of my prized possessions, by the way, is a 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar note. And this was during their hyperinflation. And this note is quite unusual because this note was produced when they had run out of money to pay the people who printed the banknotes. And so they only printed them on one side. So they were so broke, and they were so lacking in hard currency, they couldn't afford to print banknotes. So they printed a load of 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar notes, but only on one side because De La Rue wouldn't work on credit for them. Oh gosh, imagine. This is a company that literally prints money and they wouldn't do it. Anyway, So the president of Zimbabwe apparently attended. The president of Colombia attended, and the president of Republika Srpska, which, as I understand it, is not a country. It's a part of one of the Balkan federations. I think it's Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's part of one of those. So it's not really a country. It's kind of like Scotland, right? So it's it's part of a federated entity, and it has a president, but it's not a sovereign state. Yeah, so those are the three the highest profile guests that bothered to show up. I don't think representatives from 136 countries turned up, because how many countries are there? There's like 192. Yeah, what's that? 56 of them would send no representatives. Yeah, I don't believe them.
I think that they just deduced, the number of countries in Europe, America, the US, Canada, Japan, South Korea, and the others, and what left they put in the number.
Because it's kind of difficult to believe that, I don't know, like the King of Swaziland sent a representative to this economic conference. Or the Federated States of Micronesia. I just don't think they'd bother. But yeah, I think they probably took the unfriendly countries map, which is a hilarious map of all the countries that don't do what Russia tells them to do, and it is an exact replica of the map of countries where it's not safe to drink the tap water. So all of the countries where the CDC in the United States says you shouldn't drink the tap water are on the friendly list, and all the ones where it's fine to drink the tap water are on the unfriendly list, which is really, really funny. It also works with countries that recognize the state of Palestine. That's also the same. Anyway, I'm being silly now. Let's go to mockers.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit more propaganda that was put out about this International Economic Forum. He took a page directly out of somebody else's playbook, or maybe somebody took a page out of his playbook, because he claimed there were 17,000 people in this hall. I don't know where they all were, because all the seats that were at the back of the hall were completely empty. So they must have been out having a cup of tea or something when this picture was taken. However, somebody who did turn up, the Taliban. Of course they did. How delightful.
I'm surprised they heard about it, because you can't watch television in Afghanistan because of the Taliban.
Oh, mate. I'm going away again now. You've chased me off. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Come on, that's a great joke.
You're not
All right,
sorry.
I'm not sorry at all. I'm not sorry at all. Let's go to Leo, please. Leo, please save us from the silliness.
Hi there, Tim, Jenny, and I just heard mockers. Good morning to you from the United States. So just wanted to follow up on that nuclear saber rattling by Putin, his latest phase of this. I think, I'm not an official NAFO member. I'd like to join, but I haven't gotten around to filling out my application. My wife is, Maria is, and but I just think that the feistiest, political organization, if that's what we can call NAFO, I think that this nuclear saber rattling thing calls for NAFO to get involved. At least that's my suggestion. And what I would propose is a series of memes that's called Play Nuclear Blackjack with Putin. And it has a picture of Putin with a deck of cards, and it has a picture of the NAFO member saying, "Go ahead, Putin, hit me. See your fortune and family reduced to ashes." Obviously, blackjack, the term "hit me" is fundamental to that. I just think that taunting Putin is the only way to deal with this. To just, the simple truth is he would be insane to do this? And he's not insane. He doesn't act insane. Like if Prigozhin were nuclear saber rattling, yeah, I could believe it. Prigozhin is a guy that, when he was alive, he is a guy who, would go to the front line with his soldiers. So he's fearless. Putin's, sat at the end of the 20-foot table away from his guests because he was so terrified of getting COVID. He's obviously a very, very easily frightened man. And then Putin and Medvedev and all these Kremlin guys, they all live a life of luxury. They are very comfortable sipping on their champagne and having their huge mansions. These guys do not want to risk this. And of course, Putin has family, so he would not want to risk his children getting reduced to ashes in a nuclear counterstrike. So this is a massive bluff on his part. And what do you do with a bluff? When you know somebody's bluffing, you have to call the bluff. And I think that nothing could be more appropriate than to pretend that we're playing cards with Putin, and we just tell him, go ahead, hit me. Anyway, so thank you for everything you guys do. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much for that, Leo. Okie dokie. So, well, we're a bit late in announcing the segment because we were talking about the SPAF conference. Sorry, the SPIFE conference. I'm going to keep calling it the SPAF conference because it's smutty. We're a bit late to announce ourselves, but do welcome to the next 2 hours of the Maria Report. This is the North Sea Empire segment where Jenny, who is from Sweden, and myself, who is from the UK but lives in Estonia. If you don't know where Estonia is, we're kind of tucked in the northeast corner of Europe. We're just below Finland, so we're kind of Northern Europe rather than Eastern Europe. So the North Sea Empire segment, we talk about Ukraine, of course. We talk about geopolitics. We kind of have a kind of Northern European flavor slightly to the segment because we often feel that the contributions of Northern Europe are kind of left out a bit. Everybody wants to talk about America, the UK, France, Germany, maybe not Italy or Spain, but there we go. Definitely Poland, definitely Ukraine, definitely Russia, but nobody really gets around to talking about what the Nordics are up to. So this is a little segment where we can discuss that. But all topics are very welcome. So if you've got anything you'd like to discuss, please do hit the mic. At the bottom left, come up, raise your hand. We would be very, very glad to hear from you. In the meantime, have we done any begging yet, Jenny?
No, we have not. Do you want to do the begging? Or do you want me to do the begging?
I tell you what, why don't we mix things up? Why don't you do the begging today?
But I've already changed the title. So you can't do my job. But I will gladly do the begging. So this is a charity. MriyaReport is a charity. And as a charity, we do fundraisers. Or fundraisers. And this time we have chosen a charity, or we have chosen a cause where we are going to help the people that disable the mines that the Russians have left behind themselves as confetti, which is not the fun kind of confetti. This is horrible confetti. And so we're raising funds, 23,000 US dollars to be precise, in order to buy multi-tools. I imagine this thing to look like a Swiss Army knife, but with tools that can help with demining, and also ear protection, because those booms are really loud if you're up close and personal. And we want to protect their ears because, frankly, the ear protection pieces are cheaper than trying to fix somebody's hearing when it has gone bad, or having to, yeah, just prevention is always cheaper than trying to fix things afterwards. If you've ever done any kind of renovations, you know exactly what I mean. And so we are concentrating on preventing hearing damage, and also help the guys that are demining. I don't remember what they were called. They called them something. But either way, that they don't have to carry around a whole tool chest. It's this really cool tool, has a lot of tools in it. Like I said, I imagine it to be like a Swiss Army knife, but with tools rather than, nail clippers and a knife and a spoon. So in order to do that, you go to the MriyaReport.org and follow the instructions on how to donate money. And we're not asking you to give up your electric bill money or your rent money. I usually just say, if you can just skip the coffee at Starbucks and donate the money you would have spent at Starbucks. Or if you're a person that eat your lunch, you go to work and then you have to eat lunch because frankly the blood sugar dips and then you're not effective. And some people, they go out to eat lunch every single day. I encourage you to bring, leftovers once at least. Ah, they're called zappers. That's what these guys are called, the ones that are disabling the mines and demining Ukraine. And just take the money that you would have spent on lunch and donate it so that we can demine and make Ukraine safer. Um, Tim has looked this up. I have not, but right now it's Ukraine. The part of Ukraine that has mines is about the size of Italy. And if you look at the map, it's the part that looks like a boot and a football. If you look at Europe, that's where Italy is. It's a fairly good sized country. So, and that I think you said it corresponds to about a third of Ukraine. And Ukraine is about the size of Texas. So imagine a third of Texas being full of mines. So we want to, and they're working really hard, even though the war hasn't stopped. They are working really hard to demine it, and it's a dangerous job. And so we want to make it a little bit safer. And we're counting on you to help us. Thank you. How did I do? How much did I miss?
You did very, very well. We would add that well, excuse me. I would add that the organization we were helping is SISU, not to be confused with Steve Sisu. SISU is the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and they're kind of a civil defense organization. They are, well, as you can imagine, very, very busy at the moment. Part of their remit alongside the armed forces of Ukraine and international partners is demining. As Jenny said, there is an area the size of Italy, roughly, what was it you said, a third of the size of Texas, and about the size of Oregon, I guess, which is mined. So if it's mined, it means it's not only dangerous, but it's useless. So if you have agricultural land that is mined, then you can no longer farm it. And this, of course, has a wider impact because there's an awful lot of agriculture in Ukraine. They produce enough food to feed about 1 billion people. Yes, about 1 billion people is what the food that Ukraine produces every year. So with a third of the country basically useless for agriculture, yeah, that's going to have a wider impact on prices. It's going to have a wider impact on well, it's going to cause humanitarian issues, and it's going to be it's going to be the poorest in the world who are kicked the hardest. So this goes back to, of course, refugees, right? Because if you are in a country where your food supply is pretty precarious and then suddenly prices start going up, what are you going to do? There's nothing to eat and you can't afford it anyway. Well, you've got to leave, haven't you? It's leave or starve. Where are you going to go? Well, probably not Indonesia. Probably not Brazil, certainly not Russia. You're probably going to come to Europe if you're in this hemisphere, or the United States or Canada if you're in the other one. So again, destabilizes our politics, polarizes our politics, tests our resources, tests our patience, and we get closer and closer to that point where maybe we say, well, why don't we just let Putin have it? So it's all about weaponization. The more they can harm the Ukrainian economy, the more of a global impact Russia's war can have, and the more pressure is put on both Ukraine and Ukraine's allies to come to a conclusion that favors Putin's goals. And yeah, just as we said with the Kharkiv fundraiser, it all starts with electricity. Well, it also starts with mines. So they are an absolute menace in Ukraine. We can help Sisu in our own little way start the task of demining. Now, demining is very laborious. It's very dangerous. It takes an awfully long time. I've got two examples up my sleeve. Cambodia, very extensively mined by the Khmer Rouge in the late 1970s, and it took them 40 years to finish demining it. 40 years. And that was an international coalition with a hell of a lot of resources, led by the Australian Army, who really, really know what they're doing. So that still took 40 years with basically an unlimited budget and loads of international goodwill. Now, another example is the Falkland Islands, where the UK finished demining the Falklands, I think, a couple of years ago. It was like 2021. They took all the signs down. Okay, that was less acute than Cambodia. It wasn't as extensively mined. And also, it didn't really matter as much because, well, not very many people live on the Falkland Islands. You know, what's the population of Cambodia? It's like 10 million, something like that. That's an awful lot of people. In the Falkland Islands, it's, you know, some farmers and an awful lot of sheep, and I guess some penguins. I don't know if a penguin is heavy enough to set off a mine. I don't know. It certainly would be funny, unless you're a penguin, I suppose. Yeah. So the British government's approach was basically fence off the areas and demine them when we get to it. That process, the Falklands War, was in what, 1982. That process only ended in 2021, and that's with the resources of the British state and armed forces. So, yeah, it takes a long time. It's dangerous. It's expensive. It's laborious. And Ukraine is enormously mined, an area the size of Italy, a third of the size of Texas, the size of Oregon, slightly larger than the United Kingdom, I guess. Yeah, that's an awful lot. Joanna, you've got your hand up.
Yes, so I have another example, but first, time is of the essence here. It has to be done quickly because vegetation grows, and afterwards the mines are much difficult to be retrieved. Seasons pass, so the mines get like kind of half buried in the ground, and they are still dangerous, but they are less visible, less detectable. So it's important to do this effort sooner rather than later. It's much easier and much more effective. And the other example is La Zone Rouge in France, in the vicinity of the city of Verdun. And you are going to say that it was probably World War II? Well, no, it was World War I, and it's still inhabitable. And 450 square miles are deemed to be inhabitable forever, because it's kind of impossible to just do this job there. So imagine that after 1 century, there is an area in France that is deemed inhabitable, and they do not know if people would ever live there again. So yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say, imagine all the things we like to do in weekends, in afternoons, or even our jobs. Tracy, I think, shared, the places where the mines are found by the teams of demining, by the sappers, and all kinds of places: roads, railroads, agricultural land, forest. Also premises, so inside, the premises of the houses in the villages and things like this. So if you are going to work in your yard, or if you are going to cultivate your field, or if you are going to walk in the forest, I don't know, pick mushrooms, whatever, or go fishing, well, years from now you will be in danger of being blown up by a mine in Ukraine, in this occupied area and in the area that was mined. So yeah, it's very important, and I just wanted to add those.
And I think one of the things is not just, it's not just the threat to life and the threat to business, but like the threat to leisure as well, as you mentioned. Like one of the very sad things about the Russian destruction of the Kakhovka Dam was the holiday property that it destroyed, right? So along the banks of the Dnipro, there's loads and loads and loads of dachas. For those of you who don't know what a dacha is, it's like a holiday home. So it's very, very common in this part of the world, also in Northern Europe as well, for people to own a sort of holiday, not quite a cottage, but a little bit more than a shed. So you have, maybe your half an acre of garden, and you have a little house on it, and it's not inhabitable all year round, but you go there and you have barbecues and during the summer and you grow your vegetables and stuff like that. It's it's a bit like an allotment, I guess, in the West, but it always includes a house of some kind, so you can sleep in it. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of upgraded camping. Is a good way to describe it. And Dachniki culture was huge in during the Soviet period, and it was kind of a way for the state to dole out favors. Basically, you're a good boy, you get a dacha, and it's still very, very common today. So here in Estonia, it's something like 30% of the population own some kind of summer house, own some kind of country place. I do, for example. They're not particularly expensive, and you can go there and have your barbecues in the summer, and it's all very lovely. And of course, this is where families are created, right? This is where memories are created. You think about all of the dachas along the Dnieper River, like they will have been family, places for family gatherings for maybe even 4 or 5 generations, right? You think of all the memories that were made there, all of the 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 love that was made there, all of the dramas that happened there, all of the photographs, all of the the milestones of family life across the generations. And it was destroyed when the Russians destroyed the dam. So all of that gone. And I think the mining is a bit like that, right? Because imagine if your family dacha is in an area that's been mined, right? You can't go there anymore, right? It's kind of permanently denied to you. You can't, until it's demined, until it's safe. Like that little bit of joy is gone, right? And those memories will fade. You get and until it's fixed, right? So it's not just the human cost, and it's not just the economic cost, but there's a cultural cost there as well. I think if you deny people access to an enormous part of their own country, you're denying people access to their own history, their own culture, and their own relationships. Like it's really like the more you think about it, really the sadder it gets. That's something that dwells on my mind whenever they do something outrageous like the Novakovka Dam. It's like that's people's lives and memories were there, and that's a loss in and of itself, I think, and it's an incalculable loss. But anyway, so Joanna, you were saying that an area of France is permanently uninhabitable. Is it Belgium?
Sorry, I was away from the phone. I'm sorry. No, it's not Belgium, but it's close to Belgium. It's let's see where exactly it is. I can send you a map. It's called La Zone Rouge, the red area, and as I said, it's close to Verdun.
Because it's always, it's always disappointing whenever there's some kind of mega disaster, like there's a forest fire, or there's like a huge flood, or there's an earthquake or something, and they always frame it on the news as like, an area the size of Northamptonshire was destroyed, and it's never Northamptonshire. It's always somewhere else. It's really annoying. Anyway, I'm being silly. Let's go to David. David.
Yeah, hi, afternoon, friends. I wanted to add a little bit more colour maybe to this, the idea of stolen childhoods and ruined leisure, and just underline how serious this is for Ukraine. I think everyone can relate to this, but in Ukraine, what you do in the autumn or late summer is go out with your grandparents mushrooming, collecting mushrooms from the field. A lot of people have got also elderly relatives that live in these kind of rural settings where this is going to be an issue moving forward. And it's just a massive thing that basically Russia's going to be depriving a generation of children of having that experience. And it's something that, you know, really plays into the Ukrainian national culture, you know, food from the ground and this closeness with the ecosystem. And it makes me angry. It makes me really angry.
This is very similar to how it is here in Sweden as well. Everybody goes out to, almost everybody, has a summer house. They're called summer cabin. It's primitive compared to what you have at home. Some of these summer cabins some people redo them and make them year-round living. um, and But you go there and you go out, pick berries, pick mushrooms, do chanterelles mostly. And this is really horrible, the way that they're depriving Ukraine of its own heritage. And I don't think that we think about this as much as we should. We don't keep it in our minds. And regarding the food production, I looked into this at the beginning of the war because Ukraine's nickname is the breadbasket of Europe. So they grow a lot of grains. And I know that Sweden is self-sufficient when it comes to grains. We don't import from anybody. Maybe there's like some super fancy 500 euros a kilo for a special flour grown in a special area of the world, like highly specialized. But regular wheat flour and all kinds of flours, we just grow it at home here in Sweden. And I looked to see where Ukraine was exporting its grain. And a lot of it is to Africa and the Middle East. And it's not like the areas that they export to are the most stable in the world. And if you remove food from that area, if you make food a scarcity, fights will break out because frankly, I don't think that I'm unique in this, but if I had to, I will choose violence in order to feed my kids. And I'm pretty sure that this is something quite normal. And so they're fighting over resources. I don't remember, I think it was Eritrea that was 100% dependent on Ukraine grains, on the wheat coming from Ukraine. And if that all of a sudden stops, that is going to be a problem. They will attack their neighbors in order to get food. And so the humanitarian crisis that Russia has caused, it is going so far beyond Ukraine's borders. It affects pretty much all of Europe and also parts of the Middle East and part of Africa. So it's not a local problem. It's not a European problem. It is a world problem. And the fact that they are mining the fields where they would grow the produce is causing to be a problem in a big part of the world, in a volatile area of the world as well. Ioana, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mentioned La Zone Rouge because I remember about it. I visited Lille, for example, in France, and I knew that I was crossing part of this area. So right now I search on Wikipedia in order to share with you information in the back channel. And I just want to say some facts from this. So I mentioned 460 square miles. I don't know which country or state this equates to, but anyway, I may try to do this. They are still trying to clear the area even now. And for example, I have some data from 2005, 2006. They found up to 300 shells or explosive devices per square kilometer, I think. in the first 15 centimeters of soil, because as I said, this tends to bury down deep as season passes, the mines and the explosive devices. And what I wanted to mention is that is estimated that a rate of clearance there will be needed between 300 and 700 years to clear this out. So imagine this. And now back to Ukraine. We know, I don't know what the intensity of the shelling and mines were in World War One, but we know that the Russians used those mine deploying machines, and in some areas the sappers found up to one mine per square meter in some areas. So imagine the effort that they have to do, and take into account all that surface about the size of Italy, and the intensity of the mine laying by the Russians. And yeah, the picture is not good. So if we could help, we should, because it's absolutely very important. Imagine years from now, a child will be blown up by a mine somewhere in a forest in Ukraine while going fishing, or because those, even if they are buried in the ground, they are still explosive.
Thank you, Ioana. And you're absolutely correct. And I know that Ukraine has a goal to have 80% of the mines cleared in 10 years. And it is really hard because it's not like Russia has stopped putting down mines, but they're working really, really hard at demining the country. And it's going to be hard work for the next coming decades to be able to clear all of it, if they will ever be able to clear all of it. So thank you for that reminder, Ioana.
Thank you very much to you both. A couple of questions from listeners. We were discussing the earlier on. We were discussing the SPAF conference, sorry, and the kind of lack of innovation in the Soviet Union. And we've got a couple of questions. One being, weren't a lot of the innovators in the USSR actually Ukrainian? To which the answer is, of course, yes. Many of them were. And another comment was, the Soviet Union had resources to sell, but little of value to sell to the world market, which is again true. And it's kind of, the example I like to use is the Soviet Union was kind of a reverse empire, right? So you think about how the colonial empires of yore would work. Is they would have a metropolis. So they would have a European country that ran the empire, and that country would be fairly heavily industrialized. And the economics were, well, they would the metropolis would manufacture finished goods and sell them to the colonies, and the colonies would produce raw materials and sell them to the metropolis. And so you kind of had this cycle, producing raw materials, sending them to Britain, making stuff out of them, and selling them back. Now, what Russia was kind of the opposite of this. So you had Russia in the middle, a very, very large country with very abundant natural resources, and a lot of the actual innovative technological manufacturing type stuff used Russian resources, but they actually happened in the bits of the Soviet Union outside of Russia. Outside of Russia. So, Russia would do a lot of the mining, a lot of the more basic metal bashing, but a lot of the sexier stuff was actually made in the bits of the Soviet Union that weren't Russia. So a couple of examples where I am. We have they used to make the rocket engines for the Soviet space program, or at least part of the rocket engines. They used to make them here in Tallinn. There's a very interesting company called Tondi Electronica, which made very sensitive, very sensitive electronics mostly for the Red Army. And it's still there. It's just down the road from me, Tondi Electronica. And it's a private company now, and I think it mostly makes hearing aids. And so, there are other companies as well. So there's a big agricultural estate called Poltsamar, which is centered around Poltsamar Castle. And they were pioneers in food preservation techniques. So they made, the way people in space have to eat food in special containers, otherwise, like the custard floats all around and clogs the machinery. I mean, that's probably evidence that your custard is a bit too thin if that happens. Custard should be set, but there we go. They put the food in tubes, and you kind of suck it out of the tube. Poltsamar did a lot of that. And now they made most of the food for the Soviet space program, and a lot of the food preservation techniques food in tubes was basically invented by them and pioneered by them. And they're still going as well. So they're owned by Felix, which is a Swedish ketchup company, and they make a lot of ketchup and they make jam and stuff like that. So the same was true of Ukraine as well, right? You have Dnipro, which was another center of rocket motor manufacturing. There's Motor Sich. There's the oh gosh, what's it called? There's the car manufacturer in Zaporizhia, and I can't remember what it's called. But there were lots of interesting companies, and of course there's the big there's Belarusia as well. They made those enormous lorries, those enormous dump trucks, and that's still going. So if you want an absolutely massive dump truck, there's basically one company in the world that makes them, and that's in Belarusia. They must be hurting a bit from the sanctions, because I'd imagine that their customers are mostly Australian. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon. The Soviet Union is a kind of reverse empire where the metropolis didn't really do anything interesting except bully everybody else, and the colonies were the actual leaders in innovation and the actual leaders in economic development. And this played out, right? So the non-Russian bits of the Soviet Union were far better to live in than the Russian bit. So Estonia had the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic had quite a high quality of life by Soviet standards. People wanted to live here, and that's part of the reason we have quite a lot of Russian speakers, is because a lot of them, if you could get away with it, if you could get permission, then yeah, you'd come and live here because your quality of life would be higher. Which is is interesting, because we usually think of the metropolis as being the rich bit of the empire, the innovative bit of the empire, the driving force behind the empire. But in the Soviet Union, it was really the other way around. So thank you for those questions from the listeners. Jenny, what's going on in Sweden today? What are you guys up to up there?
I could tell you, but then I would have to kill you. So I'm joking. I'm kidding. Just kidding. 90 countries have RSVP'd that they're coming to the peace conference in Switzerland. That's pretty impressive. It's like 102 that are not coming. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say, Russia is not going to be there. The U.S. has led an IT operation with a base in Warsaw, according to the American Department of Foreign Affairs. In a joint project, the two countries will help Ukraine to fight back Russian disinformation regarding the war. The purpose is to reveal Kremlin's information manipulations and also boost correct reporting of the war and amplify Ukrainian voices. I think that's interesting. We're finally doing something about the IT, and we're doing a lot about the disinformation that is online, because it is rife with disinformation, not just regarding the war, but regarding both Russia and Ukraine in general. It's like they just can't help themselves but be little assholes and keep talking about just doing all kinds saying all kinds of weird stuff. Don't you agree, Tim? And this is a good way to stop them from spreading this crap to other places.
Sorry, what exactly are they doing about this? I missed that bit.
So they're putting up a joint IT operation. So they're gonna work together to counter Russian disinformation regarding Russia's war in Ukraine. And the purpose is to reveal Kremlin's information manipulations and bolster correct reporting of the war and amplifying Ukrainian voices. Online, I imagine, since it's an IT thing.
Sure. I mean, this smells a lot like the application of the new European law. Or I think it's still in its draft phase, um, around around foreign influence, right? So, and this is interestingly, these foreign influence laws are themselves a subject of an awful lot of disinformation, right? Because you remember, one of the reasons it's all kicking off in Georgia is because Georgia is trying to pass a Russian-style foreign agents law, and the disinformation defense of that law is that it's basically a Georgian version of what the European Union is doing. Now, and that, of course, couldn't be further from the truth, right? Because the European law and its equivalents in the United Kingdom and the United States are basically about influence on behalf of foreign governments, right? So you have to register as an agent of influence in certain circumstances if you are acting on behalf of a foreign power, right? Whereas the way the Russian one and, of course, the Georgian one work is you have to register if you are acting, like you have to register if you are a foreign thing, right? So if you're a media organization, or if you're a campaigning group, or you're a charity, if you're deemed under the law to be under foreign control, then you have to register. And this carries with it all sorts of rights for the government to interfere in your activities and even ban your activities. So they're not the same at all, right? So there's a disinformation vector on this. And the thing about transparency and foreign control is it it solves a lot of the problems around disinformation, right? And this was something that old Twitter did quite well, right? You remember before Mr. Musk bought Twitter, you used to see those banners saying Iranian state affiliated media or Russian state affiliated media. And it was delicious, right? Because all of the stupid tankies like George Galloway got one of these banners because they're in the pay of the mullahs. Uh, and so he got a banner, and all of his tweets had a little banner underneath it saying Iranian state affiliated media, and it was both true and funny, and it told you something useful, right? So there was kind of a private sector solution to that on Twitter, which Musk did away with for reasons best known to Elon Musk. Um, and so it's kind of that transparency, that kind of open registration of foreign interests is a really powerful tool in countering disinformation. And I think it's something that well, the US got there first, right, with their foreign agent registration regime. The UK followed a few years ago with, I think it's called FICO, foreign FICO, visa, something like that. It's based on the American one, and now the European Union are doing one. So is it something to do with that? Because that's coming in fast from Brussels, I think.
It doesn't say. I read the entire small inform like the it's just so it's just a short paragraph on like latest news, and it is something with it's coming from the American Department of Foreign Affairs. So it's I don't know more than this, that they're gonna reveal Kremlin's information manipulations. I like that. Also, I'm translating. It could be something completely different in English to begin with, but this is actually. Why don't I just like click on the hyperlink and go straight to English, so I don't have to do the translations? You know, funny how that works.
I see you've used the internet before, Jenny.
I
Look
know.
at this.
I know. I'm not as much of a boomer as my kids would like me to be. So it says here on the U.S. Department of State, the United States and Poland announced a new Ukraine communications group. Today, the United States and Poland jointly launched a new Ukraine communications group based in Warsaw to support Ukraine against Russia's aggression in the information space. The UCG will bring together like-minded partner governments to coordinate messaging, promote accurate reporting of Russia's full-scale invasion, amplifying Ukrainian voices, and expose Kremlin information manipulation. Representatives from participating countries will begin collaborating in person to support Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity through collaborative efforts to counter disinformation and support fact-based reporting. The Kremlin repeatedly uses lies and manipulations to peddle false pretexts for its unjustifiable invasion, obfuscate its war aims, and attempt to fracture worldwide solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The UCG is designed to counter these deceptive narratives and reinforce honest coverage of Ukraine's resilience and bravery in the face of Russia's aggression. The United States, in partnership with a broad coalition of countries supporting Ukraine, has worked to expose purveyors of Kremlin disinformation since before the full-scale invasion. The UCG is an extension of these efforts and offers another tool for like-minded countries to support Ukraine and protect the integrity of the global information space. So I don't. You have to decide if that is a continuation, but it sounds interesting if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean that sounds more well, because it's American led. I guess it doesn't look like a sort of getting ahead of Brussels rules type thing. And it's also more information space focused rather than foreign control focused. So I mean the two are interconnected, of course, but they're not really the same. Yeah, but it sounds like a great great initiative. Yeah, to be applauded, I think.
I totally agree. And I'm glad I came across them. And see how much more fluid it was when I didn't have to do the translation. I could just, read. Ah, I am in such admiration of War Doggo and anybody else who does live translation because I know how difficult it is to sit there and read and just go like, and then everybody thinks that when you speak two languages and you're semi-fluent in both of them, that you throw in words from the other language. No, in reality, you blank in two languages and you're just like going, thingy, get rid of water, pasta. Yeah, you make that up. Yeah, that's the thingy I want. And you have no idea how to say it in Swedish or English and you just like completely blank. Thank you.
I remember a ex-girlfriend of mine had a habit of doing that, and she was Estonian, but probably still is. And she had a habit of when she didn't know the English word, she'd use the Estonian word. And you can't do that, right? Because Estonian is not like normal languages, right? So Estonian is part of the Finno-Ugric group of languages, which have more in common with Mongolian and Japanese than they do with any other normal language. So it's not like Russian, it's not like German, it's not like Latin, it's not like Greek, it's not like French, it's not like Spanish. It's just bizarre, right? Every single word is different. And so you can't it's one of the reasons it's so difficult to learn Estonian. So the US State Department, for example, pays people more if they speak foreign languages. So if you're an American State Department bloke or a diplomat or whatever, if you speak a foreign language, you get a pay bump, and you get more money the more difficult the language is to speak. And there's a list, right? So right at the bottom is like Spanish, right? Or like Spanish. Dutch, for example, is really low because Dutch is basically just drunk English anyway. And then you take a step up and you get like French, Italian. You take another step up, you get some, you get German, Swedish, Norwegian. You go up still further, you get like Russian, Arabic, and then all the way up, all the way at the top is like Chinese, Japanese, Estonian, and Finnish, because the vocabulary is just completely different. And one of the ways they form words, like forming words, is they have this very, very annoying habit when it comes to new words. So in other minor languages, especially in kind of the globalized world, for example, Welsh, right? If they want a new word in Welsh, they will just use the English word and make it Welsh, right? So they'll just take the English word and they'll add an ending onto it to make it make sense in Welsh. Fine. What the Estonians do is they take the German word and they calque it into Estonian. So they take the German word, they break it up into its parts, and then they translate those parts into Estonian and squidge it back together again. And an interesting example is airport. Like every normal country calls it something like airport, right? Except if you're German, in which case it's Flughafen, which means airport. And of course the Estonians did this, right? They didn't just use airport like normal people would. They took air and port, so lennuk, flying thing, yam, port or haven, and so you end up airport is lennujam, which just doesn't make any sense. So it's like it's unrecognizable to anybody normal. And a word like airport is kind of a word where maybe you want foreign people to recognize the word because it's the airport and there's going to be lots of foreign people there. And it's the same with like little everyday things like milk, for example. It's like every normal language, it's going to be milk, so milsh, mliko, or it's going to be leche, something like that, like leche, lecchio. In Estonian, it's pim, P-I-I-M, yeah, which is kind of a Baltic thing because in Lithuanian it's penis, which is very funny and makes me laugh every time I'm at the shop. Anyway, so yeah, Estonian's really, really difficult, and it's very difficult. It's an impossible language to learn. Anyway, that little aside, let's go to Joanna.
Yeah, so actually, it's about Estonian. I was wondering if you are speaking Estonian because I know it's very difficult. Actually, it's one of the few languages in Europe that are not Indo-European. We don't have decoding here. He would have been amazing on that. It's Finno-Ugric, I believe, so it's related closer related to Finnish than a little bit with Magyar. I know that Magyar is almost impossible for me, and even my grandma spoke Magyar, but I couldn't learn it. I guess you have to learn it when you are little. So yeah, and I believe they are related with Mongolian or something like this. So it's very, very interesting. These three languages, Magyar, Finnish, and Estonian, are not Indo-European. Yeah, and they are quite different from any other language that is spoken on European continent.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is because of where Estonians, Finns, Hungarians, etc., come from. So they come from Siberia somewhere originally. So they're kind of they're one of the oldest settled peoples in Europe. So I think after the only older populations in Europe are like Basques or something like that. There've been Basques there for longer. But the Estonians have been in this part of the world for about 10,000 years. So they're one of the oldest settled peoples in Europe. And so, but they come from somewhere in what is now Russia on the other side of the Urals, and nobody's really sure how they got here. But yeah, it's a very bizarre and very different group of languages. Like the vocabulary is just totally unintelligible. You don't get any clue at all as to what a word means. You either know or you don't. It's a bit like I guess it's a bit like reading Chinese, right? So you have to know what the character is. Like the characters aren't phonetic. They don't, as I understand it, they don't spell anything. They're kind of pictograms, and they're heavily stylized pictograms. And originally, like the character for house looked a bit like a house, but it doesn't really anymore. So you have to learn what the character looks like. You have to do pattern recognition, and it's kind of the same with Estonian. Like you have to know, you have to learn the vocabulary because you just don't get any clue, and there aren't really any Finno-Ugric words that are used internationally at all. Like there's like, you think about words, languages with words we use a lot of in English. So Latin, Greek, Arabic to a certain extent as well. So if it begins with al, so algebra, alchemy, the words like that, is originally an Arabic word. But Finno-Ugric words, like I can't think of any that we use in English. I mean, we even use a few Dutch words, like ombudsman, for instance, is a Dutch word originally. Apartheid is, of course, a Dutch word. So there are kind of even Dutch loan words, but not Finno-Ugric as far as I'm aware. Lai Sniper, am I wrong? Are there any Finnish words that we use in English?
Sauna. I don't know. Go the first one comes to mind, but I think ombudsman. I thought always it would be a Swedish word actually. But anyways, now we're in this language discussion. Then basically, if you talk about Estonia being a difficult language, then just the Finn just joined the chat and says, "Hold my beer." So basically, you also write that the traces, when you go back towards east from the Finnish eastern border, there's like Karelia is the first language which you encounter, and the further away you go, the less they resemble Finnish. And if there are some loan words which are or some words which have survived, those describe very, very ancient things. I think in Hungarian, for example, also veri, blood, it's something similar, or stone, kivi in Finnish. I think they are quite similar in Hungarian as well. And so basically, when the people came from the east, then the languages got mixed, and the Finnish language has taken some influence from Swedish, pretty much, and Russian on the way. And then I think Estonia has also quite a lot of German influence, as you said, because the Tallinn was a Hansestadt. It was part of the Hanse, and because of the trade, there was quite a lot of exchange with the Germans. And the funny thing is that Estonian, when you hear it from far away, it sounds a bit like Southwest Finns, how they pronounce Finnish. And so there is sort of Turku used to be the capital of Finland, and the trade, of course, went to the main capital. And I think that's why the tonality of the how we pronounce Finnish resembles quite a lot of the Estonian way of speaking. And if I read an Estonian newspaper, then I can figure out like perhaps 70%. I know what it's about. I know what's the opinion. I know what's going on, but there are very many words which are different in Finnish, or they resemble. For example, Raamat in Estonian means a book, and Raamattu in Finnish means the Bible. Piimä is milk in Estonian. Piimä in Finnish is sour milk. So there was, I don't know what wedding is called in Estonian. I don't remember the word, but it means something like catastrophe in Finnish. So there's always are open to misunderstandings regarding those, because the words have one bit different meanings over the time in Estonian and Finnish. Just wanted to throw it in. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A wedding in Estonian is pulm, P-U-L-M.
Yeah, and pulma in Finnish is a problem. That was the word.
Oh, that's very funny. That's very funny. Yeah, there is a bit of German influence in in Estonian. And what's interesting about the German words is they are often used for kind of culturally universal things. So, for example, in Estonian, art is called Kunst, which is the German word for art, which is interesting because they will have had art before they'd met the Germans, right? So what did they call it before they learned the German word? So there's a differentiation between art, Kunst, and Kassitur, which means kind of handicraft, right? So kind of a skilled product of skilled hands. It means handwork, Kassi, hand to work. And that's quite interesting because it's almost like a cultural cringe, right? It's the way, in English, we use a German word for the animal, but we use a French word for the meat, right? So the animal is a cow, but the meat is beef, right? So there's almost like a cringe to that, right? So the people who need to name the animals are lower class people who speak Anglo-Saxon, and the people who eat the meat are upper class people who speak French, right? And that made me think that perhaps that's the case in Estonian, right? So we are Estonian, we do handicraft, but the Germans who rule us, so they do art, right? They do Kunst. So it made me think that perhaps that it's like that. And interestingly, the colors in Estonian are kind of they're Russian. So, for example, the word for blue is sinine, which is similar to the Russian word. It's like, well, what did they call it before they met Russians, right? What did they call the sky? Like, what color is that before they learned the Russian word for blue? Maybe there was an older word that they forgot about or stopped using. But yeah, there are some foreign words, like there's lots of German words. Another thing that's interesting is that a lot of the German words that begin with S that are used in Estonian drop the S. So school is kool, Kool. What's another example? Schnapps is naps. Castle, Schloss is los. So they lose the S at the beginning. I'm not quite sure why they do that. But anyway, I'll go back to you, Live Sniper, then we'll go to David Bailey.
Yeah, yes, it's in Finnish, blue is sininen, and handiwork is käsityö. So it's, what was it in Estonian, käste?
Käsityö, it's the same word. Yeah.
Yeah, basically it's the same word, and that shows that there are many similarities. And now I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, dang! But anyways, just so those examples which you brought up, they are basically the same in Finnish. Oh, art. In Finnish, it calls taide, and that comes from skill, taito. Taito is skill, and that taide, that means it's a sort of probably bent from that to emphasize that requires some skill. And I think in Swedish you also have the kunst. Kunst means something that requires some skill. I'm not quite sure. Jenny said 100% yes. So basically that's skill and kunst and taide. They all have the same etymologic basis of within the languages at least. Thank you.
We have a similar word in Estonian, it's taid, but that means more like knowledge, I guess. It can mean skill, but it means more, means kind of more mental skill. So the word we'd use for skill is oskus. So like skilled work is oskustyö. So yeah, it's not exactly the same. But yeah, it's interesting. Thank you for that.
And osaaminen is the capability or knowledge to do something. That's so oskus, osaaminen. They also have something common. So that you might understand that why I can read.
Did we just lose Live Sniper?
I think he got a phone call, but we have two words too. Konst, that is artwork, like the stuff that you put on the walls. And then you have hantverk, which is something handmade. It could still be artsy, but it's something you generally make yourself. Like, for example, there are these beautiful bracelets that are Sami, and that is handverk. But art is usually generally a painting, and that is konst. Let's go to David Bailey while we wait for Live Sniper to come.
Yeah, it'd be better if we get live sniper back. I think this discussion on linguistics is fantastic. It's really fascinating, and it always has been kind of a passion of mine. So one of my favorites is the Azeri for "this plane is about to land." If you say that and you're listening in Turkish, it says "this plane is about to fall out of the sky." So you can imagine that might have caused a few pieces of entertainment at the beginning. But it's really fascinating how these words, change and have an effect and come from, let's say, certain sections of society. English is a brilliant example, as Tim was alluding to there. That the Norman French having a prestige element to its character. Basically in English we've got two words for everything, one Anglo-Saxon and at least two words. One Anglo-Saxon root, one French Norman root normally, and there's just the definite prestige connotation that comes with the French root, which is really interesting. I don't know, that maybe explains why we're so uppity about the French, right, somehow. Or really it's not that, it's just that dynamic is played out in the language in a really interesting way. Another thing that I just wanted to mention on this one, which is a really kind of difficult and confusing thing about Rus. So we know that Rus has been appropriated by Muscovy after its rise in 1452 or so onwards. But the name Malaya Rus was used way before that by Kievan Rus. So it referred to what would now be called Galicia, I guess. So parts of southern Belarusia and the Lviv area. Ivano-Frankivsk areas around there. So under Kievan Rus you had Rus and Malay Rus, and it came to be used for Ukraine and was kind of abused there again by the Russians. Having appropriated the Rus name, they then subverted the use of Malorossiya to Malorus to refer to Ukraine itself. Which is again another example of misappropriation of words, and I just think this topic is a fantastic one. So there are lots of ones from advertising as well, like Pepsi brings your relatives back from the death, which was a Pepsi Cola slogan from the 60s in Romanian.
That is really interesting. I did some digging because so the one good thing that has come out of this war is that I've seen the common past between Sweden and Ukraine, or the Nordics and Ukraine, because I'm pretty sure that the Swedish Vikings weren't the only ones who made it over there. And Rus is an ancient Norse word for people who row. So the rowers. And that is what apparently the Vikings called the Ukrainians. And we had a different name for later on, we had a different name for the people up in Muscovy, which was Sarker. And we called that area Sarkland. And this is something that I connected. This was just months ago that I made the connection between the two different names for places, because we learn about Rusland, and that was the land of the rowers. And then you had Sarkland, which was the today's Russians. And Sark is a Swedish word for, those nightgowns that you used to have back in the day, kind of like the one that the Orthodox priests still wear, those kind of dresses, kind of looking things.
Like a tunic or something.
Yeah, but sark, nattsark would be nightgown, and sark is just a different name for a dress, an old name for a dress, and that is the name that we gave to the Moscow region. We just call them people who dress in dresses, I guess, which I think is kind of interesting. But they then appropriated the name that we gave to the people living in Ukraine. That's the only thing I can think of, because we didn't call them Rusar, we called them Sarker. So we did have two different names. Ioana, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's on the subject of languages, but it's not related to, Estonian, Finnish, Nordic. It's something that I always wondered, Ukrainian is more closer to Polish than Russian, actually. And in Poland, actually, since, well, in history, is traditionally with Latin alphabet. And I was wondering if, I know that there were some propositions for Ukrainian to pass through to the Latin alphabet. I tried to check the history. Apparently, it was all Cyrillic, but there are attempts since the beginning of the 20th century to pass it into Latin alphabet. So I was wondering, what about this? What about this idea? In order to get even far from the Russian language, if they want to, of course, it's not mandatory. I remember that when Romania and Bulgaria were to be admitted into the European Union, we kind of joked between us in Romania that Romania will go first because it will be very difficult for Bulgaria to get in, being the only country with a Cyrillic alphabet. So now there is a precedent, so it wouldn't be a problem for Ukraine to be in European Union with a Cyrillic alphabet. But anyway, I was wondering if this is a possibility. I'm looking forward into the future, 10, 15 years.
So I'm completely against this idea. Sorry, I have to speak up. I think this is a really terrible idea, but I mean, I totally understand it. I mean, it may be that, maybe having a official Latinized transcription available as an alternative might be one. I think that's used quite widely in Serbia because, traditionally they've had both Cyrillic and Latin versions of the language for, Croatia and Serbia. So maybe that's an idea, but basically, why the hell should they change their language because Russians are shits? I think it's a terrible idea.
I don't propose it. I was wondering why Ukrainian, which is closer to Polish, is on Cyrillic alphabet, while Polish was always on Latin alphabet.
It's religious. It's a religious reason.
Okay.
So the reason is you have the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, and all teachings went through the church from the Middle Ages onwards, from the collapse of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Empire. But basically, the churches have always been the fonts of knowledge, so to say. And so in Western societies, you have the Latin alphabet because that's where the learning came from through the monasteries speaking Latin, whereas in Eastern Slavic countries, then that process went through the Orthodox monasteries who use Cyrillic.
There's a practical consideration here as well, is that the Cyrillic alphabet is designed for the sounds that exist in Slavonic languages. It's one of the reasons Polish spelling is so horrible, right? Is because there are all sorts of sounds that we don't really have letters for. In other Slavonic languages that use the Latin alphabet, they are either all of these weird little letter couplings like C, Z, S, J, K, and it's pronounced, or they're covered in diacritics like Czech. And the Cyrillic alphabet has a letter for that noise that you've just used 4 letters and made a really confusing word to recreate. So it's kind of, in terms of linguistic technology, it's kind of a step backwards for Ukrainian to try and transliterate itself into the Latin alphabet, right?
Couldn't agree more. But we had this argument with Doman. So Slovenian is pretty, let's say, relatively easy for a Latin reader to be able to work out what the noises are, and so he's obviously biased beyond redemption. So from my point of view, so Cyrillic all the way for Slavic languages in my book.
Oh dear. Okie dokie. Let's go to news you can use, please. News you can use. Welcome.
While we're on the subject of languages, I've asked before on the space about Georgian, how it gets its shape of its letters and where it came from. I wondered if anybody knows that or no.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat it?
Where does the Georgian alphabet come from?
Oh.
I don't know, and I think it's one of those ones where nobody really knows. It's like one of those things that developed in isolation. Like nobody knows where the Basque language came from, for instance. But I don't know. Maybe who knows more about Georgian than I do? That wouldn't be difficult.
No, I've got no idea. So I can't help. I'm sorry about that. I've got no idea, but what you say is absolutely correct. You know, Armenian is also pretty weird on the scale of things, and weirdly they look, just from a static perspective, more like Thai than anything else. So I don't know. I guess you have the same question with where the Thai alphabet came from as well. They just came up with their own writing system early on, and I guess that was also something which was embedded in church doctrine and what have you. So that's how it got initially propagated, would be my bet. But where it was actually developed and why, difficult.
So sorry, we can't answer your question there. News you can use. Jenny, sorry, do go on.
No, I was gonna say the same thing. I have no idea, but it looked very beautiful though. It's a very pretty written language. Do you have any news? Otherwise, I do have another piece of news as well.
Yeah, I was just about to go to headlines. So yeah, please do, and then we'll circle it back to Ukraine, I guess.
So on Monday morning, it is suspected that a Russian military airplane violated the Finnish airspace for the first time since the country joined NATO, according to the Finnish Department of Defense, according to Yle. The plane is reported to have flown 2.5 kilometers from the border at the east, in the eastern part of the Bay of Finland, for under 2 minutes. And according to Antti Häkkinen, they consider this a serious. They are looking at this seriously at this suspected territorial violation and has started an investigation into it. The latest confirmed Russian violation of Finnish airspace was in August of 2022. Well, I guess the Russians don't like the Finns as much as they like the Swedes, because ours was this year, was the last time they violated our airspace. I don't remember if we had joined NATO or not, if we were officially members. But they've left Finland alone. Interesting. Do you want to comment, or should I go straight to David?
I was just going to say Antti Häkkinen. That's a very good Finnish name. But let's go to David.
I love Finnish because you pronounce every letter, so it looks really difficult to pronounce, but actually when you get used to it, it's actually child's play. Maybe the wrong way of putting it. Yeah, I just did a quick bit of research on Georgian alphabet, so it's a pretty interesting story, and I've got my own pet theory reading this about how it would have probably ended up like it is. Again, related to the churches, the Georgian Orthodox Church is one of the oldest churches in the world. So it was, due to proximity, it was founded pretty close to the beginning of Christianity. And so there are several theories about where the script comes from. There's King Parnavaz I, who's named as being the person that invented it, but this looks to me very much like, hey, I'm the king. So this is, I made a bit, it's a bit like Stalinism. I'm the king, so this is my alphabet. So I strongly suspect that this is again tied up with religious texts and monks in Georgia transcribing Greek and Phoenician documents into something which they could pronounce in the vernacular. So that would be my guess. It's kind of backed up in what research I could find very quickly doing a quick Google search there. But it's been in use since the 7th century BC. 7th century BC.
Wow.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at Armenian as well. It looks kind of Aramaic to me. Are they related? Do you know?
Not linguistically, but I think the scripts certainly could have come from Aramaic. So that was my supposition, is that basically you had a bunch of monks sitting in Armenia and Georgia looking at texts in Aramaic and not having a target alphabet to use, probably adapted Semitic and Aramaic scripts for that purpose. So that would be my strong bet. I mean, I would, I don't bet, but if I did, I would put money on that being the route, basically.
That does sound plausible, to be honest. And yes, you're absolutely correct. Finnish is super easy. If you have two letters put together, you're doing a short pronunciation. If it's a single letter, if I remember correctly, then it's a more elongated. Or no, if it's two vowels, they are elongated.
Other way around.
Yeah,
So,
but if you have consonants, then if you have two consonants together, it's short. But two vowels
yeah, sorry,
are long.
vowels. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And this also screws up the Finns when they try to learn English, because you throw in letters into words that you will never pronounce. Psychology, you don't say psychology, for example. So it really messes with the Finns when they try to learn English. Don't do the silent letters, and don't have the same spelling, and depending on how you have to read the entire sentence in order to be able to pronounce it. Like read. I read that book. I read that book. It's very confusing for us who learn English as a foreign language.
Well, I mean, this is why you can't hear psychologists go to the toilet, because the P is silent.
God, that's kind of funny, but
It's also true of pterodactyls.
that is very true. So, what do we think of this Russian plane going into Finnish territory, or actually airspace?
I mean, isn't that pretty much business as usual, though? You said it hadn't happened for quite a while. When was the last one?
August of 2022. So it's almost been 2 years. What they do for a visit? Did they want to make sure that Finland is still there, even though they joined NATO? Maybe they just up and moved Finland. Want to make sure where to send the refugees.
Well, I mean, I think this probably speaks of I don't know, perhaps a slow afternoon at the Finnish Air Force, right? Because you'd think the Finns would be quite good at air policing because they have quite a big air force for a relatively small country, and they've got some pretty ruthless doctrine around it. So I wonder who was asleep at the wheel there, because you'd think that as soon as Russian planes start buzzing Finland, then the Finnish Air Force are going to be all over it. Right?
You'd think so. I wish there was like a Finnish person here to answer for their lack of action. Why didn't they, shoot them? Because Turkey tried it and nothing happened. Just saying. And I have to look up the last incident that we had. I don't remember if we had joined NATO or not when they sent the drones in over Sweden, because it was right around the time when we became full members of NATO, and I honestly don't remember. Maybe they just like Swedish coffee better than Finnish coffee. Just, just to get a dig in at Finland, because they do seem to come for visits here more often.
Yeah, I mean it's a weird one, right? Because this is Russian behavior. So well, it's not Russian behavior. It's the behavior of adversaries. So they regularly buzz the airspace of Western countries to well to one thing to annoy us, and the other to test response times. So you send your bombers in the general direction of Britain, see what the RAF does, see how long it takes them to do it. Maybe you do it to Ireland, see what the RAF does, see how long it takes them to do it. So it's kind of that. It's kind of a form of low-level effery, but it's also, it also does serve a military purpose of learning things about how your enemy responds. We do it to them, of course, as well, of course. But I don't know, the actual violation of the airspace is, I don't know, as you say, it doesn't really happen very often, and I'm quite surprised that the Finns allowed it. That's very interesting.
Yeah. No, I know that you guys do the same to them, because the two B-52 bombers that circled Kaliningrad, they came from the UK and flew into the Baltic Sea and flew in over Lithuania and Poland, because they did complete a circle around Kaliningrad and then went back home. It was like, yeah, we see you, we know where you are, and this time we're not carrying nukes, but this plane can. So continue your FAing, and this is something that we will do. And this actually, now you reminded me of an incident that happened, and I can't find the article on it. It happened either at the end of March of 2022 or beginning of April in 2022. There's a plane, like a surveillance plane, that the UK has that is nicknamed the Albatross because it has a massive wingspan. I think it was called the Albatross. Anyway, so it flew headed straight for Kaliningrad, and as soon as it came close to the airspace, it veered off and turned around and went back home to the UK. And I remember this incident because I had an argument with a friend of mine who is a former US Marine who was living in the UK at the time, and he was like, "This happens all the time," and I'm like, "No, if this big of a plane were to come into, tiny little Baltic Sea, we would notice." And this incident actually made front page news in Sweden because we don't see it here very often. And then we had like a massive argument about this. And one of my friends told me to knock it off before I would be kicked out from the space. And I said, just because he's a US Marine doesn't mean he scares me. Me and that Marine are now really great friends, by the way. But yeah, so we do this. The allies do this to them as well. We check their response time. What are they going to do? And it wasn't like the B-52 bombers veered like well in advance before like coming close to the. From what I looked when I looked at the flight radar images, then it looked like they veered off way before they were to even sniff the Kaliningrad airspace or Russian airspace. But they did make a point of circling it, like we have you surrounded kind of thing. This plane, on the other hand, just headed straight forward. There was like, are they going to actually violate the airspace, or are they going to veer off at the very last second? And that is what they did. They veered at the very last second and didn't touch Kaliningrad airspace. But I'm pretty sure that, you know, they could have, if they would have opened the hatch and like peed on it, they probably could have peed on it, kind of thing. So yes, we do some FAing as well, and to check their response time.
Yep. Fair enough. Okay, so we wish the Finns good luck with that. Maybe they'll be a little more on their toes next time. Excuse me. We have, sorry, I'm bloody miles away today. So here on the North Sea Empire segment, we have been discussing all sorts of things today. We have discussed the hilariously named SPAF conference. Sorry, no, it's SPEEF. I know it's SPEEF, but it's funny. Which is the economics conference in St. Petersburg, which was obviously a resounding success, and apparently basically nobody turned up. We have been discussing the linguistic subtleties of Northern Europe, as well as many other topics. In my headlines today, we have the announcement by the head of aviation within Ukraine's Air Force that Ukraine may keep some of the F-16 fighter jets that it is to receive from the Western allies at foreign bases to protect them from Russian strikes. So this is an interesting little an interesting turn up for the books, isn't it? So Russia is to an extent able to protect her air force from Ukrainian long range strikes using Western weaponry, or specifically American weaponry, I suppose, by basing them deep inside Russia. Now, the Ukrainians, of course, have a slight advantage of being able to protect their aviation by basing it inside a NATO country, which is interesting. Excuse me. And it throws up all sorts of interesting questions, right? So, number one is, would any NATO country allow that, right? Would they allow the Ukrainians to operate from bases inside their territory? Now, to an extent, that bridge has already been crossed, right? Because there is an enormous logistical infrastructure in Germany and Poland, which is partly NATO run, partly Ukrainian run, that supplies the Ukrainian war effort. So it may not be as sexy as an airbase, but it's definitely the war, right? And the Russians, I'm guessing the Russians wouldn't dare strike strike a logistics base in Poland. So would they dare strike an airbase, and would the Poles dare allow the Ukrainians to operate from such an airbase? Because it's one thing, you know, logistics is very important, but it's kind of soft, right? It's seen as a sort of soft thing, whereas offensive air power is very much a hard thing. So it seems, I don't know, it seems kind of different at the conceptual level, doesn't it? It seems a bit more war-y than logistics. So would any NATO country allow it? Would the Russians strike it? I would say probably not. So then I would say that I don't think any NATO countries would allow it, right? But again, you know, we have like literal NATO aviation. Like we've got the RAF and we've got the US Air Force doing ISTAR and, you know, AEW and C above the rather AEW above the Black Sea with their own assets and feeding into the Ukrainians. Like, is that so very different? I mean, it's probably more useful to their war than F-16 will be. And the Russians aren't doing anything about that, are they? Because they can't just shoot down British and American planes. So it raises all sorts of interesting questions, right? What I am looking forward to, if that transpires, is the Russian reaction to it. It's because they will get so pissed off. It's gonna be epic. They're gonna have steam coming out of their ears. The thoughts of F-16s being based in, like, I don't know, Poland or Romania or something, going off on their offensive mission to the front line, or dare we say it, Russia, and then coming back and just parking in Romania where there's nothing the Russians can do about it. That will be absolutely amazing. What do you think, Jenny?
uh, I'm almost willing to, and I wish that I was in charge so I could tell them like, hey, why don't you use Gotland? It's pretty much an unsinkable aircraft carrier, and you can take out Kaliningrad. You're welcome. Uh, that would be funny and epic, and I don't think that the Russians would dare to strike because I think they know that that would kick off Article 5, and that would be the end of Russia.
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
assuming the Russians could strike, right? Because we're talking about, you know, these airfields, if they do materialize, I mean, they're going to be protected, right? They're going to have patriots all over them. So something else that could transpire, right, is that, and this is slightly concerning, right, because it blurs the boundaries of Article 5, right? So attempting to strike an airfield inside a NATO country is definitely Article 5able. But if the strike fails, then what then, right? Is Article 5 proportional? And we have this slightly blurred boundary already with Russian missiles crossing Romanian airspace, and bits of Ukrainian S-300 falling on Poland while they were shooting down a Russian missile. Like, what is like, and so there's already this kind of blurred boundary, and I think that's kind of a key Russian goal, right? What their strategy has to be to break the power of Article 5. And one of the ways they can do that is to try and manipulate America out of European geopolitics. And that's something they've seen some success in the political space in the United States, right? With the America first, no more European wars, yada yada yada. So an attempt to break, like breaking the power of Article 5, and then they can salami slice to their heart's content. That's what they really, really, really want, because that's what protects, the Baltic states. That's what protects Romania. That's what protects Poland. Well, okay, Poles protect themselves, but you know what I mean, right? It's the raw power of Article 5. Like, if you invade one of these countries, Uncle Sam will take a gigantic shit on you, right? Like, that's the way the strategy works. And the more they can blur that boundary, the better, right? So we've seen that with them overflying Romania with their missiles. And we could conceivably see it with this announcement from the aviation chief of the Ukrainian Air Force, right? If they base them in Romania or Poland, they will protect the airfields really, really well. Russia could shoot at the airfields. Their missiles would be shot down. Then what? Is that Article 5able? Is war with Russia a proportionate response, right? Because the response has to be proportionate to be legal. And so all sorts of questions emerge, and the boundaries are blurred, which is, oh gosh, it's a bit of a pickle, isn't it, Jenny?
It is a pickle. And I want to hear what Ioana has to say about this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I first heard this statement, I was thinking, what foreign countries? Because Romania kind of pops out. If you are considering the effective range for the planes, not even Poland is very suitable because Poland is far west. It would be suitable for things like in the northern border or close to Belarus or even in Belarus, but not really for where the fight is right now. So it's kind of Romania and that's it. Maybe Poland, but I don't know. If you ask me, let's do it. Let's do it tomorrow. And I was thinking we have the Mikhail Kogalnichano Air Base, which is close to Constanța, which is close to Sulina area. quite close to Odessa. And also we have a Fetesht air base. That's where the pilots are training right now on F-16s. But we have another one, which is called the Veselu in the southern part of Romania. And I think that one is the best one because that one has the TAD system. And I think it's the only one in Europe that has the TAD system. It was initially placed there by the Americans against, threats from Middle East, not from Russia. But it has the most advanced air system that, the Americans have for ICBMs and things like this. So if you ask me, choose the Veselu. It's nice. And yeah, the Russians will say, well, we are legitimate in striking targets in Romania because it's not Romanian assets, it's Ukrainian assets. They can say this, but will they dare to strike Romania? And yeah, I don't know. If you ask me, let's do it. It's as simple as that. At this moment, I think we shouldn't just stagger on our feet and just do the right thing for Ukraine. And also, I just want to say that the first part of the elections passed. In Romania, it didn't provoke an earthquake. Yeah, I'm sorry, so shocking. The lady from the far right party will be in the European Parliament. What a shame for us. But, the result didn't change a lot the political spectrum in Romania. And I think it's the time to take a decision about that Patriot system because Ukraine needs it. So let's give the Patriot to Ukraine too. Because apparently we are operationalizing, sorry for the word, another one because we had just one operational. So, okay, let's give one to Ukraine.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much for that, Joanna. Okay, I'm going to go to Fellow Who Bonks, and then I've got a Romanian politics question for you, Joanna. Fellow Who Bonks.
Yeah, and I've just got a little bit more in terms of details on the out of country basing that Ukraine's Air Force was discussing. What they were talking about doing is basing non-combat aircraft that are being used for maintenance or training outside of Ukraine. They're not literally going to be sortying out of Romania, Poland, or wherever. So that was a fairly important detail that I think was getting overlooked. These are not aircraft that are to be returning from or sorting out of either of those countries.
Okay, that is
just a quick mention to that. We already knew that like months before. We have two bases that are for servicing the future, Ukrainian fleet. One is in Fetesht, as I said, where they are training, and the other one is in the north part of the country in Chinku. So those two are designed to do exactly that, and we knew this like 6 months earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a nothing burger. It was kind of like, the whole discussing that the U.S. is planning logistics routes to move forces into the eastern part of Europe. Well, we contingency plan everything. Hell, we had a plan to invade Canada up till about 90 years ago. So there's people in the Pentagon that just sit around coming up with that crap because that's what they get paid to do. But yeah, no, this is a bit of a nothing burger, and it honestly makes sense because those are countries that already have experience with F-16. They already have the necessary logistics tails, etc.
Can I just say that I am so disappointed right now because I was already planning, like how they would fly in and Russia would like stomp their little feet and be really pissed off because it's kind of like that little game, The Air is Free, that kids play, and then, they can't do anything about it because they wouldn't dare to because they know what that would kick off. Ah, I'm so disappointed.
It's funny you should mention War Plan Red, which is a very interesting piece of military history, as you say, Fellow Who Bonks. It's the it's the U.S. military planning before World War II for a war with the British Empire. There was a series of color coded war plans. So there was like War Plan Blue was Mexico, and War Plan Green was like Japan or something like that, and War Plan Red was the British Empire. And the Canadians also had a counter plan for a Canadian invasion of the United States. And what was interesting about the Canadian plan is they didn't run it by London, and a lot of the planning, right, was so the plan was basically we will invade the United States in like 3 or 4 places, keep them busy until the rest of the empire arrives, right? So invade the United States, probably not going to be a very quick a very long lasting invasion, because as soon as they get their act together, then we're screwed. But by that time, the British will have arrived. The Royal Navy will have basically sealed up both coasts of the United States, and will basically be fine. The problem was that the British, or the British Empire as a whole, rather the United Kingdom, had a war plan for a war with the United States, and that war plan was basically abandon Canada. So the Canadians would have been sitting there, they invade the United States. Woof, brilliant! The British are coming, and the British are like, nah, we're not coming. Sorry, lads, you're on your own. Yeah, that would have been very, very embarrassing and very harsh on the Canadians, I think.
But these 2 war plans put my little scammer in quite a good light all of a sudden. Maybe he was legit. After all, he said that he was a U.S. Marine Corps guy that was on a peacekeeping mission in Canada. Maybe he was trying to stop this from ever coming to fruition, these 2 plans.
Oh dear, that's brilliant. Yeah, well, thank you very much for that detail, fellow who bonks. And we will forgive you for ruining our fantasies about how angry the Kremlin would have been about F-16 operating with impunity out of Romania, because that would have been very funny for everybody. Joanna, I've got a Romanian politics question for you. Okay, I'm going to
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. No, I'm here.
You mentioned that you returned a far right MEP. What does the far right in Romania look like? Like, what does it care about? What does it make noises about? How Russian influenced is it? Could you give us the Romanian far right 101?
Yeah, so basically now there are 2 parties. There is AUR, which translates in gold, like gold, but there are the initials for the Alliance for the Unity of Romanians, something like this. And the branch of AUR actually split. And there is SOS Romania Party. SOS reads like sauce, like, a sauce that you put in the food, but also they want to mean like save Romania. Save our souls. So these 2 parties are the far right. So the representatives of these 2 parties are 2 very, I don't know, eccentric individuals that are not well educated, that are speaking their mind, and their mind is producing not very nice things. Yeah, what to say? They have no political doctrine. Actually, there is no politics. It's just, Romanism, like being Romanian. We are above all the others. The clear nationalist line that other parties have, that Fidesz has, that Fico party has, that MAGA has. It's this idea that we Romanians are like the cherry on top of the cake, and we are better than everybody else, and look at what they want to do to us, and Europe is not good, and Shoshaka, the lady, that's her name, Shoshaka, and this shocking, so shocking. So she wants to go to the European Parliament to say how much we don't want to be in European Union. I don't know why she wants to go there. It's I think you have some representatives like this in the British politics or UK politics. Unfortunately, yeah, what to say? No political doctrine, populist teams, very much influenced by Russia. The lady Shoshaka, she's not a lady. So the woman, I don't know how to call her. She posted on social media how she was invited to the Russian embassy and promoted the Russian narratives. And so, yeah, they are very influenced by the Russian narrative. What is interesting is that a lot of Romanians are living in Moldova, and initially, before this war, they were like for unity with Moldova and things like this. But now, when Moldova is under threat by the Russian, when Moldova is actually affected by the Russians in a very clear way, when Transnistria is at risk right now to be, the aim of the Russians to just occupy all the southern Ukraine and reunite with the brothers in Transnistria, the voice for support for the Moldovan people is kind of very much quiet at this moment. So basically, they are not coherent, they are not consequent in their, claims, and pretty much they are anti-system, if we can call them like this. And we have similar parties, as I said, in Hungary, in Slovakia, in Poland, and in many other countries. So yesterday I was very happy because according to the exit polls, she didn't get to be in the European Parliament because she was under the threshold of 5%. But right now, after counting the actual votes, apparently she is above the threshold, so she will go to the European Parliament. I truly believe, like truly believe, and this is a thing in Romania, that people were ashamed to say that they voted for Shoshaka because the exit polls, you people are asked to how they voted, and they can answer and they can tell the truth or not. And I truly believe that they were ashamed to say that they voted for Shoshaka, but they still voted for her. So if you want to see how she looks like, how she speaks like, you will find some videos. I can find them for you. She's eccentric. She posed on a motorcycle, on horseback. She's wearing, the national clothes of Romania, kind of a Vishivanka. She is also quite a big lady, and she's not very graceful either. And she doesn't speak very nice either, and she likes to shout a lot. So basically, that's the portrait. Is it enough?
Yeah, sure. It's kind of I was kind of wondering about their ideological basis, right? Because thinking back a while, the far right tradition of Romania. You think about the Iron Guard. You think about people like Codreanu, who's interestingly he's originally Ukrainian and his name's Zelensky. Fun fact. But thinking about that far right tradition in Romania, like very, very explicitly Catholic, like very, very Catholic, kind of very kind of mystical, kind of clerical type fascism, similar to what you saw under Tiso in Slovakia. So kind of does it have a religious flavor? Sorry, very Orthodox, not very Catholic. I beg your pardon. Does it have a religious flavor in Romania still?
Nothing to do with the far rights from before World War II in Romania. Nothing to do at all with that doctrine with the brown shirts. I believe that's what it was, or black shirts, something like this. No, they do really. They kind of claim, traditional orthodoxy and things like this, but it's very not in the center of their political statements. They are for traditional family, but in Romania it's kind of a classic. So we are not anti-LGBT. Romania is not at all bothered by this, but this kind of populist parties are trying to speculate on this line also. Traditional family right now. They are pushing for a referendum that in the constitution it should be written that the family is composed by woman married with a man, something like this, which is bullshit because a family can be a grandmother with kids or whatever else. So it's kind of, counterproductive, and it will never pass. It will never go into being, this referendum. But anyway, they are trying to keep this up and far. What they want is like, they claim that the European Union's policies are against Romania, which is absolutely not true because the real progress of Romania happened since 2007 up to now. So we were kind of struggling since the 90s and up to being included in European Union. So the progress in this country is absolutely amazing for the last 15 years or so. And it's due to the fact that we are in European Union, actually. So they claim that we shouldn't support Ukraine because we want peace and things like this. So nothing to do with core, bigoted orthodoxy. It's a side topic sometimes, but no, not very important. Nothing to do with true national socialist type of nationalism. It's just populist and it's just, illiberal, like against the system, as I said. And yes, they capitalized on people that are dissatisfied because at the previous elections, there was like a political party that formed, and many of us, many of, people that are like hoping for a better future for Romania voted for them, USR. It kind of been a disappointment, and I'm not saying that people that were in USR went into these extremist parties, but they kind of took advantage of the fact that the political scene in Romania was divided, and they capitalized on people that are dissatisfied, that are poor, that are not enough educated, that do not apply critical thinking, and that are very prone to fear. Fear is a big topic. Fear that Russia will strike us if we support Ukraine. Fear that European Union will impose us laws that will not help Romania, and so on and so forth. So basically, it's the recipe, the recipe of those parties. Not a real political doctrine, just capitalizing on fears and divide.
And does it tend to be Eurosceptic?
As I said, yes, she clearly stated that she is going to European Parliament to say how bad the European Union is. So yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for that background. I kind of wondered if it's kind of this new populism you see in Europe, or whether it has deeper roots than that, right? Because a lot of European far right parties go back an awfully long way, and they go back into the kind of mists of interwar anti-Semitism, right? So the British far right is a bit like that. So you had the British Union of Fascists between the wars, which was very much very much along the Nazi model. So it wasn't kind of Mussolinian fascism. So Mussolini wasn't an anti-Semite, for instance. It was very explicitly anti-Semitic, and that's one of the reasons that it never really took off in the UK. If they tried Italian fascism, maybe they would have had more luck. And you had that genesis from the BUF through to the National Front after the war. That then split in. That then became the British National Party, and the British National Party is today split on the issue of anti-Semitism, right? So there's the older guys who really don't like Jews, and there's the younger guys who don't like Muslims and blacks, right? So there's this kind of generational split in the party, because the party has that kind of pre-war fascist heritage. I guess that's not the case in Romania, as you said.
No, it's not, and I wouldn't call them far right. So I would call them extremists because they have like extreme messages, but they are not really like on the right of the political spectrum. They are like on the shit side of the political spectrum. I don't know how to say it otherwise. So it's not left or right. It's down there where the shit is. Yeah, sorry for speaking like this. So as I said, it's not really a political doctrine. They are not having a message that is anti-Semite. Actually, Romania is not at all anti-Semite right now, very much in support for Israel, so they wouldn't have any success with that. So yeah, as I said, they do not have a political doctrine. They are like, we are the best, and everybody wants to hurt us, and look what they are doing to us, and that. I'm sorry, I really didn't follow very much because I really have like an allergy when I'm seeing her. I can't see her on the screen. She's like so shameful. I'm sorry to speak in this way about a person because I usually don't, but I'm so ashamed that she will be in the European Parliament, and look forward to see some very poor quality circus.
Interesting about how the UK has shifted, because I see the same shift here in Sweden. They probably, like the extreme right, our neo-Nazis, they don't really care about the Jews anymore. It's Muslims mainly, and Africans. And the funniest thing was something that I thought it was funny, was at the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, you had these skinheads, clearly neo-Nazi guys, joining up with the Syrians, going to Ukraine to fight Russia, and they had both had their reasons. Both groups of people had their reasons for wanting to fight Russia. The Syrians obviously had a bone to pick. They were like, you screwed up our like my home country, and here's our time to exact revenge on you for Aleppo and Syria. And the Swedish neo-Nazis, they said that Russia, because they had taken in so many Muslims and Africans into Russia, they were obviously traitors to the white race. And so both groups had volunteers coming out of Sweden, going to Ukraine to fight Russia. And to me, it was like, well, common hatred, unites people from all walks of life. And it was, to me, it was interesting and kind of funny to see how they joined forces in order to fight Russia. So, and you have to be kind of shit if even neo-Nazis don't like you. So there might be Nazis in Ukraine, but they're not going to be Ukrainian. They're going to be Swedish, that are there fighting. And I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is. It is a strange one. You do have the no more brother wars type meme on the far right, and it's kind of, and it's weird that I would say that makes your guys kind of unusual, Jenny, right? Because a great many far right movements are pro-Russian kind of instinctively, right? Because they fall for this Putin line of Russia as the savior of European civilization and all of that rubbish. And as we point out here on MriyaReport, that if you are one of these people who sees who sees this kind of civilizationally, right, and you see you consider that the Western countries have become decadent and degenerate, and that they need saving somehow by external forces, and you imagine that force is Russia. Well, one could scarcely imagine a more degenerate and decadent place than Russia, right? It has absolutely horrible social outcomes along all of the axes that conservatively minded people should care about. So it has extremely high divorce rates, extremely high rates of births out of wedlock, extremely high teenage pregnancies, extremely high alcoholism, drug addiction, very high levels of abortion. It has very low levels of religiosity. So people generally aren't religious in Russia, and people don't go to church very much. And you can repeat this across any number of axes, right? Russia just has horrible outcomes, and so they've managed to project this completely false idea of Russia as this very well ordered, very traditional society, and it's simply not true. But a lot of the far right seem to fall for it, right? And they just kind of instinctively pro-Russian because, well, either they're true believers in the falsehood, or they have been bought and sold. The mouthpieces within the party are just bought and sold or compromised some way by the Russians, so they have to take this line. But it's a very interesting phenomenon, and it kind of puts paid to this, kind of Ukraine as a far right force, because it's, can you think of a single far right party in Europe that is pro-Ukrainian? Like dogmatically pro-Ukrainian, like they identify Ukraine and say, yeah, those are our guys. As like, no, most of them will be complaining that the existence of Ukraine is some kind of homosexual conspiracy, and look, the president's a Jew. Right? It's like there's just no correlation here. It's extremely bizarre. What do you reckon, Jenny?
No, I agree, and it is interesting that the Swedish neo Nazis are like, no, screw Russia. They are traitors, traitors to, and I do believe that those were their words, traitor to the white race, and therefore we must fight them because Ukraine was slightly better. So, well, I guess good on them for being at least on the right side of that one. Um, but otherwise, I think that they are disgusting and abhorrent. Uh, but this one, it made me laugh when I saw the article about like they interviewed this skinhead who was heading off to Ukraine to fight Russians, and at the same time they were interviewing a guy from that came to Sweden as a refugee from Syria. Uh, they both hated Russia, but for different reasons. And I thought it was kind of funny that now they were joining forces. I don't know. Maybe I have a sixth sense of humor. Well, actually, that much is true. I have a very dark and sick sense of humor, but that to me was just like, wow, you have to be really shitty if even the neo Nazis don't like you.
And of course, if it's Muslims you're worried about, then what, Russia has like the highest percentage of Muslims in Europe, unless you count Albania or something like that. Like it's like 10-15% Muslim. So Russia's not doing particularly well on that front either, as you correctly identified, you know.
I know, and I think this was why the Swedish, at least the group that decided to, pack their army bags and go, that they had probably looked at the statistics and they're like, well, Russia's here are traitors, and so they're letting anybody in. They're like letting all the riffraffs in, according to them, and we need to fight them. So it's it's a weird dichotomy, and you can't really cheer them on either because I find their views on humanity is so disgusting, and but at the same time I'm like, well, I can use you that they become an actual useful idiot. Going to Russia and fight the Russian, or going to Ukraine and fight the Russians. You ended up being useful after all, in my opinion. It was interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Okie dokie. So we are drawing to the end of the North Sea Empire segment. So a final quick go through the headlines, I think. So it has been announced that there is a newly created post which is exclusively responsible for the separate branch of the armed forces dedicated to drone warfare. So in February, President Zelensky created a separate branch of the Ukrainian armed forces to do drones, and it has a commander in the form of Vadim Sukharevsky. So he is now the commander of drone forces. I don't know if they mean all drone warfare, um, or if they mean the kind of strategic level, long range drone warfare that they're having such success with in doing unpleasant things to the Russian oil industry and their air force. But apparently, it has a new commander and it's been a separate branch since February. In other drone news, there was an attack on the 5th of June on the Novoshatinsk refinery in southern Russia, which the Ukrainians have now claimed responsibility for. So the Ukrainian General Military Staff said that, according to intelligence reports, as a result of the strike, the invaders lost 1.5 million metric tons of oil and refined petroleum products worth approximately $540 million. So the Rostov governor, Mr. Vasily Golubov, told the Interfax agency that the operations at Novoshatinsk suffered significant disruptions after a fire following the drone attack. So you have it from the Russians themselves. They really screwed up that particular refinery. Now, the other things we have covered include the possible basing of F-16 fighters outside Ukraine, inside Western allied countries to protect them from Russian strikes. Now, we shouldn't get too excited about this. We did get too excited about this, but our friend, fellow Bonks, was kind enough to correct us, saying, actually, this is nothing new, because the Ukrainians have been they have been using Western air bases for repair, and this repair and maintenance. And this would be, again, the use of Western air bases for the training and repair and maintenance of the F-16 fleet, rather than using them as a base for covering combat missions. Now, in other news, there have so far the Swiss-hosted Ukraine Peace Summit have nearly 90 countries and organizations, half of which are from Europe, have confirmed they will be attending. And no word yet on whether China will attend, and Russia has not been invited, but nevertheless, Russia has said they won't come anyway. So it's all a bit silly. Now, Viola Amherd, the president of Switzerland, said, who has told reporters that the summit on Saturday and Sunday will aim to chart a path towards possible peace, nearly a year, 2.5 years after the full-scale invasion. Okie dokie. In other news, there has also been there is also an ongoing conference in Germany concerning the post-war recovery of the post-war recovery of Ukraine. Now, this was hosted by the Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Mr. Zelensky said that measures covering Ukraine's energy sector, which has been very extensively damaged by Russian airstrikes, would be a priority, as well as continued military support, including air defenses and the joint manufacture of munitions. There was also a degree of coordination of common positions ahead of the peace summit in Switzerland. Okie dokie. So that's all I've got. Have you got anything to add before we disappear, Jenny?
No, not really. Pretty much the same news coming out of Sweden. The only thing I would add is that it seems that Russia is now backing off of Kharkiv now that Ukraine is allowed to strike across the border. All of a sudden, it's not as sexy to strike Kharkiv when they can actually hit back, which tells me that not only is Russia a bully, it's also a cowardly bully. I will only hit you when you're not allowed to hit me back. And so it's good news that they're backing off of Kharkiv and giving Kharkiv a much needed respite so that they can, come back and strike back. But apparently there has been seen that the attacks into Kharkiv has diminished greatly after US said you can strike near Kharkiv. So it's not as popular anymore. It's not a popular target. It's going to be interesting to see how many other places are going to be near Kharkiv in the future when they just move their stuff around. And then eventually we will get to the point where all of Russia is near Kharkiv and then have like a little safety zone around Moscow or something where they can't strike with Western weapons. Personally, I think they should go for Moscow as well. Do you agree with me there?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a question mark over the military usefulness of striking Moscow, right? If I were Ukraine and I had a limited number of very long-range drones, I would absolutely be going after the sort of targets they're going after, right? Paralyze their oil refining industry, try and hit as much of their export capacity as you can, try and hit their airfields, Striking Moscow, like, okay, so it's highly symbolic. You know, the political leadership is there. I feel like people who work in the machine in Moscow should feel very, very unsafe. Like that would be very satisfying. But you know, is it militarily useful? I would say probably there are better targets, and those targets are probably closer, and those targets will probably have a more immediate impact on Ukraine's war effort. But yeah, that's my take on that. Okie dokie. I see our relief is here in the form of Yom and Tracy, the SBU fella. So I will take my leave. I commend our latest fundraiser to you, which is now third tweet in the nest. We are raising money for tools and protective equipment for the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, who are wrangling with the mammoth task of demining Ukraine after a third of the country has been mined by the Russian invader. So check that out. Go to our website, MriyaReport.org. If you don't have a regular donation already, you can set that up. If you want to make a one-off donation, then you can do so. If you are an American taxpayer, as we say, you will receive a tax receipt, which you can offset against your federal income tax, giving you a little bonus as well. If you're not American, you can, of course, still donate, but your tax mileage may vary. Thank you very much, Jenny. It's been a pleasure co-hosting you this afternoon, as always. And Slava Ukraini, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Heroim Slava. Yes, it is fun. This week, you will get a bonus day, because I actually saw in the schedule that Tim had, he was gonna have a split personality and co-host all by himself. And so I figured, why, if I have the opportunity, why not annoy him 5 days instead of just 4? And so I will be here on Friday as well. And I would like to thank everybody who has come and joined us and kept us company for these past 3 hours. And for anybody who joined the conversation, these conversations that me and Tim have, or discussions, they become so much richer when people come up and talk to us. Otherwise, you get to hear us drone on for like 3 hours. And although we are amusing, it is so much better if we have company who can sometimes correct us, and sometimes, most of the time, they give a lot more detail than we bring. So thank you, everyone, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Don't do anything I would do. I am in charge of doing stupid stuff. So I don't like to share that part of my life. I want to be the only one. And Slava Ukraini, everyone.
Heroim Slava, Jenny. Thank you so much. I don't think you got a monopoly on stupid. I think I've got a fair bit of that as well. But off you go and do your stuff. And really, thank you so much. It's really always really interesting 3 hours that you and Tim put on for everybody. At this sort of mid-late evening for me here. Always fun to listen. So thank you very much. I think Tracy will be joining me up here in the plush seats very soon. But while she's scrambling up the rope ladder, I just thought that I'd bring something to you which kind of relates to one thing you were just talking about how the the ability of the Ukrainians to strike inside Russia now has kind of changed the dynamic and the calculus a little bit. And this is this was reported by the Institute for the Study of War. It's sort of 12 hours ago now, but it kind of sets this out a little bit. So maybe I'll share this with you. Okay, let me see if I can find it. There we go. And I just reposted this, so you'll find it on my timeline if anybody is interested in this extra detail. But Ukrainian strikes against Russian military and logistics assets in connection to the United States' partial removal of Russian sanctuary in Belgorod Oblast may have compelled Russian forces to change their deployment and transport patterns, which is what you were just talking about. But the detail that they provide is as follows. The Crimea-based Atesh Ukrainian partisan movement reported on June 10th that Russian forces recently redeployed air defense systems from occupied Crimea to Belgorod Oblast, and that Russian air defenses are not completely covering Crimea as a result. Footage dated June 8th shows that Russia has begun transporting fuel across the Kerch Strait Bridge, on the railway bridge, and Ukrainian Southern Operational Command spokesman Captain Third Rank Dmytro Pletenchuk stated on April 29th that Russian authorities have not transported fuel across the Kerch Strait railway bridge since March 2024 due to the threat of a Ukrainian strike against the bridge as a fuel transport crossed, which could ignite and possibly destroy the bridge when it's all in a particularly good state. So it's unclear whether Russian authorities will continue to use the Kerch Strait railway bridge for fuel and logistics transport to occupied Crimea in the near to medium term. Doing so would likely alleviate some logistics constraints as Russia struggles to compensate for lost ferries across the strait, but would leave the Kerch Strait bridge increasingly vulnerable to Ukrainian strikes. Bring it on, please. That's not in the article. Particularly if Russian air defense coverage of Crimea is degraded, as Atesh have reported. And this kind of relates to something else which I saw come up a little bit earlier with regards to Chonha, which is kind of like the bit of Crimea that connects to, well, basically what this kind of the Zaporizhia region. And it looks like overnight there were hits on both, well, the hits in this area. It might have been an attack. There's a railway bridge and a road bridge there. So it's kind of making Crimea less and less viable. At the time, this was reported as waiting on details. So I'm kind of interested to know if anyone has any more information about this attack. I've not really been in the loop for the last 3 or 4 hours, so I haven't been able to check that many news sources. But it kind of feels like, Crimea is getting more and more isolated. The Russians have not been using the Kerch Bridge to bring fuel across, but as we know, this is becoming more and more of a problem for the Russians on the peninsula. So, yeah, be interesting to see how that works out. Okay, all right. So there we go. So anyway, good evening, everybody, and welcome to not the North Sea Empire. This is the section where, well, certainly for this week, Tracy and I will be bringing you up to date on what's been happening in Ukraine and related sort of geopolitical issues. And I think we'll probably be taking you through a few stories and then we will, I think Tracy will probably be taking you around the regions with some extra information on kind of what is going on in more sort of granular detail. And look at me, multitasker. I've just changed the title as I was speaking, so that's pretty impressive. And Tracy will be joining us soon, I think. But there's a kind of a few interesting things that I've seen today. So maybe before Tracy comes up, I will take you through a few things which I have seen today, which I have found quite interesting from my part of the world. Tim was just talking about the sort of the conference that's going on in Germany, where sort of basically post-war reconstruction is being talked about. And I know that one part of that, and I thought I had bookmarked this article, but it looks like I haven't. I've got the main headlines here. That part of that is that Japan and Japanese companies and Ukrainian companies have signed 23 memoranda of economic cooperation ahead of this Ukraine Recovery Conference. This was reported by Ukrainska Pravda. So that will be another kind of interesting development there. I'm sure we'll get more details on that in the Japanese press overnight and into tomorrow, and maybe I can bring you more details on that. But Tracy, I see you're not quite up the rope ladder, but you are there next to me now as a speaker. So it's lovely
here, John. Hello.
Lovely to see you again. And how you doing, Tracy? How is life in your part of the world?
Well, hello, and thank you, everybody. Hello. I hope you're doing okay. And well, I'm plodding along. You know, it's one of those days. So that's probably about the best you want to get from me, because, well, I don't think everybody really wants to know the details of me being unwell. So maybe we should just leave it there, John. I'm not very good at fibbing, can you tell? I'm not very good at just saying, yes, I'm fine when I'm not. But that's just me. So we plod along together. I hope you're feeling a little better. I don't know, this bug seems to have been going around the MriyaReport team, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah. And has its, you know, sort of slightly surprising symptoms. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm feeling better than yesterday, that's for sure. And really happy to be up here with you. So yeah, I don't know, Trace. I mean, there's a few things I've seen today, and as I said, I was kind of following things until about, I don't know what, 4 or 5 hours ago, and then I had kind of a few other things that I needed to attend to. But a couple of aircraft shot down is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing quite a few kind of interesting things going on in terms of sort of diplomatic stuff as well. And I'm seeing a few interesting things in terms of Russia playing silly buggers around Europe, and sort of efforts to fight
Nothing new
those.
there then.
So it's quite. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's a few things to talk about as we go, I think. But yeah, like we were saying yesterday at this time, and once you're focused on something, then it kind of leaps out at you off the page, doesn't it?
Yeah, an actual fact, you're right, reminded me of a conversation we had the other day with Chris Windley about exactly that, and our lovely listeners sending us all sorts of bits of information from around the world that they discover. And thank you to whoever it was that sent the list to Chris from Australia, because we now have a fantastic list of all the cyber attacks that have happened. Well, not all of them, of course, but a great deal of them that have happened at that side of the world as well. So we are fast building up a nice picture. You and I discussed as well, John, regarding that with Chris, building up that picture of spying and cyber attacks and all sorts of things. So hopefully we will get a good picture of that. And that actually just reminds me, a perfect segue, John, thank you for that, into a public service announcement about a guest that we have coming up. So this is going to be happening later on today. National Security and Foreign Policy segment with special guests Mark Toth and Colonel John Sweet. This is absolutely fascinating, so you don't want to miss this. It's a really, really excellent conversation. And in fact, actually, I believe, if I'm correct, John, Mark stayed with us a good deal of hours last time. I think it was about 4 hours. So I think he's in competition with our Thomas Tyner for the marathons there. So that would be fantastic. John Sweet is a retired Army colonel, 38 military intelligence officer, and he actually led US European Command Intelligence engagement from 2012 to 2014. So lots of great experience there, a very esteemed guest. And Mark Toth writes and commentates on national security and foreign policy for The Hill, The New York Post, The Kyiv Post, amongst other things. So that will be an excellent conversation. Get your questions ready, be succinct if you are able to, because that means more people can get their questions in, even even though sometimes our guests stay a long time with us, lots of people like to get their questions in. So that will be happening at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. UTC, 7 p.m. London, 8 p.m. Berlin, and 9 p.m. Kiev. And that, of course, is in the nest. So go ahead and give that a retweet if you would not mind. We would very much appreciate that. And of course, all the people that see that would also appreciate it because, well, they may not get to know and they would want to know about it too. But that's not all, because we have a guest coming up even sooner than that too. We are going to be joined for our weekly segment this will be Kevin Leach from Sabre Advisory. Now, if you don't know who Kevin Leach is, he's the head director for Sabre Training Advisory Group, and they are a non-profit and they train professional military training, and their aim is really to help Ukrainian defenders make sure that they've got all the skills that they need to come home alive. Let me see, Kevin Leach was in the Canadian Armed Forces. He's a veteran. He's got a very long history, actually, of working in Ukraine and in the military affairs, and he was a sergeant from 2008 to 2018. Specialising in armoured reconnaissance in the Canadian Armed Forces. So that's an absolute must listen. We will be getting an update from Kevin about how training is going. Lots of questions there. Is the power situation affecting them? How is the training going? Have they got into a routine now? Lots of things to come. I gather they are past now, from what we were having the conversation last week, the level of basic training, which is pretty good. That means they're up to that next level. And there may be some interesting updates from some meetings that Kevin has been having as well. So lots to talk about there. So come and find out about training Ukrainian defenders. And that will be happening not very long now, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. UTC, 6 p.m. London, 7 p.m. Berlin, and 8 p.m. Kiev. And of course, that post is also in the nest. If you would like to retweet that again, we would be very grateful. And finally, and I guess very importantly, we have our fundraiser, which is the first post in the nest. And that is because we are raising funds for demining equipment such as multi-tools, hearing protection, communication equipment, that type of thing, so that the newly trained sappers in Ukraine can do their jobs and get rid of those disgusting, despicable mines and explosive objects that Russia leaves behind, flings out everywhere. And in many cases, these guys in the State Emergency Service, they have to deal with a number of things, not just explosive items, such as mines and unexploded ordnance, but also them despicable booby traps that Russia likes to leave everywhere that they go. And these multi-tools are actually fantastic for helping the sappers get rid of those types of things as well, because, well, they're a multi-tool, so they do a multitude of things all in one tool, easy to carry around, makes it much more convenient, quicker, and that's critically important. You know, speed and efficiency is really important when you're doing that type of work. And they have 4,500 sappers in Ukraine now, so 4,500 people demining, and 3,500 of those are newly trained, which has happened quite recently, because in Ukraine they're having a huge push. You know, up to a third of Ukraine's territory is mined, and they have a massively ambitious target of demining 80% of that within 10 years, a decade. Now, that is an ambitious target, but if anybody can achieve it, the Ukrainians can. So let's do everything that we can to help them. All we have to do is inconvenience ourselves by making a little donation, which is not much of an inconvenience considering what they're having to deal with in Ukraine. So if you're in a position to be lucky enough to be able to afford to make a donation, please do consider making a donation to this fundraising campaign, and let's get them 100 sets of these multi-tools and hearing and communication equipment. Let's make a little bit of a dent and start to make a dent. We already have made a little bit of a dent in this campaign. We already sent 17 mine detecting devices, and that was in a previous campaign that we had. So we have helped a little bit, and those donations are saving lives every day, because those tools are now in the hands of Ukrainians. and they are using them to save lives. So let's now do the same and give them some protection for themselves. Like I say, click on that payment link in the first post in the nest there. That's the only payment link that MriyaReport has, by the way, the one that you see there in the first post in the nest. If you're not looking at the nest and you can't see, it's the one that says bit.ly/MR_donate. That's the MriyaReport donate link. You can find the same link by going across to MriyaReport.org, and that's exactly the same payment link there. If you feel more comfortable and safer going to the website to make a donation, please go ahead and do that way. That's absolutely fine. It makes no difference whatsoever. But we just have to put warnings out because unfortunately, somebody recently did try to impersonate the MriyaReport account and tried to use a PayPal link. We do not use PayPal at MriyaReport. We used to do a long time ago, but we have not done that for a long time now. So this is the only payment link that you will find for MriyaReport donations. It will be on the MriyaReport tweets from the main account. And it's also on the website. You will also find it on the Facebook account because I transfer that across to the Facebook account. So if you see it on the MriyaReport Facebook group, the closed group that we have there, then you know that that's also the genuine payment link. And it will take you to the same payment page that you will find if you click on the website too. So go ahead and make your donations if you can. Thank you so much to everybody who's going to do that. A huge thank you to everybody who's already donated, and of course a huge thank you to everybody that retweets, reshares and talks about it, because that is equally as important as donating. You know, one, you don't know who that tweet or post is going to reach, and two, it's about raising awareness for the plight of Ukraine, that they have to deal with this amount of mined territory, now the most heavily mined country in the world. And when this happened in Cambodia, it took decades and decades and decades that up, and that was a multinational effort, an international effort as well. So let's start making a dent in this now, right, John? And then we can help them achieve that ambitious target of demining Ukraine, 80% of the territory, within 10 years.
Absolutely, Tracy. And just, I think we just had a host connection issue warning. So if the space does crash, we will, of course, be right back. But it looks like it may have stabilized. We'll see how we go. But yeah, just to echo all the things that you said there, Tracy, it's a really great fundraiser, I think, here. I mean, we all know how awful these mines are. And the sooner that, you know, we can start making a dent in that by making a dent in our fundraiser, the better. So yeah, if you do have a